In this world, dragons are literally everywhere, and seeing them is just a normal part of your day. 100 years ago, humans finally mastered dragon breeding, using the small ones for everyday travel, while the elite cavalry rides the massive ones straight into battle. Medium dragons are basically giant walking houses that are perfect for travel, but the massive ones are on a whole different level. Those are the main battle tanks, the real muscle of the army, and every single one of them is a total legend. The total bosses riding these beasts are called Dragon Knights, and they all hang out at special Dragon Knight guilds. Check out Sirill flexing his Vitra, a beast that's basically a flying delivery truck with enough energy to fly for days without stopping. The locals are freaking out and filming because a dragon just showed up, and even though these things are super dangerous, the army wants them more than anything. We see our boy as a kid, totally hyped and shouting that he's going to be a Dragon Knight, which is basically the coolest job anyone could ever have. It's not just because riding a dragon looks sick, it's because it pays crazy well, and we've got to respect a king who's actually making bank. Fast forward to today, and our guy suddenly hears someone screaming their head off. This random guy is screaming at his tiny dragon to keep moving, even though the poor little thing is clearly at its limit. Sirill is a total dragon pro, so he instantly knows this is a Taurus, a tiny transport dragon that's usually a super smooth ride, but it's acting totally weird right now. Our MC just strolls up totally chill and is like, "Excuse me, bro." The owner tries to act all chill, thinking he's just a customer, but Sirill's like, "Nah, man, I'm just here to ride." Then he drops a total bombshell, revealing the dragon's right back leg is totally busted, and the owner is losing his mind. He checks it out, and yeah, Sirill was spot on, so the guy starts lashing out just because he's losing money, not even caring about the dragon like the absolute trash owner he is. Sirill just hits him with the silent treatment, letting that super awkward vibe hang in the air. The owner asks if Sirill is also a pro, but he just tells him to take better care of his dragon because it's just common sense, man. Man, you can totally see his leg is completely wrecked now. Sirill shoots the dragon a look like he knows exactly what's up. Get this. The dragon actually thanks him, and Sirill just acts totally chill because his ability to talk to dragons is straight up broken. But hold up. It gets even crazier because he can totally tell she's a complete emotional wreck. He tells the owner the dragon is feeling super down and needs a break, but the guy just laughs and says dragons don't get sad. What a total boomer. Sirill isn't backing down for a second, swearing that he's telling the total truth. We get a flashback showing why he's built different, where some old guy calls him a total weirdo for caring about tools. But the truth is, he's been able to understand. See, that's his broken cheat skill. He can't understand regular animals, only dragons, which is the whole reason he became a Dragon Knight in the first place. Most tamers just bark orders with hand signals, but this guy actually chats with dragons like friends, and he's so good that the top-tier Lindworm Guild recruited him on the spot. And Lindworm is the real deal, because these guys are a legit S-rank guild. S-rank is the absolute top tier, and to reach it, a guild has to crush 3 high-level quests back-to-back. But check this out. Lindworm's whole deal is enslaving dragons, and Sirill is 100% not having. In less than a month, they called him trash for being a nice guy and kicked him out, but he was actually hyped to finally escape that toxic nightmare. Back in the present, he's acting like everything is totally cool, but he's got to eat, so he's heading out to find a new job. Now that he's a freelance Dragon Knight, he's got to head over to the public office to snag some solo quests. Since he's got 0 reputation after getting fired, this public office is his last hope to grab a rental dragon and take on some quests. He starts scrolling through the job board to see what kind of work he can find. Then, one specific quest totally grabs his attention. The mission is to tame a baby dragon, and for our guy, this is going to be a total piece of cake. Next thing you know, he's face-to-face with the client, introducing himself as Sirill LaRose. This loaded merchant says his request is super weird, but he's looking for someone to tame a dragon as a gift for his kid. So get this. Rich families are obsessed with raising dragons alongside their kids, so they grow up as personal bodyguards, and honestly, it's actually kind of wholesome. So this merchant hired a whole squad of tamers, but the dragon wasn't listening at all, and Sirill thinks the whole thing is super sketchy. The merchant admits that's why he had to call in a real-deal Dragon Knight, and he takes Sirill out to see the little troublemaker for himself. And right there it is, a Smolterask, totally locked in chains and fast asleep. The merchant explains he chose a Taresk because they don't get too big and are perfect for hauling stuff around. He asks Sirill to fix the mess, and our boy just says, "I'll try," as he walks right up to the dragon like a total legend. He introduces himself, and the dragon instantly starts losing it and screaming about his sister. The thing is totally losing it, and Sirill's trying to chill it out while asking what the heck happened. And honestly, the little dragon is totally losing its mind. Wait, you can actually understand what I'm saying? Seriously, even the dragon is like, no way, for real? So you guys better listen up. The dragon reveals he was actually with his sister, but a merchant only bought one of them and split them up. It's straight up begging to be back together, promising Sirill it'll do literally anything if he just helps. Man, it's honestly so sad how much they miss their sister since they've been looking out for each other since the day they were born. Sirill confirms it, asking if he'll actually play nice with the merchant's kid as long as his sister is around. The dragon's totally down for the deal, saying he's cool with anything as long as they stay together. Sirill finally heads back to the client, who's a total nervous wreck waiting for him. He tells him the mission is going great, but they gotta head back to the dragon merchant Ace AP to see if the other one from that batch is still up for grabs. Then he drops a total bombshell. She's actually the dragon's sister, and she's promised to follow every order just to stay together, while the merchant is just standing there like, "Wait, sister?" The guy is totally losing it trying to figure out how Sirill knew what she said, but she just tells him to chill and trust the process. They drag the other dragon over and it just starts sprinting. They lock eyes and instantly have a total sister moment. They're both just charging straight at each other at full speed. Sirill is a total legend and tells everyone to back off so they can have some space. Everyone's totally lost, but they're still paying attention. This tiny dragon is absolutely hauling it, screaming his head off for his sister. Even the client is getting all choked up seeing how happy they are to finally be back together since they're just that close. Then boom, they pull them into a massive hug, totally relieved because they seriously thought they'd never see them again. Once again, the tears are flowing like crazy because this moment is just hitting way too hard. The client's jaw is on the floor, but our boy Sirill is just grinning like it's no big deal. The merchant's son notices they act just like real people, and Sirill's like, "Duh, that's because they're sisters." He actually pulled it off, and man, you can tell he's finally breathing a huge sigh of relief. The guy finally gets the hype and agrees to buy the second dragon, rushing off to grab the cash right now. These sisters are thanking Sirill like crazy for bringing them back together, and man, it's just so wholesome. Sirill tells the dragons to behave and play nice with the kid, and they're basically like, "Whatever you say, boss." They're just so hyped to be back together that they'll do literally anything. He gives them a few quick pats for luck and then he's out of there. The client is totally losing it, thanking him like he's a legendary hero who just saved the whole world. He admits he was totally ready to give up after seeing so many others fail, and he tells Sirill to make sure those two dragons are never torn apart. Sirill agrees, but warns that splitting them up now while they're getting so big would be a total disaster. As he heads out, he sees the sisters all snuggled up and fast asleep. Mission accomplished. He thinks back to the day he got kicked out of the world's strongest guild. I don't regret a single thing, because this is the path he chose for himself. He's sticking to that dragon code of his no matter what, and nothing's gonna stop him. Fast forward a bit, and our guy is already back to training his heart out. And just like that, he's right back at the job board again. He's gotta stack that cash, but he also needs to build up his rep so he's set for the future. He catches some other freelancers eyeing a massive payday, but they immediately bail when they realize the dragon rental costs are coming out of their own pockets. But then one quest totally catches Sirill's eye, especially when he sees the name of the person who posted it. He flashes a cocky smirk and decides, "Yeah, I'm definitely trying this one." This job leads him straight to a seriously massive mansion. Inside, this rich lady is totally losing it, frantically scribbling letters while her maid won't stop nagging her. She's stressing out because even with all these letters, the dragon nights are taking way too long and her whole plan is about to be ruined. She lets out a massive sigh, looking totally fed up. Now she's left wondering if there's even one dragon knight out there who's actually legit enough to handle her secret mission. So Sirill pulls up to this massive mansion and he's totally stunned, thinking that even though he knew it'd be big, this is just on a whole different level, and he's wondering who this client even is. He mutters that the pay is huge for a simple delivery, but renting a dragon is basically draining his whole wallet. Let's be real. Calling yourself a dragon knight when you don't even have a dragon is just straight up embarrassing. He finally makes it inside to meet the client, and man, she's a total top-tier waifu named Catherine Morinier. She gives him a total, "You're just a kid" look and asks if he can even handle a dragon, but he just hits her with a super chill yes. She's not buying it at all, but he's totally fine with it, thinking her attitude is just as sharp as her look. What an absolute savage. She sighs and gives in, telling him he's not the only one she hired, while Us looks around and asks if that letter is actually a big deal. She's basically spamming every delivery guy with copies because this thing absolutely has to get there on time. He realizes the nearby clan are the actual lords of the land and way richer than his last client, so he gets hyped and asks a question. He tries to be smooth and asks what's in the letter, claiming it'll just make his job way easier. She gets super defensive and asks if he's spying, but he's honestly just trying to min-max the quest. She stops to think for a second, and then it all finally starts to click. Then she drops the big reveal. It's a love letter for a guy named Baron Bouquet, and just like that, our boy is officially a pro wingman. He tries to get the tea by asking if she's dating the Baron, but she totally shuts him down since dealing with other clans is a massive pain, so she just tells him they're heading straight for Rebit. Our main guy starts acting super cocky and flexes, bragging that he'll have it delivered in just one day. She's actually shocked by how fast he is, especially since everyone else usually asks for 3 whole days. But she just shrugs it off, saying it's totally fine as long as you can actually deliver it. Final polish. She hands over the goods. Now it's all on you. You're gonna get paid for this. Just bring back the receipt like any other quest. Wait. So he's totally serious and doesn't play around, got it. So our guy hits the streets and heads straight into town. He realizes this quest is way more high level than he expected, and since he doesn't have a dragon, he's gotta go hit up the guild to borrow one. He's already cooking up a plan to get in with the Morin-era clan and the Baron's family, knowing this is his big chance. He's totally hyped and ready to go all out. He pulls up right to the local dragon rental spot. He walks right in, and when the clerk asks what kind of dragon he's looking for, our guy already knows the deal and asks if they've got any wyverns. The clerk tells them they've got 3 in stock and leads the way, while Sirill shouts that he needs the fastest one since he's traveling light with 0 bags. They head out back and our boy finally gets to check out the goods. The clerk points them out and tells him to just go ahead and take whatever he needs. He explains that every single dragon knight has their own secret way to talk to dragons. The shop owner just assumes our MC is a total pro who's used to this kind of craziness. But then, the wyverns totally lose it because he's coming. He's finally here. Then they start totally roasting the human, saying he looks like a joke compared to the last customer. And honestly, I can't believe they actually went there. Our guy catches them talking trash and thinks it's way too cold, but the wyvern just laughs and says he's only being real. The wyvern stops dead in its tracks, totally shocked that a human actually understood every word it said. The whole squad is totally losing it, which almost never happens, but our boy is just standing there trying to act all cool. They start hounding him about how a dragon raised him, but he's just like, not really. They finally just call him a total weirdo and ask what his deal is. He cuts right to the chase and says he needs a partner for a job. He's got to deliver a letter ASAP, so he asks which one of them is the fastest. One of them gets super nosy right away, asking what kind of letter it is and if it's actually a secret love confession. The announcer is totally losing his cool and freaking out right now. Now everyone is totally hooked, dying to know who sent it, who it's for, and if it's a guy or a girl. One of the dragons is totally losing his mind with hype, showing off some serious grit as he jumps straight into the action. It starts begging with those big sparkly eyes to hold the letter, and Sirill is just totally lost as to why. Another wyvern calls him a total leecher, but then admits he's actually the fastest one there since being down bad apparently gives you a massive speed boost. Sirill double-checks if he's really the fastest one there, and the horned dragon puffs out his chest and says, "Duh, of course I am." My guy finally figures it out and man, it's all starting to click. He turns to the shopkeeper and tells him he's picking the one on the right. The shopkeeper is totally stunned, like, "Are you serious?" The middle one is way faster and our boy knows the secret play, but he just picks the one on the right instead. He heads straight over to meet his brand new partner. The dragon completely loses its mind, screaming for the letter because it smells like a cute girl, while Sirill just stands there wondering if this is actually okay. Then he checks the letter himself and starts totally simping over the handwriting, proving he's just as down bad as the dragon. They blast off and soar right over the city, leaving Sirill totally blown away by how awesome this pervy dragon actually is. He picked a wyvern because they're small and super agile for short bursts, making them perfect for this quick counterattack. The second he handed over that letter, the dragon kept its promise and blasted off at insane speeds. They totally speed ran the whole trip and made it there in just half a day. Talk about some serious fast travel. The Baron grabs the letter and he's totally hyped, laughing like a maniac because Catherine finally wrote back. He gives Sirill a quick thanks and then tells him to beat it like a total savage, thinking our boy is some kind of freak for showing up that fast. Mission accomplished. It only took half a day to get the reply back to Catherine, finishing the whole trip in record time. Now that's what I call S-tier questing. Right there, Catherine's jaw hits the floor as she stands there totally blown away. She's totally losing her mind because it hasn't even been a single day yet. Back already? You're actually a beast, and our guy is just soaking up every bit of that hype. She finally asks for his name, and he introduces himself as Sirill LaRose. She's totally blown away and says she'll hit him up next time because she's got another favor to ask after that massive win. Now that the job is finally finished, Sirill takes off. He hits up the dragon market and realizes renting is a total ripoff, so he knows he needs his own beast if he wants to finally take on those massive, high-paying jobs. He starts scrolling through the listings, hunting for a total steal. Suddenly, he notices a poster for this thing called a Balor. He finds the dragon and it's dirt cheap, but it's actually a total dragon girl waifu passed out on the ground, so he basically just hit the RNG jackpot of a lifetime. So Sirill is out here browsing for a dragon when he suddenly spots a poster for one that's on a massive sale. It's so cheap he can buy it with the spare change from his old guild, but the paper is literally crumbling in his hands. Definitely a massive red flag. He asks what the deal is, and the shopkeeper gets all awkward and starts acting super sus. Seriously, is this dragon sick or what? But the shopkeeper swears it's totally fine and actually way stronger than your average beast. But here's the real problem. This dragon is a total professional slacker who doesn't have a single drop of motivation to actually do its job. The shopkeeper warns him it's a total gamble and a bad idea, but our MC isn't backing down because he's got to see this lazy legend with his own eyes. They just stroll right past all those totally basic dragons. They finally find their target face planted on the ground, totally knocked out cold. The shopkeeper explains that these balers are basically plant-eating Ubers with seats on their backs, insane stamina, and they even find their own food, making them super easy to handle but totally worth. Sirill is such a chatterbox that he just strolls right up to the sleeping dragon and says, "What's up?" He cuts straight to the chase and asks, "Yo, I heard you're refusing to work. What's the deal?" The dragon just cracks one eye open like it's not even worth talking to Uman, and honestly, that is such a mood. But then she actually fires back and calls him out for being so chill, leaving him totally stunned. He's basically like, "Yo, do you even get what I'm trying to tell you?" He tries to act all helpful, asking what's wrong so he can jump in and fix it. But then she drops the realest line in history, saying she just wants to sleep. Sirill's just standing there like, "Yo, you ready for a nap?" She says she needs a full 12 hours of sleep every single day, or she's basically a zombie. Yeah, a whole 12 hours. Sirill's a total expert on dragons, and he explains that they're so OP they only need 2 hours of rest, with some even being able to work while they're fast asleep. Every dragon is built different with their own crazy stats, so it really just comes down to the luck of the draw. Sirill is a total genius and hits her with a deal she can't pass up. Work for me and you get to sleep 12 hours every single day. She calls Cap right away, telling him he's a total liar and to go bother some other dragon instead. But he's actually dead serious right now, no joke. He sets the rules. Get some rest first, then go all out, showing he actually cares about her health more than the grind. He slams the cash down, and even though the shopkeeper warns him there are no refunds, Sirill's super confident, saying his skills as a knight are all he needs. And just like that, he strolls out with his new sleepy partner in crime. While they're walking, he decides he's got to give her a real name because calling her by a number is just way too cringe. She's totally caught off guard because most humans just treat them like tools. He's like, "Let's name her Louise." She gets all flustered because she's totally not used to people actually being nice to her. But our guy just tells her straight up that it's actually not a bad thing. They finally pull up right in front of his house. Louise asks where she's supposed to crash, and he just tells her she can pick any spot she wants. But then, right in front of them, the massive truth finally drops. The house is giant but totally empty, and he only rented it because it's big enough for a dragon. This guy is seriously down bad for a dragon partner. Louise doesn't even care as long as she can catch some Z's, and honestly, this dragon's priorities are straight up legendary. Sirill asks if she's seriously going to crash right now when they've got a job waiting for them. He starts to walk away, but she suddenly calls out to stop him. She asks if he's actually serious about the plan, and he just shrugs like it's no big deal at all. She calls him a total weirdo, but he just leans into it like a boss. What an absolute king. She calls him master, and he's just like, "Yep, that's me." She tells him she's about to show him a secret that literally no one else has ever seen. Then boom, she finally lets her secret weapon loose. Suddenly, massive beams of light just blast straight out of the ground. Then a massive light show of holy power just nukes everything in sight. Sirill is totally losing it and screaming, asking Chow if he's the one who actually pulled that off. She just gives him a blank stare like she has no clue, but she totally just stumbled into a legendary skill by accident. Sirill is losing his mind because he's seen 100 Balors, and not a single one of them could do anything like this. He finally figures out that her insane power definitely doesn't come from her species. But there's a huge catch, because after she uses it, she's completely wiped out. So that's why she's always napping, because using that broken power totally drains her battery. She tells him that if he ever needs her to use it, she's 100% down, proving she's a total ride or die. He gives her a super wholesome pat and just says thanks. When morning hits, Sirill is hyped to start the grind, but Louise is still totally knocked out. He lets her sleep in and decides they'll just find a job later, proving he's a total top-tier master. He hits up the guild's job board, hoping to snag a super chill delivery quest. But right then, Rose the receptionist just pops up out of nowhere. She's got a special request that's meant just for him. Our guy has no clue what's going on, but he tags along anyway. They head into a private office to keep things low-key. It turns out this total VIP named Lady Catherine is actually a massive fan of his work. All that solo grinding is finally paying off, and my man is straight up leveling up. So the mission? They're heading out on a massive search party. He's super skeptical, wondering why a total powerhouse like a Dragon Knight is being stuck with a boring search mission. Rose gets super serious and tells him this isn't some basic side quest. It's a total top-secret mission. Then she drops a total bombshell and tells them the princess has completely vanished. And there's the princess, making this totally creepy hissing sound. This lady drops a mission on him that's so top secret she won't even spill the details, then asks if he knows the princess of this country. Sirill definitely notices her, but she's being all secretive and won't spill any details, which is honestly super sus. Sirill is totally done with the games and demands to know the mission, so she asks if he's heard of Medhimiar, that massive creepy mountain way up north. He looks at Earth, puts the pieces together, and asks if that's where his mission is going down. Then she drops a total bombshell. The princess's entire squad completely vanished while they were crossing that mountain. Everything goes dead quiet, and our hero is looking totally freaked out. He asks when this all went down, and she tells him it was only last night, so this disaster is literally brand new. The client wants us to keep things totally quiet and just scout the area, because the last thing they need is the whole kingdom freaking out before we even know what's happening. Sirill actually stops to think it over for literally 2 seconds. He's totally down and doesn't need to hear another word. He's taking the job, and man, what an absolute legend. Now we see our boy and his top-tier dragon waifu Louise finally hitting the road. Louise can tell he's totally stressed out and asks him what's going on. He's acting totally chill, but deep down he's terrified that missing actually means someone chucked it off a cliff. It's a massive gamble, but if he pulls this off, he'll be a total legend, so he's locking in and getting ready to conquer this challenge. Suddenly, he whips out his secret weapon, a letter written by the princess herself. He turns to Louise and asks if she can track down that scent. Louise acts all humble, saying tracking isn't her main stat, but her nose is still way sharper than any human's. She catches the scent in a heartbeat, leaving Sirill totally blown away by her speed. But it turns out the princess's perfume is so strong it's basically a tracking device. Louis confirms the smell is totally gross and tells him to just follow her lead as they head out. Louise starts zooming up those cliffs like she's just taking a casual stroll. Sirill's just hanging on her back, realizing he'd be totally wrecked without her, so he tells Louise she's a total beast while she just plays it cool. Then she drops the big one on him and tells him she wants a reward. He asks what she wants, expecting her to demand some insane legendary loot, but she just says she needs litter. She doesn't want just any old litter, she just wants a cozy bed made of dry hay, and even though her standards are basically on the floor, she's still the absolute best girl. Sirill's just standing there like, is that all? While Louise goes absolutely wild with excitement. Now she's totally fired up and ready to crush this mission. Sirill thinks back to his old guild, A total bunch of clowns who actually thought you shouldn't care about your gear. Honestly, what a joke. He's thinking those losers would never get his connection with Louis, but then she suddenly stops dead. Wait, what's wrong this time? Louis looks down at what's right below us. They peek over the edge and see the total mess left behind by a massive landslide. Right in the middle of all that rubble, there's a carriage that's been completely smashed to bits. They've got to see what's up, so Louise says it'll be a total breeze and they head straight down. Man, things are looking super dark and the whole place is just a total mess of destruction. It's completely trashed and there's no way to save it now. He spots the royal crest on the wreckage and knows he's found it. But it looks like absolutely nobody survived. He reaches for the carriage, but a hidden barrier zaps him and sends him flying back. Sirill looks at Louise and asks if they should just wreck it. And since she was already waiting for the signal, she's totally ready to let her power explode. Today she smashes the barrier into a million pieces with a massive crash. She actually pulled it off. What an absolute legend. They find the princess inside and get this, she's actually still breathing. That barrier totally saved her life and she didn't even get a scratch, man. Talk about some serious plot armor. Sirill tries to wake her up super gently, whispering, "Your Highness?" She lets out a groan, snaps her eyes open, and starts screaming her lungs out. "Who are you and how dare you get in my carriage?" she screams, totally losing her cool. He quickly lets her know that he's the one sent to track her down. Once she hears the whole story, she finally chills out. Sirill gives her props for staying so chill, but she immediately asks if anyone else survived, and he has to drop the bad news that it's not looking good. He tells her they have to rush down the mountain to find a doctor, but she's way too worried about her soldiers. He gently explains they're only a two-man team and have to come back later, and she totally gets it. They're leaving the wreckage when she finally notices Louise and freaks out, asking if that's a straight-up dragon. Sirill turns to his partner and bribes her with a lifetime supply of litter if she can carry them both. That was all Louise needed to hear, and she was totally ready to step up. They're literally zooming down the mountain on a dragon, and the princess looks way more relaxed than you'd expect. Sirill goes to check on her, and she's just staring right at him with her eyes wide open. She asks if he's her dragon knight, and he tells her she's totally right. She asks what guild he's with and is totally floored to hear he's a freelancer, because how could a guy this insane not be on a team? This guy is a total beast, and even though he just showed up, he has absolutely no idea how broken he really is. Louise leans in and whispers that the princess is totally down bad for him. The princess keeps going, saying that knights who vibe with their dragons are the absolute best, so she asks why he's still out here playing solo. Sirill pulls the ultimate mysterious main character move and just tells her that a whole lot has gone down. They make it back to town, and the lady who gave him the quest is totally shocked that he found her already. She's totally freaking out now that she sees the princess is actually alive and well. The princess is super grateful and asks Sirill what she can do to pay him back for everything. He tries to act all chill and says the office already paid him, but she's totally not buying. She hands him a handkerchief with her family crest, an Ida Royal favor token that's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card, and a way to hit her up all in one. She flashes a smile and promises to do whatever it takes to help him, so boom, new wife unlocked. And just like that, they totally nailed another mission and walked away with the win. Sirill just got paid big time for saving the princess, and man, he's looking like a total legend now. He's clutching a massive stack of 1,000 reals, and that is a serious amount of cash. His dragon waifu Louise reminds him he promised to buy her some litter, but Sirill just shuts her down with a cold no. He explains that 1,000 reals is actually a full month's pay for a regular guy, but he still refuses to touch that mess. Straight savage. He's gonna spoil her with something way cooler than a fancy sandbox by bringing up a real wedding, and Louise is totally shook, asking if it's actually better than cat litter. Sirill is a total mystery, and honestly, you've just gotta see him for yourself. They head straight for the shops, and Louise is seriously losing her mind with excitement. They pull up to a whole district that's basically a giant PetSmart for dragons. Sirill points out the toys to Jared, but he's pretty sure she's way too cool for that kind of stuff. They head over to check out a shop, but right as they're walking in, some random dude calls out to them. It turns out to be this blonde pretty boy named Louis from his old guild, and he's like, "Wait, aren't you Sirill from Lindworm?" Which makes for a super awkward reunion. Union, Louis says Sirill totally bailed the second he got back from his quest. Then this guy starts acting all nice, offering to talk to the guild to get Sirill his job back, but honestly, it's looking super sus. Sirill is totally blown away, asking if they're actually serious about doing all that just for him. He shuts it down instantly with a, "Nah, I'm good," refusing to ever go back, and man, the disrespect is just wild. Louise keeps hounding him, saying they'll totally take him back if he just gives up his habit. That habit was his dragon's #1 rule, and it was basically the core of who he was. This guy actually wants him to ditch his morals just to fit in, but Sirill just laughs right in his face. Our guy isn't backing down at all, basically telling him no way, and Louise is totally losing his mind over how stubborn he's being. He tells him he's basically toast without a guild, and claims he's just trying to look out for him. Louise just barges in on the drama asking for the tea because she's still waiting for her bed. Sirill totally trolls her by saying this guy wants her to stop sleeping 12 hours a day, and Louise is completely losing it. She goes totally savage and unleashes her inner demon on this poor guy, and man, she is absolutely fuming. Louise is totally losing it, asking Sirill what kind of crazy dark magic he just pulled off. The guy is screaming at him to control the dragon, but Sirill is just vibing like, "Bro, I didn't even give him an order." Louise is totally losing his mind and screams that it's all a cheap trick because he just doesn't get how strong their bond really is. Sirill drops the ultimate Chad line, telling him it's because he actually cares about them, man. Louis's brain just totally glitches out and he has no clue what's going on. He calls it stupid and storms out, realizing they're never gonna agree, so honestly, good riddance to that guy. Sirill quickly calms his dragon waifu down, promising her those 12 hours of beauty sleep she deserves, and just like that, everything's back to normal. They finally step inside the shop and get a super warm welcome from everyone. The shopkeeper gets the vibe and asks how he can help, so Sirill tells him they're looking for some straight-up top-tier bedding. The shopkeeper leads them right into this giant warehouse, and Louise is already totally losing it because she's so hyped up. This place is a total paradise made of beds and pillows, and he's already launching himself into the air for a massive dive. She's going totally wild, bouncing off the walls like crazy, while Sirill just watches his dragon go into full zoomy mode. He tries to apologize, but the shopkeeper is totally chill and tells him to go nuts since they're just free samples. Louise finds one she's obsessed with and boom, she hit the jackpot. Sirill finally realizes it's actually a freaking slime bed, and the shopkeeper tells him he's totally right. Turns out these things are super stretchy and you just sink right in, and since they even make human-sized ones, I'm totally sold. Louise is straight up in heaven right now because this is the ultimate level of comfort. She says it's the best thing ever, and Sirill knows right then that he's found the winner. He asks if she's actually into it, and she's like, "Heck yeah, this is way better than that trash-tier garbage." Sirill asks for the total, and it's 1,200 reals. Man, that's definitely gonna leave a mark. It's way more than he actually made, but he asks her one last time if she's sure, and she's totally down. Even Louise is freaking out about the cost, but Sirill just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. He literally only cares if she's happy, being a total simp for his dragon, and honestly, we are totally here for it. He tells the shopkeeper they're taking it, and the guy is totally blown away by how close they are. He's seen a ton of dragon knights, but Sirill is the only one who can actually connect with his dragon on this insane level. Sirill's basically just shrugging it off like it's nothing. He drops another absolute boss line, telling everyone he only treats her that way because she's basically family. The family grabs their massive haul and finally hits the road. The shopkeeper waves them off, probably super hyped about making that massive sale. Sirill's just hanging out outside, totally stoked that Louise finally found something she's obsessed with. That bed is seriously massive, and Louise is literally balancing it on her head, so he has to ask if she's even doing okay. She doesn't say a word, she just keeps on walking. She stops right in her tracks and calls out to him. She double-checks one more time to see if he's actually cool with dropping all that cash. She finally does the math and realizes, hold up, 200 is actually way more than the 1,000 they got. Now she's feeling super guilty, thinking she was just being totally selfish the whole time. But Sirill is just way too smooth, laughing the whole thing off and telling them not to sweat it since he's still gonna give them that reward he promised. He reminds her that she was a total beast on the job and earned every bit of it. He's just being a top-tier master and hooking his best girl up with a reward. Louise is literally glowing with joy because she finally trusts her master again. A few days fly by, and honestly, everything is going awesome. They just finished another big day of work and totally crushed it. But Sirill notices that Louise is being way too quiet. Why? Honestly, she just felt like it. Sirill's a little shook, but he totally gets what's going on. The mission took way longer than he thought, and now he's got to rush back to the guild to turn in his report. He remembers his promise not to push her too hard, so he asks if she can just head home on her own. She's totally down, so he tells her to just head out first. She's totally caught off guard, but he just nods and tells her it's for real. She gives him a quick thanks for the help and heads out. He heads off, thinking she'll be totally fine since the town is super safe. But right then, a total galaxy brain plan starts clicking into place. Wait, he realizes his dragon can totally go off on her own since he can just talk to her. Everything is finally clicking. And wait, can I really just order them to go handle things on their own? Suddenly, it hits him. He can literally just send his dragons to grind out all those quests for him. His first thought is literally just making bank, and he's already wondering if he should buy another dragon to start his own flying delivery business. Across the map, a brand new dragon is being hauled away in a massive cage. Meanwhile, this fancy girl is just chilling and eating cake while she watches the whole thing. Yeah, that's totally not suspicious at all. The poor thing inside looks totally miserable and is growling its head off. 8. Our boy rolls back into the dragon shop, and the owner instantly recognizes him as the legend who bought Baylor, making him a total local celebrity already. Our guy tries to be polite and thanks him for the hookup, but the shopkeeper's like, "Nah, fam, thank you for all this cash." The shopkeeper gets a bit nosy and asks how that totally broken dragon is doing. Our guy is super impressed by her hustle and quickly promises he's not there to complain or ask for a refund, which is probably a total shock for this shop. Then he drops a massive bombshell, and now I'm back to snag another dragon. The shopkeeper is already seeing dollar signs, but our guy has to drop the bad news that he's totally broke after blowing his entire budget. The shopkeeper hits him with some brutal news. They're totally out of those cheap S-tier dragons, so he's basically out of luck. Our guy just stands there like, "Yeah, figures, because there's no way your luck is hitting twice in a row." He admits he was just taking a chance, but man, his luck is totally tapped out today. He tells the guy to hit him up the second a cheap dragon is back in stock. Right as he's turning to leave, the shopkeeper spots something on the floor and shouts, "Hey, you dropped this!" It's a handkerchief with some super fancy crest on it. The shopkeeper takes one look and his jaw just hits the floor. Our boy is totally lost, and man, you can just tell something is seriously wrong. The shopkeeper is totally losing his mind, asking if that crest actually belongs to the princess. He just casually admits he helped her with a job and got this as a reward, totally flexing on everyone without even trying. Just like that, the shopkeeper's whole vibe flips, and he offers a payment plan where he can pay whenever, because having royal friends is a total cheat code. But our MC is actually super sharp and catches on right away. Oh, I see. He's trying to get close to the guy who knows the princess, and honestly, that's a pretty smart move. He's like, 8? Bet, I'm down! And the shopkeeper is absolutely losing his mind. Now that he's finally got some credit, the shopkeeper asks what he's after, and he just drops the big question. You got any of those mushkosh shahs? For all you noobs out there, a muskushu is basically a tiny dragon with 4 whole stomachs. 3 of these guys don't even eat, so they're basically living loot boxes that puff up like balloons to carry tons of gear like a walking inventory. They track one down and our boy Sirill just introduces himself like he's the chillest guy ever. But this dragon is totally not having it, basically thinking, "Ugh, another human trying to talk to me? Are you actually stupid or what?" Sirill snatched it back, but seriously, why won't you even talk to me? She snaps back that he wouldn't get it anyway, but then she stops dead as everything finally clicks. She's totally freaked out and asks if he can actually understand her, but he just shrugs and says he was born with it like a total OP main character. Then he drops the bomb and asks if he can buy her, which totally shocks the dragon since she's used to humans just taking whatever they want without asking. But he stops to make sure she's actually down with the plan. She looks at it and just scoffs like it's a total joke. Guys are seriously the worst, and I know you're gonna drag me along anyway, but man, this dragon is dealing with some major trauma. But Sirill is just built different, telling them he won't force them if they don't want to because he's literally just there to ask, leaving the dragon totally speechless. Like, wait, seriously, she's actually asking why. Our boy starts laying on the Riz, telling her he needs her on his team because she's so cute, and man, he is totally down bad. She starts blushing like crazy because she was totally caught off guard by those compliments. Wait, what are you even talking about, you weird human? It actually worked and she's down, but she's got one major catch. Don't even think about giving me a new name because I already have one, and it's Colette. Colette from Sirill smiles. That's a sick name, so you're definitely coming with me now, right? She freezes up for a split second. He slams him with a classic Sunday airline and then immediately stammers that he shouldn't get the wrong idea because he's definitely not into him. She's only tagging along because he promised to use her real name, and Sirill just smirks since he knows it's a huge deal to her. He signs the contract to make it official and tells Colette it's great to meet her, with his new partner finally locked in and ready to go. But Sirill isn't ready to stop just yet. Let's go scope out your new job before we head back home. They were all piled up high against some jagged rocky mountains. He shows her this glowing blue rock and asks Colette if she's ready for her big mission, if she's actually down to take it on. The whole mission is to find this rare ore called cabanium hidden somewhere on this mountain. Just cram everything into your storage stomachs and haul it back to town, because this loot sells for a fortune and we're basically running a massive mining operation. Colette's not even sweating it, acting like she can crush this whole thing in a heartbeat. But then Sirill drops the next part of the plan, telling him he's got to handle the whole thing completely solo. She's actually shocked that I'm taking this on all by myself. She totally thought he was going to be a control freak and watch her every move. He keeps laying it out. Grab the ore, haul it to town, and sell it to the traders all by yourself. So, you think you can actually pull that off? Colette is totally shook. She's really doing this all by herself without anyone even watching her? He shuts her down, but she's like, wait, what if I just slack off instead? He cuts her off and then hits her with the ultimate move. I trust you. She's so confused that she just straight up calls him a total dummy. He totally believes in her, and that's all she needs to hear. She gets a serious look on her face and finally says, all right, I'm in. Just like that, the shop was finally killing it, and while the owner was totally shocked, Colette was a total natural. She kept grinding through the work like it was nothing, basically becoming a one-dragon mining and shipping empire all on her own. Sirill gives her a well-earned head pat as his master plan starts coming together perfectly. After a super long day, they finally make it back to his spot. Welcome home. Back at his place, he asks if she's okay crashing in the yard, and she's like, are you kidding? This is way better than the market. But then she realizes they aren't alone, because the OG dragon waifu Louise finally wakes up and asks who's there. Louise suddenly feels someone else in the room, and as Sirill apologizes for waking her up, she immediately demands to know who the new girl is. Now it's time for that super awkward first meeting with the new roommate. Sirill introduces Colette and explains that bringing her along was a total last-minute call. The two dragons say hello, but the vibe is honestly super awkward. So now Sirill's literally got two dragons just chilling in his backyard. It hits them all at once. This yard is way too small for the two of them. Seriously, this place is so tiny it's basically just a postage stamp. Louise says she's totally cool with it, as long as she's got a place to crash. Sirill's already thinking way ahead because this yard is way too small, and since he's planning to grow his harem even more, he's gonna need a massive new... Our boy looks at the glass spilling over and starts questioning if he's actually built for this kind of power. He's actually just planning out how many dragon waifus he can add to his harem, and since the dragons are totally down for it, he's basically building a massive collection. Wait, Colette is turning bright red and telling him to stop talking, but it's so obvious she's totally head over heels for him. The other dragon is totally over her cringy attitude and straight up bites her just to keep the drama going. Meanwhile, the big boss dragon Chris is just flexing, using straight up fire to heal his bite wound while Sirill watches in total shock, wondering how he's even doing that. Louise is the first one up on this wild covenant speed dating show, and when she offers him her blood, our guy is just like, yo, you're literally flooding the floor right now. Right as the group sets off, Louise gets this super weird feeling like someone's tickling her neck, but she just rolls with it. Meanwhile, Sirill has zero clue what's going on and is just watching it all go down. Then boom, Louise starts simping hard with her eyes glazed over because Master looks like a literal god and she's totally obsessed. The deal is sealed, and as a brand new skill starts uploading straight into Sirill's brain, he asks Chris what kind of crazy power he just scored. Chris explains that skills are basically a roll of the dice for everyone, but you can usually guess what they'll get just by looking at their species. Suddenly, our MC just blacks out for a second and snaps right back to it, making the other dragon go, wait, did you seriously just take a power nap? Sirill just smirks and tells her she needs to take a way closer look at the app. He points to his hand and check it out. That cut from earlier is totally gone. He just got a crazy new passive skill that heals him way faster whenever he takes a nap, making his recovery totally broken. He gives Louise a quick thanks and she's absolutely beaming, so that's one happy wife down and way more to go. Next up is Emma, and she's looking super nervous, already asking if the whole thing is done. He finds out her new skill is actually for fighting, so this crazy guy tells her to just go ahead and shoot him like it's no big deal. He braces himself, not even planning to blink when the hit lands. Emma starts spamming fireballs like crazy, and Sirill is totally vibing with it because the power is so easy to use. He's just eating every single hit and laughing like it's a joke while Chris stares at him like he's totally lost it. Chris is totally hyped and cheering him on, while Sirill spots that this move is actually called the Nine-Fingered Flame Bullet. But hold up. He tries to blast from his right thumb and nothing happens because the skill is totally locked to just one finger. Chris drops some serious lore, explaining that the right thumb is basically a king's badge of power, so it's totally off limits. How crazy is that? Colette's finally up. She offers her blood, and our guy dives right in. A blinding flash of light goes off and the deal is sealed. He checks his new skill and realizes it's all about food, not some crazy power for fighting. Now he can stuff his face as much as he wants without gaining a single pound, since it all turns into pure energy. It's literally an infinite stomach glitch. He figures there's literally no way this could go wrong. But Chris is a total troll and reminds her that since they're linked, Colette might accidentally get fat if she eats too much. Colette totally flips out, screams that she isn't fat, and takes another huge bite out of Chris. Man, you love to see it. Fast forward a few days, and our guy is meeting up with this super fancy butler named Sebastian Bernal. They're keeping things super professional with these introductions. Then Sirill steps up and introduces himself, acting like a total pro. But he thinks all this politeness is super sus since he's totally not used to it. The butler hands him a recommendation letter straight from Miss Morinier. She sent another one already? Man, she is really going all out for him. The mission is to go out and find these things called deceit stones. And this order is seriously huge. They actually need 100 of those M's. Suddenly, Chris pops his head through the window, laughing like a total maniac and telling Sirill he's gotta accept the quest. Sirill is straight up having a heart attack, so quit jumping out of nowhere and scaring him. The butler is totally shook but tries to act chill, asking if that dragon actually belongs to him. Chris is totally sure they'll pull this off because he knows exactly where those stones are hidden. The butler is so hyped by that confidence that he says yes right away, and now Sirill is just stuck tagging along for the ride. And things start moving at lightning speed from here. They head out, but Colette is already whining about Chris tagging along, accusing him of wanting Sirill all to himself. Man, she is totally jealous. Sirill totally ignores the drama and just asks what a deceit stone even is. Chris explains that this gem is super dangerous to get, making it a total high-tier quest. So it's basically worth a fortune just because it's super rare. I totally get it. Then he shows off its secret. When the moonlight hits it, the thing glows like crazy, which is why they call it the Drite Pearl, and it looks totally sick. Sirill finally cuts to the chase and asks the big question. Alright, so where is it? Chris just hits him with this super smug little laugh. Sirill has absolutely no clue what's about to hit him. The camera pulls back to show they're standing right at the bottom of a huge, smoking volcano. Yep, a volcano, because things just had to get even crazier. Sirill's totally blanking on the name of the place, just muttering Tony Sin or something like that. Chris points right into the lava where the stones are and tells him to just go grab them. And man, the guy is totally losing it. Chris tells him not to worry, because even though this should be impossible, their special pact makes the Sirill totally immune to love. He says it's basically a hot spring and he could even go for a swim, but Sirill is totally not down for that. He's still a little freaked out, but he knows his dragons won't let him get roasted. He takes a massive breath and just steps right into the burning lava. And get this, he's totally fine, just standing there with his clothes looking perfect like he's got real-life Minecraft fire resistance. Chris looks super smug right now, and honestly, who else is crazy enough to just dive headfirst into literal lava? Sirill figures grabbing 100 of these will be a total joke, like just pulling rocks out of the mud. Chris gets all deep and tells him this easy money is just the universe finally paying him back for all his hard work. The Troll Dragon King is actually being super wholesome here, which is totally unexpected. Our guy just looks up and drops a casual "thanks for that." So Sirill's just vibing at the tavern when he catches some locals whispering about a new guild called Dragon First. And man, these guys sound super sketchy. The drama hits a whole new level when they reveal the princess is actually backing them, and suddenly every single hater goes dead silent. Right as they all go quiet, Sirill walks in because he totally overheard the name of the guild. He's meeting up with some shady guy in a hoodie, but just to catch you up, Sirill is totally OP now after making a deal with his dragon harem and is hunting for a new quest. Then the hooded guy says his name is Six, calling himself Sousa's Hell, and Sirill looks like he has absolutely no clue what's going on. Our guy is totally losing it on the inside, and you just know he's hiding something big. Mr. Six gets right to the point, offering Cirilla a job to move some mystery cargo. Talk about being super vague. Then he drops the bomb that the quest pays 30,000 reals, and Sirill's jaw hits the floor because that is a massive payday. That much cash for a simple delivery is a massive red flag, and when Sirill asks what they're moving, the shady guy won't say a single word. He basically told him to just deliver the package, keep his mouth shut, and stay out of it. Sirill knows this is a total death trap, but the money is insane and he's bored anyway, so he's 100% hooked on the rush. Everyone's jaw drops when Chris the Dragon suddenly phases right through the wall like a fiery Kool-Aid man. Chris thinks things are getting good and wants to be part of the action. He flexes hard and brags that he's gonna make this hooded clown spill every secret he's got. Sirill acts all skeptical, and Chris totally flips out, screaming, "You dare doubt the great me?" as he glares at a mysterious hooded guy. Chris goes into full-on intimidation mode, screaming at him to spill every secret until the poor guy just totally breaks. He drops to the floor shaking like crazy, and Sirill just stands there like, "Oh, dude." Chris is acting totally cocky, telling Sirill that a little pressure was all it took to make this guy spill every single secret. Sirill asks him one more time, what exactly is the good anyway? The terrified guy spills the beans about the dragon tier incense, and Chris's eyes light up because he knows that name instantly. He explains it's basically a magic vape that hypnotizes you, letting you live out any dream you want the second you light it up. Sirill finally connects the dots. You can basically trip out whenever you want. Chris explains it only messes with your dreams and won't hurt your body, but it's actually a forbidden item banned by the king. This mission is actually just straight up smuggling, which totally explains why the pay was so insane. Sirill asks why it's banned, and Chris drops a total bombshell. It tanked the kingdom's birth rates because everyone was too busy having spicy dreams to do the real thing. Talk about total degeneracy. So here's the real reason why. Chris thinks a total ban is way too extreme since some people actually really need it. Sirill totally gets where the guy is coming from, because imagine losing your wife and just wanting to see her again in a dream. He knows it's bad if this stuff gets everywhere, but he's sure some people could really use the help. Sirill takes the job, making the hooded guy super relieved, while Chris just laughs at how his master is such a big softy. Six hands Sirill a map and a token, telling him exactly where to go to snag the goods. After a quick travel montage, Sirill and his dragon squad finally pull up to their destination. They finally track down Nirko Fort, a giant walled-off compound where they're supposed to grab the dream vape. The whole squad rolls up to the fortress acting like they already own the joint. A guard instantly gets in their face and demands to know who they are. Sirill flashes the token and the guard instantly switches up, telling him to head right in since dragons go first. They walk inside and find a whole squad of scary guys waiting for them, and it's pretty clear they just stepped into a total trap. This blindfolded dude steps forward, and it's super clear he's the big boss. He tells them that since it's their first time working together, they need to prove the rumors are true and show off what they can really do. The thugs behind him are already smirking, totally convinced that Sirill's guild is nothing but talk. That was a massive mistake, and now Sirill is going all out by tapping into his contract with Emma. He lets loose a barrage of 9-fingered fire bullets, absolutely blasting the whole welcoming party. These thugs get absolutely demolished. First off, the blindfolded leader is totally shook, realizing this guy is actually the real deal. He's satisfied. You look like you're the real deal, so just follow me. Chris jokes that it was total overkill, and Sirill admits he just dumped every last bit of his power into that one move. Emma the dragon asks if he's doing okay, but Sirill just shrugs it off because he only used 30% of his energy. This guy literally powers up just by eating. He had to do something huge just to show everyone he wasn't playing around. The other dragons were totally down with that because those guys were honestly just being annoying pests for even trying them. The guys who just got blasted are totally freaking out and whispering to each other that they need to get out of there right now. Chris is just straight up laughing at how terrified they are. Sirill gives him a pat and Chris is totally confused, so I hit them with a glare that's basically a high-level debuff. The leader is breaking a sweat, admitting he had no clue Sirill was rolling with a monster this insane. He switches it up fast to act chill, telling the teacher to forget the lesson and just show him the goods. He holds his squad back and tells them to stop right in their tracks. The dragons are totally clueless about why they just stopped dead in the middle of the courtyard. Chris figures it out right away. The boss is actually terrified of him and doesn't want a super strong dragon poking around his main base. The boss makes his goons haul out the crates of dragon-tier incense right to them. He gives Sirill his final orders. Deliver the goods to a guy named Gigu in the city of Manowar. There's just one huge catch. The city guards are checking everyone at the gate, and now it's up to Sirill to figure out a way past them. Inspections? This is the last thing we need right now. The gang heads out of the fort and immediately starts cooking up their next big move. The dragons quickly figure out what an inspection is and realize that getting caught with their stash of illegal dream drugs would be bad. Like, really bad. Sirill's dealt with these guys before, but he can tell this time is on a whole other level. He seriously can't get caught smuggling or his whole life is basically over. But get this, he actually hid the incense inside Colette's stomach, even though that's the first spot guards would check if they got suspicious. He's sure the guards know about her kind's storage powers, and if they just stroll up to the gate, they're totally cooked. But then he spots a river nearby and a total light bulb moment hits him. So he looks over at his super cute dragon buddy, Colette. Yo, can you do me a huge favor? The squad pulls up to the town of Manowar and hits a massive security check. So now the big question is how they're gonna sneak their illegal loot right past the guards. Sirill looks over at his dragon girl Colette and gives her a nod, since she already knows exactly what they're about to do. Everyone's acting totally chill until a guard suddenly blocks their path and tells them to freeze. This guy is a serious pro who's been making a name for himself, and since the Sirill flashes his guild ID smooth as butter, showing he's from the Aros Dragon First Guild, but the guard squints and asks if he's really a dragon knight. Like, bro, does he look like a baker? Sirill just holds up his proof and says, yeah, that's me. The guard isn't buying it at all, pointing right at Colette and asking what the deal is with that dragon. He instantly notices she's acting a bit off, and since he knows his monsters, he's already wondering what's inside that muskushu's stomach. Honestly, this guard is on a total power trip, demanding to see what's hidden, and even though Sirill tries to act like it's no big deal, the guy isn't falling for it. Suddenly, Colette turns into a human fire hydrant and blasts a massive wave of puke everywhere. Splash! The guard is dripping wet and totally losing it, but El Mayo just keeps a straight face and says it's for the trip, even though the guard thinks nobody needs that much water. Colette is looking super skinny now that she's emptied her stomach. She literally threw up everything she had. They're like, can we finally go through? The guard is totally over this. He screams at them to just get inside, probably because he's dying to change his pants, and just like that, they're in. Sirill is totally hyped because that was insane, and since we breezed through the inspection, it's a total stealth mission win. Colette hits him with a major reality check, warning him they can't just spam that move, so he better not get too cocky. Check out this massive brain move because she only puked up the water, meaning that illegal dragon-tier incense is still hidden in her stomach, and honestly, she's a total legend for that. Next up is Phase 2. Find their contact Gigu, and our guy realizes this town is way more hype than the last one. He finds out a legendary dragon knight master built this whole town, and now he's getting some big ideas about building one himself. Then he starts dreaming big, thinking about building an entire town just for dragons, and man, this guy's ambition is straight up S tier. The whole squad struts through the streets looking like total legends. That's the big boss dragon's roar, just look at that. They see a building with a sign that matches their crest perfectly, and they know right away this is the spot. Sirill doesn't even hesitate and just dives right in to see what's going on. As soon as they walk in, this tough-looking guy gets right in their face and demands to know who they are. Sirill cuts right to the chase and asks the guy if he's Gigu, and after a tense look, the man says he's been waiting. Yep, they definitely found their target. Gigu skips the small talk and grunts for the goods, while Sirill just gives Colette a quick nod. She slams the package onto the counter with a heavy thud, and just like that, the job's finished. Gigu cracks open the crate to check out the loot, and yeah, it's the real deal. He confirms the delivery is the real deal and tells them he's officially got it. He slides a massive box over, finally handing over the big reward he promised. Gigu asks if he's going to count the money, but Sirill pulls a total boss move and says no, telling him that if the payment is short, they're done forever. Man, that is ice cold. The guy just grunts, and you can tell he's actually low-key impressed. They head outside and count the loot, finding 30,000 and realizing they're finally rich. He's making a crazy amount of cash just for delivering some dragon tier incense. Sirill's gears are turning as he realizes the people actually making this stuff are making insane money, so he decides right then and there that he's going to get in on the action. First, they find this super high-end inn that even has a stable for dragons. This town is seriously next level. Turns out, finding dealers for this banned incense is actually a total breeze because the black market is literally crawling with the stuff. Even his dragons think this shady business is super sus and keep asking if they should really be making cash this way. Sirill drops some straight-up Robin Hood logic, saying it's only illegal because the ruler says so, and if the people need help, he's gonna be the one to give it. Colette is totally over it, saying she couldn't care less about humans and it's all up to the boss now. But Chris, the wise old dragon, spots a massive hole in the plan. They never actually taught him how to make it, they just let him borrow it. Sirill starts sucking up immediately, telling Chris he's a total genius who knows everything. Man, this guy is way too smooth. Chris drops a major truth bomb, starting with the fact that the name Dragon Tier Incense is actually just a fake cover. Forget Dragon Tiers, this is all about the dragons themselves, and the ingredients are actually way simpler than you'd think. My buddy Chris tells me to go out and grab him a fruit called a galleon. It's side quest time. Chris says that fruit is super easy to find at any shop, so I'm gonna go check it out right now. Next up, our boy is heading straight for the market. He finds the fruit, and it looks like a funky little horn, which is honestly such a weird shape. The cute shopkeeper waifu explains it's called a cow's horn, and you gotta peel it to eat it. But Sirill just flexes his wallet and says he'll buy every single one like a total Chad. He pays the lady, snags his bag of weird fruit, and keeps it moving. He heads back to the inn where Chris confirms he bought them, and yep, those are definitely galleons. Then Chris drops a total bombshell, telling him he has to swallow them all, and the other dragons are absolutely shook. Sirill is totally confused and asks if they need to peel it first, since that's how humans usually eat. Nope! Chris hands over the dragon recipe and tells them to keep it in their first stomach, the one that actually digests stuff. Sirill asks Chris if he's gonna eat too, but Chris just roasts the whole group, calling hemp useless and bragging that he doesn't even have a stomach since he doesn't. So what now? Are we seriously just gonna sit around and wait for an entire month? Chris breaks down the science, explaining that since the fruit is covered in sharp spikes, the dragon's stomach coats it in a special slime so it doesn't get stabbed from the inside. It finally clicks for Sirill and he just asks, so? Exactly. That slime hardens and ages for a month until it finally turns into dragon tier incense. Sirill's got a bad feeling because this whole thing sounds way too easy. Chris just laughs in his face, thinking this might be a total piece of cake for IU. But here's the catch. If you're just a regular knight who can't talk to your dragon, how are you going to make it keep a spiky fruit in its stomach for a whole month without barfing it up? That O skill is a total lifesaver, and it's only this easy because he can actually talk to them. Sirill feels super bad about it and apologizes to his dragons for forcing them to do this. But Colette is a straight-up beast, and I'm totally chill because keeping my stomach in check is basically a walk in the park for a legend like her. Sirill's big brain is finally kicking in, and he realizes that if a dragon knight keeps buying every galleon fruit in town, people are totally going to start asking questions. He's totally getting flagged for that, no doubt. Man, I wish I could just grow my own galleons, especially since he's trying to take over every single part of the business. Chris is totally blown away and thinks you've got what it takes to be a legendary merchant. He breaks down the whole business, showing how they make bank at every single step, from growing the stuff to selling it off. Sirill wants to do everything solo so he can keep all the money for himself, and that's exactly what he wants to hear. Besides, trusting other people is way too risky, so he's just going to run the whole show himself from top to bottom. But there's a huge problem. What happens if someone catches you growing these illegal plants? Exactly, that would be perfect, but he's got to keep the whole thing totally low-key. But where are you even supposed to find a spot to hide out? Sirill admits it's way too tough for him, but I've got the perfect person in mind for the job. He's definitely cooking up a secret plan right now. The very next morning, he's heading straight back to the dragon market. He walks right up to a vendor and asks if they've got any gargoyles in stock. The shopkeeper leads him right into the back room. Sirill finds a tiny, sad dragon locked in chains and crouches down to introduce himself, looking like he's about to recruit a new worker for his secret farming business. Sirill drops a total bombshell on the little guy, telling him he can actually understand dragon and wants him to try speaking up. and the tiny dragon just hits him with a totally bored K. Bro, the silence is getting so awkward it's basically suffocating everyone. Sirill tries to get the conversation started and asks if they hate talking, but the little guy just says he's not into it, and honestly, what a mood. Sirill goes full Pokemon Master mode and says, "Bet you're coming with me," then asks what they think. The dragon is just doing whatever he wants to him, and that side eye is straight up disrespectful. They start heading out, and Sirill decides it's finally naming time, so he asks the little guy if there's a name he actually likes. The dragon is totally shocked they actually know Emmy's name, especially since the guy has been living like a total background NPC this whole time. Sirill just flashes a grin, and the dragon is totally chill with whatever name he picks. Sirill tells him his new name is Dewey, and Dewey just rolls with it like it's no big deal. Our MC is putting all his faith in Dewey, and even though the reaction is a bit mid, it's not a total fail, so we definitely take those. Sirill asks about that gargoyle mimicry skill, wanting to know exactly how it works, and demanding the full scoop. Dewey breaks it down and explains that there are actually two different ways to mimic someone. First, I can turn totally invisible and make anything I'm touching disappear right along with me. They can straight up vanish, but you can still hear them or bump into them, and Sirill has to admit that's actually pretty sick. Got it. So what's the other one then? Dewey hits him with a super mysterious line about how the whole world around them is gonna change. Sirill's brain is totally lagging, so he asks for a quick demo and Dewey's down to show him how it's done. My crew is just hanging out over there, so let's go show everyone what we've got. The second he steps inside, his other dragon is right there to welcome him back like a total boss. The dragon waifus are looking super confused because they totally expected you to show up with a new kid. Sirill's like, she's literally right here, but everyone else is just staring at him like he's totally lost it. He's totally stunned, asking if they seriously didn't even notice her. Chris, that massive white Chad dragon, just laughs and tells him that those three only had eyes for him. Sirill just jumps into the intros anyway, introducing Dewey to Louise, Colette, and Chris. He turns to Dewey 8 and demands to see that other mimicry right now. Then Dewey drops a total bombshell and says she already did it, leaving Sirill looking completely clueless and totally lost. Chris has to break it down for him, basically saying, "Bro, I literally just told you. You're the only one they saw." And our clueless MC finally gets it. That's the other mimicry. Dew explains that he can actually warp how people see things, making them perceive the world in a totally different way. Sirill's brain instantly jumps to the worst-case scenario, asking if they could make some random weirdo on the street look totally normal. But Dewey just tells him to. But his brain is already in overdrive, and it's awesome because now they can totally hide those illegal galleon fields. He's putting everything on the line and asks Dewey if they can finally make a contract. Dewey just shrugs and says it's going to be a total piece of cake. Sirill asks if Dewey wants the contract explained, but the little dragon goes total tsundere and says he doesn't hate him, especially since it's just a friendship contract. The other dragon girls are just chilling on the sidelines, watching the whole thing go down like it's a total blast. And just like that, it's over. And our boy is honestly getting all emotional and feeling the love. He signs the deal, drops some blood on the magic circle, and boom, he just unlocked a massive new power. Chris is totally pumped because your shape-shifting power is insane, but the way you use it is the real key. Sirill's like, alright, let's see what this new skill can really do. And suddenly his whole body starts glowing. Then boom, he morphs into this giant epic dragon that looks absolutely insane. One of the girls is totally losing it, wondering if that thing is actually a Bahamut. Chris is totally losing it, laughing his head off and shouting Gwaha, because this new dragon form is just insane. Chris explains that this new power lets you turn into whatever people think you are, and since everyone sees you as the Dragon King, it's the perfect match. Meanwhile, that epic vomit form is straight up crying, proving our boy Elameo is a total emotional Dragon King. Fast forward a few days, and Sirill hits up the town hall to upgrade his whole setup because he's planning to build a brand new base out in the suburbs. Rose, the cute receptionist, is totally shocked. Has Sirill's guild really gotten this big already? He flexes and brags that between the princess's Phoenix and his 5 dragons, things are starting to get way too crowded. But he finally admits the real truth. He wants to grow way more galleon, so he's gonna need a massive field to pull it off. He's going big, like massive military fortress big, so his giant dragons finally have enough room to stretch out. Rose slaps him with the bill, telling him it's gonna cost a massive 500,000 reals every single year. Sirill is totally losing it because he can't believe it actually costs that much. Rose tries to help him out by asking why he doesn't just hit up the princess since they're so close, but he's way too proud and just says he's got it. He thanks Rose and tells her he's going to figure out a way to get that cash. Johnny heads back to base and drops some major bad news. Getting a ton of land is basically impossible right now, so now they're stuck with a tiny little home garden, and man, the downgrade is so real. He turns to his new stealth master and asks Dewey if he can hide the giant ship the moment it starts growing outside. But then Chris the Chad Dragon jumps in and asks if they really think that's enough. If that's the case, you're gonna raise it right in the dragon stable, so check this out. Then this absolute unit just rips a massive fire tornado right inside the stable. Sirill is totally freaking out, but that's just the beginning. Chris explains that Phoenix fire is actually the flame of life, and it can grow crops so fast it's basically the most OP fertilizer ever. Sirill's totally stressed for his friend, and asks Chris if things are getting too rough, but Chris just brushes it off and says he's gonna keep on shining no matter what. Then he just starts losing it and laughing like a total psycho again, because man, this guy seriously loves a good laugh. "Whoa, this is getting wild," he shouts. Chris gets totally serious and tells his buddy not to worry, because he's the only one who's actually cared about him for 3,000 years. Man, the bromance is literally off the charts. Sirill finally gets it, and he realizes you're actually doing just fine. "All right, I'm putting all my faith in you, so don't let me down." With Chris's fire farm and Dewey's hiding powers, their secret operation is totally safe. But then a sudden knock hits the door. Who could it be? Sirill answers the door, but he's totally caught off guard to see Yesha standing there. Look who it is, the princess herself, looking totally stunning and completely out of breath. And man, she is seriously down bad for Sirill. She's pouting about how cold Sirill is acting, but he's just totally clueless and asks if she's back for another request. She says the town official hit her up because Rose told them you need land for your guild base, and honestly, that receptionist is a total legend. He tries to act humble and say no, but she cuts him off, telling him she's got so much extra land he can have as much as he wants. She's basically begging him at this point, crying out, "Sirill-sama, please let me help you, I'll do literally anything." After seeing all that crazy simping, our boy finally gives in and says, "Fine, I get it since you're trying so hard." The princess is literally glowing with joy right now, and man, she is totally hyped. "I've got this," she shouts, totally hyped to back up her man. It's only been 3 days, and Sirill already scored a place to stay because the princess pulled some major favors for him. She totally brushes it off, acting like it's no big deal since they had some extra land just sitting there. The whole squad pulls up to their new base, and they're all just straight up speechless. And when I call this place a home, I'm being dead serious. It's a total empty wreck. This place is a total disaster zone. It literally looks like a massive bomb just went off. The princess asks Sue for her take, explaining that the whole place is just a recorded abandoned manor. But our MC is already on his grind, immediately asking if that means he gets some fields too. The princess straight up admits the whole place is falling apart and feels super guilty it's not some luxury resort. Sirill looks at the wrecked watermills and bridges and realizes that even though it's a mess, it's still a way better start than having nothing. He keeps it totally respectful and gives her a formal thank you, calling her Your Highness. She's literally sparkling because her senpai finally noticed her, and man, she is down bad for real. Sirill breaks it down, explaining that a manor is basically a village run by nobles to grow food for the whole kingdom. But his real plan is to stack up his galleons, so this total wreck is actually perfect for him. So our guy gets right to it, clearing the ground by popping a skill and torching every bit of junk in sight. The princess is totally losing it and asks what that skill even is, but he just casually drops that he's got contracts with Emma, a Slavic species, and a bunch of other dragons too. Talk about a massive flex. Then he just starts spawning fertilizer out of thin air like it's no big deal. Out of nowhere, the princess just freezes up, looking super embarrassed. Sirill asks if she's doing okay, and she tries to act like everything is fine, but you can totally tell she's lying. Turns out she was just daydreaming about how awesome it would be to have Sirill in her guild. But get this, she actually tried joining his guild first, but they rejected her just for being a princess, which is honestly so whack. Seeing her look so down makes Sirill feel like total trash since he can't do a single thing to help her. Suddenly, he has a total light bulb moment and remembers that new skill from his contract with Jewel that lets him change anyone's appearance. A bright light flashes and suddenly the princess is rocking a totally new look. She's in disguise now, so Sirill reminds her he definitely can't call her Your Highness anymore. She asks him for a brand new name, and he decides to call her Jan. She's totally obsessed, blushing like crazy and grinning, and man, this ship is basically sailing itself. Now that she's officially part of the squad, Sirill decides to finally let her in on his massive secret. He leans in and drops a total bombshell, revealing that he can actually understand dragons and talk to them just like they're regular people. Jan is totally blown away, but since it sounds way too sketchy, he decides they've got to test it out right now. The crew starts making their way right back into town. He calls over his dragon maid Louise to help him test out a little experiment. The plan is easy. Jan hops on Louise and whispers some lines, then Sirill repeats it all to prove he's the real deal. As soon as the ride's over, Sirill turns to Louise and asks, "So, what'd she say?" But Louise just goes totally silent, and man, it gets super awkward. She tells Big Boss she's not sure if she should be the one to say it, and that he really needs to hear it from her instead. Talk about some major drama. Sirill turns to Jan and spills everything Louise told him. She turns bright red like a total tomato because she's completely busted. She starts totally freaking out because he can never find out about that. She gives Louise props for not snitching, and when Sirill asks what's going on, she totally shuts him down too. He straight up asks if she was about to confess, and she just starts stuttering like a total mess. Everything finally clicks for Jan, and he's like, "Wait, you can actually understand dragon language for real?" She totally thought his dragon connection was just some basic passive skill from being a child of God. She asks if his old trash-tier guild even knew he had such a broken power. He told them the whole story, but they still kicked him out anyway. Jan gets totally heated for him, sulking and complaining that those guys have no idea what real talent looks like. Sirill's already moved on, and he's actually stoked that they finally kicked him out. He dipped, saying he'd way rather hang with friends who actually get him, like her. She's got a huge smile on her face, totally hyped to be the very first official member of his guild. They shake hands and lock it in, making the whole deal official. Fast forward a month and they've already got the whole base frame built. The dragons are super stoked to have all this room to hang out, but Louise is already being extra and demanding a comfy bed. Sirill says they built this whole thing themselves because hiring help would just get way too complicated once the farming really kicks off. He hits up Colette and Emma. They're super hyped as they hand him a basket. He peeks inside and sees a pile of tiny dragonfoot blades, realizing the job is finally finished. Our guy just finished making his very first batch of that top-tier dragon-tier incense, and he's looking totally hyped about it. Even his dragon wife is totally losing it, wondering how she actually gave birth to such a crazy masterpiece. The whole dragon squad is hyping him up, saying his work is absolute fire for a first try, and our boy is just soaking up all that love. One dragon actually drops some legit business advice, telling him to just hit up the Manhwa merchants since they'll definitely know what's up. So our boy pulls up to Jigo's shop, the absolute hottest spot in all of Manhwa. He struts in with his dragon like he owns the whole place, and the shopkeeper Colette is just like, "Oh, it's you again." She asks what's good, and my boy just slams a whole basket on the counter, ready to make a deal. He brags that he made this all by himself, but she's not convinced and gives him a major side-eye. She's down to check it out, and he's already planning to go big if she buys. This guy is a total businessman. Colette takes a massive whiff, and you can practically see her brain working. She knows this stuff is technically against the law, but she'll look the other way if the quality is fire, and she's totally losing her mind because the quality is insane. It's straight-up S-tier loot, and it's basically perfect. She's totally losing her mind and asks if he really crafted this god-tier gear himself, but our guy just hits her with a super casual, "Yeah." He finally spills the secret, admitting he kept his dragons marinating inside their stomachs to turn his own pets into living factories. Colette is totally speechless while our guy just pats his dragon like a proud dad, and even though his pets are built different, this one is acting like a total tsundere about it. Colette gets straight to the point and says she's down, but only if the quality stays this insane every single time. He turns to his dragon waifu, Halso Coletibra. Man, that name is a total tongue twister. And she's just like, "Don't sweat it, we're winning this." He double checks with the shopkeeper Colette, and yeah, things are about to get super weird. And get this, she's so blown away that she doesn't just buy it, she actually offers to pay double the price. She explains that high purity lets even low-level dreamers see everything clearly, making this stuff worth a fortune. But our guy is just stuck on that word double. because he's about to get paid big time. She slides over a massive 10,000 real church bill, which is basically a giant bank check for this fantasy world. She says it's just a down payment, and our boy is so chill he just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Boom! She wants to be his official sponsor, and just like that, Andy totally secured the bag. Next thing you know, he's meeting this big shot named Lone Laurent from the Chamber of Commerce because his guild is finally blowing up. This Lowen guy is really gassing them up, claiming the Dragon First Guild is basically all anyone's talking about right now. Our boy isn't a fool, so he cuts straight to the point and tells 8 he knows he didn't just show up to be nice. Lo just smirks all smooth and admits they caught him, then tells them to check out this awesome item he brought along. He pulls out this super flashy box and snaps it wide open. The MC's eyes pop out of his head when he sees the holy relic, and Lowen just smirks like, "Yeah, you already know." Lowen breaks it down for him, saying most holy relics are actually just total garbage made from Saint Bones or whatever. He knows you're doubting him, but man, this thing is actually legit. Just check it out. He pops it open and finds a bone, and he's literally like, "Wait, is that just a bone?" This isn't just some random bone. It's from the Holy Dragon King, the absolute legend who ruled all dragons before humans showed up and ruined everything. His pitch is basically telling him he's gonna be a legend, and since every legend needs some serious drip to flex on the haters, this relic is the ultimate status symbol. Out of nowhere, his OP Phoenix buddy Chris pops in and tells him to just buy it already, but the MC is totally stressing over the massive price tag. His legendary bird basically bullies him into saying he's fine, even though he's totally screaming on the inside. MC looks at Chris like, "Bro, you better not be messing with me. This is literally all my money." But Chris just tells him to sit back and watch. Suddenly, that bone shifts into a sick dagger, and our guy is totally losing it because the weapon is a literal transformer. Chris finally reveals its real name is the Legacy Phoenix Horn. Seriously, this holy tool is made from Chris's actual remains from one of his many deaths, because this guy's respawn game is just totally insane. Our main guy is totally losing it because these sacred tools are straight up god tier, but Chris just keeps it cool and tells him it's the real deal. So our hero finally drops the big question, asking what kind of crazy power-up this thing actually gives him. Chris drops the most insane order ever and tells him he has to eat it, and even though the MC is totally shocked, he's got to grind it up and swallow it down. And the best part? It's a total one-up that lets him cheat death like it never even happened. Straight up death. He's losing his mind over how broken that power is, but there's always a catch. He finds out it's a one-shot deal, and he's got to scarf down the whole thing himself, no sharing allowed. This is where our guy proves he's a total legend, ignoring his own safety just to snag 4 of these for his dragon crew because he's 100% ride or die for his... Chris thinks this is hilarious and starts laughing so hard that the whole room literally starts to shake. The Phoenix is actually getting emotional seeing you throw away an extra life for your dragons, because that is some legendary loyalty right there. Chris is so hyped that he decides to hook him up, says, "Bet, I'll make your wish come true," and then just snaps his own finger right off. Fireblood is literally dripping from his hand, but he acts like it's nothing, making the MC totally freak out and wonder what kind of monster he's actually looking at. Our boy is just standing there in total shock, completely speechless. Chris demands the horn, and our guy is way too terrified to even think about saying no. Nope. He pumps insane energy into the horn, making it glow like a legendary weapon getting a massive upgrade. He's like, "I just supercharged this thing, and now it's the Ralph Phoenix horn." Chris says there's only one step left and tells him to follow him back to their base. They arrive at the base, and Chris points right at a specific spot on the ground. He tells our MC to slam that horn straight into the dirt, and even though it feels super sketchy, he actually does it. Either way, he goes for it, and suddenly the whole ground starts shaking like crazy. A huge beam of light blasts straight into the sky. Our boy is staring straight up at this crazy pillar of pure energy. Chris is just vibing, and just like that, his wish actually comes true. But check out this insane buff. As long as his dragons stay inside the base, they literally can't die because they've got a total invincibility shield. Our guy can't even believe it, but he can feel this insane, crushing energy surging out of the pillar, and he knows things just got way too real. He gives his Phoenix pal a massive thank you, and Chris just shrugs it off like, "No sweat, man. That's what friends are for." Chris is just laughing because he knows that no matter what, the Dragon Squad is totally safe back at their base. Our guy is just soaking it all in because he didn't just score a base, he got a straight-up immortal fortress for his whole squad. This power-up isn't just for him and his dragons. It's a massive level up for every single member of the guild. Suddenly, our guy gets a ping that Rose is waiting for him at the town hall, and she needs him there, ASAP. Everyone is totally losing it, convinced that something massive is going down. Jan, the new girl, is crushing so hard she begged to tag along, and Sirill's totally down since she's keeping her powers on the down low anyway. They pull up to the meeting and Rose is looking totally locked in. But the first thing Jan does is look at them and go, "Yo, who even is this?" Sirill introduces her as a new guild member, but Rose's perception is totally maxed out, so she instantly realizes Jan is actually a noble. Jan is totally losing it while Rose realizes she's definitely seen this girl before, and my guy Sirill is sweating bullets because she's way too sharp. Rose stops messing around and gets right to the point. She's giving Sirill a mission, and he's basically stuck fixing a huge disaster that someone else caused. Get this, his old guild Lindworm totally blew it. A massive disaster hit the Dragon Ranch, and they totally messed up the rescue. The staff all managed to escape, but the dragons are still stuck inside, and that is a total disaster. Lindworm totally fumbled the assist, so now our boy has to step in because letting a dragon die is just not how he rolls. Sirill is totally down, but the second he agrees, the door gets kicked wide open. Check it out. It's Eric and Louise, those two total clowns from his old guild. This big shot captain named Eric starts getting super salty because he's totally being ghosted. He's stressing about looking like a loser if Sirill finishes the quest he failed. But honestly, he's already a total joke. Sirill's got no time for this nonsense, so he just looks at Rose and asks what she needs him to do. He's ready to head out right this second and tells her to send the mission info to his spot like a complete pro. Eric completely snaps at that attitude and starts yelling, "How dare you!" Sirill just drops the dragon lives are at stake bomb and bounces, leaving the guy totally speechless. As he's leaving, he flexes just a tiny bit of his power and makes the guy scream his head off. The whole squad is totally stunned, wondering when he suddenly became this insanely OP. Back at the base, our guy is getting his squad ready for the big raid, and he's bringing Emma and Dewey along for the ride. They're totally ready to scrap the second things get real. Colette's dying to join the team, but Sirill has to drop the truth that her combat stats are basically trash for a rescue mission like this. Instead, he just sticks her and Jan with all the prep work. They head out to get everything prepped and ready for the big plan. Chris is an absolute unit of a dragon staying back to guard the base, and he's totally their secret weapon. Sirill starts cooking up a sneaky plan, asking Dewey if her mimicry skill can turn them both invisible. She says humans are a no-go, but dragons are totally fine. Now that's definitely interesting. To test things out, he tries to blend into a wall and goes full John Cena mode. It works, but he has to stay completely frozen, which is a massive nerf. Dewey says she can keep the camo up while he moves, but it's gonna totally drain her energy. Sirill gives her some wholesome head pats and tells her to stop pushing herself so hard. He's totally counting on her to come through big time when the pressure is on. A little while later, Jan and Colette show up carrying a massive feast for everyone. Jan's totally lost and asks what he's even supposed to do with all this food. Our boy looks at all that food and decides to just inhale it, because his contract lets him store energy from everything he eats. So get ready for a massive food-themed power-up montage. Jen finally realizes that if he needs this much power, this mission is going to be a total boss fight. Sirill smacks his own face to get pumped and starts absolutely demolishing all that food. He looks like he's gonna puke from the pain, but he just keeps on going anyway. Dewey watches him and thinks he's a total weirdo for telling them to take it easy while he's literally destroying himself just to get stronger. Seeing how hard he's pushing himself gets the other dragons totally hyped and ready to go all out. Even Chris is blown away and says he's a total leader. Just as Sirill is stuffing his face, Chris walks right up to him. He says since he's sitting this mission out, he's got a little parting gift for his friend. He reaches out with his claw, and Sirill's eyes go totally wide as he finally realizes the truth. Sirill and his dragon squad are rushing over to a ranch where things just went totally sideways. He whips out the map and his dragon buddy points out the path, which is about a half-day trek around the mountain. Jew the slug dragon is like, "Yo, why don't we just take a shortcut and go straight through?" But Emma, the main dragon waifu, shuts him down instantly, saying she's not walking through all those grasslands and tells him to stop being a weakling and just carry her. But Sirill is a total legend and notices she's losing her breath, so he tells her to take it easy because he's actually worried about her. He tells her he's fine, But since she's not a cargo dragon, she'd just get totally wiped out, and Emma has to admit he's right. Jui says they should have brought Louise the dragon, since Sirill could just use his order power to keep her moving if she got tired. Sirill is totally obsessed with that life, but I'm not feeling that obedience collar at all, even if the guy actually has some standards. Emma argues that it's a total emergency, and he should just use his crazy OP dragon tools to force them to listen. But our boy isn't backing down, swearing he'll never use that power, and man, what an absolute king. Jui's like, "Told you, Sirilson is only this stubborn because he's looking out for the whole squad." He's trying to find a word that actually fits this insane level of dedication. Emma totally crushes it, and you gotta wonder if she's actually a master at this. Sirill turns bright red from all that hype, and suddenly he's got a huge burst of energy to keep on moving. But right as they start moving, Emma suddenly flinches out of nowhere. "Stop!" she screams, and our guy is just standing there looking totally confused. Boom! This massive dragon crashes down right in front of them and sends Sirill flying. And look who decided to show up. It's Louis, that blonde hater from the total trash Lindworm Guild. He's already charging up his power, yelling at them to quit playing dumb. This guy is straight up blocking their way, claiming it'll be a total headache for him if they keep going. Lindworm's entire reputation is on the line right now, and man, this guy is seriously obsessed with his guild's clout. Sirill tries to play it cool and asks if their guild is the one taking charge of the situation. Louis just scoffs and straight up admits they're doing absolutely nothing. Man, what a total clown. He unleashes 6 dragons on Sirill's crew, and our boy is stressed because he can't just crush them when they're only pawns in this guy's trash game. But here's the crazy part. The dragons just stand there and refuse to move, making Louis totally lose his mind as he screams at them to finally attack. Emma was actually having a quick mind chat with them, swearing that Sirill is the human I trust more than anyone. Just like that, the dragons decide A is chill and let him pass right through to Immortal. They actually flip the script and join Sirill's squad just to keep this loser away. Louis is totally losing it, screeching like a straight-up goblin for them to just kill him. He's totally losing his mind, screaming at his dragons that they're nothing but tools and shouldn't dare look down on him. So he pulls out his ultimate cringe lord power right in my face. He triggers a device that makes the dragons scream out in pain. No way. He actually whipped out that obedience collar, and that is just straight up dirty. Sirill is totally losing his mind right now. Louis' face is twisted with pure rage as he screams out Dioette's name. These brainwashed dragons start spamming attacks like crazy, so our boy has to go full main character mode just to dodge it all. Louis is still screaming his head off, telling the guy to just drop dead already. Even with their minds hijacked, the dragons are still trying to help Sirill, telling him to just go all out since they're tough enough to take the hit. They're totally right, these Slavic dragons are absolute tanks. Sirill figures the best move is to just knock them out without doing any real damage. He screams at Joey to use every bit of his power to hide both of them. Bam! A giant wall of smoke blasts across the field, and the dragons are just standing there looking super confused. Louis is totally clueless too, just looking around like a lost NPC. "Where'd he go?" he screams, looking totally clueless. Out of nowhere, Sirill teleports right behind him like a total ninja and tells him it's nothing personal. His big brain play actually worked since the dragons won't fight each other, and they're totally trash at tracking him down. He goes for him while Louis is totally distracted by his dragon's collars shorting out. Sirill lands a perfect right hook and drops him instantly, finishing the fight in just one hit. He checks on the dragons and sees they're a bit shaky, but they're totally fine. Louis cranked those collars to the absolute max, so now they're totally out of juice for a while. Emma's about to finish off the knocked-out Louis, but Sirill steps in and holds her back. He tells him to save his strength because they're gonna need every bit of it for the rescue mission. But don't worry, our guy definitely didn't go easy on him, and Jui even points out he aimed right for a vital spot, so Louis is gonna be out cold for a long, long time. Straight up savage. The dragons they saved are officially Sirill's biggest fans now, and they keep telling Emma she totally hit the jackpot with her master. Emma is straight up glowing because he's seriously the best master ever. Flashback to when Sirill actually scored a crazy rare phoenix horn from a legendary dragon. The phoenix promised Sirill won't go out like a chump as long as he's got that power, and man, that is some serious S-tier plot armor right there. The dragon's just sitting there wondering when his friend is finally going to use that broken OP item, and man, talk about some major foreshadowing. Back in the present, the crew finally makes it to the ranch, but the whole place feels super sketchy. This place definitely doesn't look like a ranch anymore. It looked way more like a total prison, completely covered in sharp barbed wire. Even the dragons can tell something's wrong, because this ranch should be a wide-open field, not a creepy fortress. So our guy finally locks in and they head straight inside. They spot a huge hole smashed right through the wall and head straight into the compound. And man, the whole place is just a total wreck. Emma can tell right away that a whole pack of dragons went totally wild here. The proof is all over the place. Giant claw marks, torched buildings, and ceilings that look like they've been chewed to pieces. She counts 6 different kinds of dragons, so get ready, because this is about to be a total raid boss showdown. They know they're in huge trouble if they have to take on that many enemies at once, and right on cue, a sudden noise makes them freeze in their tracks. Sirill looks up, totally stunned, wondering what the heck that thing even is. Then we see this total nightmare, a freakish monster made of different creature parts all stitched together. This thing is massive, super gross, and honestly just looks totally messed up. Its heads are like a crazy mashup of a dragon and a wolf, and they're breathing out some super gross smoke. Sirill knows exactly what this gross monster is. It's a chimera. So our guy finally spots this total nightmare of a monster. It's a total freak of nature, basically a Frankenstein dragon stitched together from different parts, and he finally realizes this ranch is a straight-up nightmare when the beast lets out a massive, ear-splitting roar. MC's danger sense starts freaking out, and he screams for his crew to dodge the incoming attack. The chimera just blasts a massive wave of fire out of nowhere, and everything goes absolutely crazy. But his little dragon Dewey gets caught in the blast and starts stumbling, and man, this is looking really bad. Even Sirill, that massive red dragon, is getting blasted, and our guy is just watching his whole team get absolutely wrecked. This monster is just spamming massive area attacks like a total noob who has no idea what he's doing. Our guy knows they're totally outmatched, so he tells his dragon to drop a smokescreen and hide them fast. They seriously need to get out of there, so our main guy makes the smart call to pull back and regroup before they all get totally wiped out. While they're laying low, they're all thinking the same thing. How did a beast this scary even get here? Our boy is sweating bullets and says he isn't sure, but he's definitely cooking up a really dark theory in that head of his. Sirill is totally the guy they need, so the MC starts scouting the whole place for any clues. Then it finally clicks that they aren't saving 6 separate dragons, but one giant monster stitched together from all of them. And honestly, that is a total nightmare. Sirill started shaking as he realized this one OP beast was the one who caused all this insane destruction. He's so blown away that he can't even finish his sentence. Seriously, how is something this twisted even real? Sirill gives him a look like, "Bro, we're here to save them, not die trying. So what's the actual plan?" So our guy tries to use his one special skill for some power of friendship magic, wishing he could just talk to the thing while he's totally freaking out. His dragon is looking at him like he's totally lost it, but our guy is going to give it his best shot anyway. He tells his crew to stay back while he heads in solo, acting like it's just a chill chat, but then he immediately tells them to be ready to save his skin if things get messy. Real confident, man. So here's the real plan. He tells Dewey to use her mimicry powers to cause a massive distraction on his signal, pulling off a total bait and switch. His dragon squad is right there on board, telling him to watch his step, because they know there's a 99% chance this plan is going to blow up in his face. Then this absolute legend just starts walking straight toward that deadly multi-headed monster. He gets right up close to try and talk, asking, "Yo, can you hear me?" The chimera basically just told him to get wrecked in monster language. It lunges instantly, and our guy barely dodges a bite that would have totally shredded him to pieces. He's frantically dodging for his life while still trying to talk things out, screaming that he's only doing his duty. He's getting absolutely nothing back but pure rage, and it looks like his special talking power is totally glitching out. He usually understands every word a dragon says, but this thing is just pure static and screaming, so he knows something is seriously messed up. Then it finally hits him. This thing isn't even a dragon anymore. It's turned into something way scarier. He's absolutely losing it at whoever made this beast, because they're treating life like some messed up science experiment. Suddenly, one terrifying thought from the chimera cuts through the noise, and it's all about me. He's totally frozen. Wait, is that really you, and is that seriously your real voice? The floodgates burst, and he's slammed by a wave of pure pain from the monster's mind, realizing it's hurting so much it just wants to die. Man, this story just got way too dark. Mark finally gets it. Having 6 minds mashed together has turned this thing into a total psycho. All it can do now is beg for the pain to finally end. Our MC's face goes totally cold as he realizes he isn't there to save them anymore, but to end their misery, whispering, "I'm sorry," while clenching his fist. Now he's going all in and putting everything on the line for one last move. He's going full power, launching a crazy huge attack straight at the beast. Then he just blasts it with a ton of magic right in its face. The attacks are just piling up and they're not slowing down one bit. A massive explosion goes off, shaking the entire area. Once the dust finally clears, a tiny voice whispers a soft thank you. The voice shouts that he finally hit the core, the exact spot where all that pain is coming from. At last, this thing is finally gonna die. Wait, look, something is actually moving inside all that smoke. But he's not finished yet, so he whips out a phoenix horn and gets ready for round 2. The dust finally settles and we can see everything. The rest of the bees just start falling apart. And wait, what's even happening? Wait, it looks like one part of that chimera is still totally fine. Then it transforms into a girl who stares at her hands in total shock, wondering why she's even in this body. "Alev?" she gasps, totally stunned, realizing that smashing the core didn't actually kill them. It just split them all up. Our MC and his dragon squad are just staring at them with their jaws on the floor, totally stunned. Our boy just flashes this massive smirk because he totally won the bet. And it turns out he wasn't even trying to kill it. He was actually trying to save it. He's standing in the middle of the trashed city looking like a total legend, knowing that to free the souls inside that chimera, this is the only way. He wasn't even sure if the revive would work, but his luck was on another level today and it was a total success. Let's go. Now everyone's eyes are glued to the fluffy girl who just climbed out of the ruins, and they're all like, wait, what kind of creature is she? Even the ancient dragons are totally stumped because they've never seen her before, and she's basically on a whole different level. Sirill tells him that back when she was a total mess of a chimera, he could at least spot all the different dragon parts they'd stitched together. Now she's a crazy mashup of all kinds of different dragons, like a total custom build. The new plan is to keep this girl a total secret, so Sirill tells his little dragon Jewy to use a mimicry skill whenever they're out in public just to stay safe. He gives Jewy a head pat and calls her his girl, and honestly, we're totally here for this wholesome energy. But then Jewy steps in and lands a massive hit of her own. She also reminds him that the second that massive chimera got deleted, she felt a bunch of weaker dragons lurking nearby. No time to waste. Our guy says they gotta go right now, and just like that, they're on the move. Next thing you know, he's back at the guild dropping his report. And get this, he actually managed to rescue 31 dragons. He tells the guild lady he dropped the survivors at the dragon dock, but since some were too far gone, he had to turn them into ash, and she just thanks him and says she gives him some major props here, telling him he did an awesome job saving them. But our MC is taking it pretty hard, admitting he only managed to save half of them. The guild lady starts roasting the rival guild, pointing out that Lindworm failed even with a whole Skoalba, while Sirill just went in solo and finished the job with absolute gigachad energy. Sirill's basically like whatever, since they're already a thing, and she promises to have his back if anyone tries to start drama. But then she totally flips the script. But wait, is something bugging you? She can totally tell you're hiding something. Sirill knows he's caught and finally comes clean, figuring she already knew about all the sketchy stuff going on at that ranch anyway. He straight up tells her it was way too much to handle, so he didn't hold back and torched everything until there was nothing left but ash. He's 100% sure that place is history, unless someone shows up with some seriously broken revival magic. Then he smoothly reminds her to pay up, and she just nods like, I got you, go get that bag. Then he follows that up by announcing he's brought a brand new kid with him, the giant dragon. Chris totally loses it and starts laughing his head off. He calls the new girl Bitsy and tells her that Sirill actually made a super smart move. If he'd actually handed her over to the government, they would have just erased her to hide their garbage experiments, which is honestly a massive yikes. Chris explains that for hundreds of years, humans have been trying to build their own dragons and failing every single time. All that work they're doing to mash these things together is basically hitting a massive dead end. But then Chris gets right in Sirill's face and shouts that he's actually super interesting. He says this new girl is a species so rare that even HE, a literal ancient dragon, has no clue what she is. He figures she's a totally new species, just a random accident from whatever those scientists were cooking up. So how did all this actually go down? Chris figures that when Sirill used his OP phoenix bone on the fake dragon, He forced all 7 souls inside to fuse together into one massive evolution. Chris flexes his muscles and shouts that since it's his horn, it's no surprise it can pull off a total miracle. Alright, so what's the move now? The new girl is shaking, but Sirill pulls a total main character move and tells her he's got her back, so she doesn't need to worry. She's totally lost and looking at him like he needs to save her. Her memory is a total blank, but she can still feel that something super messed up happened. It was honestly brutal and hurt like crazy. For real, there's no doubt that Ranch seriously messed her up. She asks if he's actually for real, so he just flashes a grin and tells her he's 100% serious. He scores some wholesome head pats and a massive, relieved smile. Since she's officially joining the squad, she asks him to pick out a name for her. He takes a second to think and then finally picks Chanel. Cannell is totally losing it with excitement, yelling back that she's super happy to meet them too. Chris tells her she can finally relax because his boy Sirill has her back. He suggests they make a contract, and while Chanel is totally lost, Chris explains it'll make them even more inseparable, so just roll with it for the plot. Sirill nods along, admitting that they might actually be right. They sketch out a magic circle, Syria drops a bit of blood on it, and the whole thing starts to glow like crazy. He's totally surrounded by this crazy light and he's just standing there in total shock. This move is basically, Chris is super hyped and immediately asks what kind of insane new power he got from the deal. Sirill throws his hand up and shouts the magic word, "Transform!" He switches up his form and boom, he's a totally different person. Chris is totally losing it because he's basically turning into a straight-up dragon. Chanel totally loses it thinking he's turned into a monster, but Chris sets her straight, explaining that their contract made him a hybrid, half human and half dragon. Sirill figures out he can swap between his human and dragonoid forms whenever he wants, basically unlocking his peak edgy demon mode. He can literally feel that insane power rushing through his whole body. Just how crazy strong is this new form gonna get? His power level is totally breaking the scale right now. He snaps right back into his human form, looking totally lost like he just woke up from a crazy long nap. His dragon buddy casually greets him, but our main guy is just standing there totally stunned by everything that just went down. Turns out his mana is totally tapped out and he's completely wiped from using that power-up. The dragon is shocked at how fast that form burns through energy, but our boy is already planning a grocery run because food is his only priority. But wait, another one of his dragon buddies dives straight out of the sky like a delivery driver. He slams a massive wild ox right at his feet, and the dragons tell him this tiny snack should keep him full for now. Next thing you know, our boy inhales the whole meal, bones and all, looking totally smug about having a literal black hole for a stomach. He tells the new girl he's a total dragon collector, which is exactly why he's got all these broken OP skills ready to go. But before he meets up with his dragon crew, he's got to see what this crazy new power can actually do. He goes totally beast mode, turning into a super dragonoid or something, and boom, he's finally reached his final form. The massive dragon is totally shocked because his stats just got a crazy boost. The dragon is totally ready to throw down, but our boy is looking pretty nervous and wondering if he's making a huge mistake. The dragon just laughs in his face, bragging that he's immortal, and these hits are basically tickles, but he's really just hyping our boy up to keep the fight going. He tells Chanel to back up right now because things are about to get seriously intense. 8 enemies? He's done playing around and charges straight in to start the brawl. He blasts a massive wave of fire right into the dragon's face, and man, sheesh, that's just wild. But he's not done yet, not even close. He rushes right in and starts letting his fists fly. It's either a fair fight or a total beatdown. He's straight up pummeling this dragon that's supposed to be unkillable. The dragon is actually sweating now, admitting his legendary healing can't even keep up with this insane beatdown. He's wondering if our boy can keep up this crazy speed, and the answer is a total yes. Just like that, he loses all his power right in the middle of the fight, and man, that didn't last long at all since he's already out of energy again. The dragon is straight up clowning on his own fuel economy because eating a whole ox for a 1-minute fight is a total scam. But even he has to admit that the power was absolutely crap. He's a total glass cannon now, and this form is basically his ultimate panic button. Even the dragon admits that in this state, he's officially the strongest human alive. No cap. He's totally geeking out over his new secret attack until he realizes everyone is staring right at him. Chanel is totally wiped out just from watching the fight, and her brain has basically short-circuited. She's so dizzy she can barely even stand, admitting that the fight was moving way too fast for her to even keep up. The dragon is cracking up because he can't believe this cute, dizzy girl is actually the source of all that insane power. Fast forward a few days, they're back in town and this girl is straight up obsessed. She's simping so hard for our boy Sirill that she basically treats him like a literal god. He showed her a tiny glimpse of his dragon form and it totally blew her mind, so now she's basically obsessed with him. She's still totally losing her mind over how insanely broken his new form is. They're calling him the ultimate dragon knight, and even though he's acting all shy, you know he's totally soaking up the hype. He's looking back at his massive glow up from just talking to dragons to actually becoming one, and man, what a legendary character arc. But then he remembers the massive catch. He has to stuff his face with a mountain of food just to keep his energy from hitting zero. His grocery bill is 3 times bigger than the rest of the squads combined, and this new power is straight up making him go broke. He's totally overeating monster meat for every single meal, which is honestly such a classic isekai struggle. She walks in with a total game changer of an idea to just hire a pro chef, and she's already got the perfect guy for the job. But he's not having it, because he's way too picky about who actually makes the cut for his squad. He's gonna vibe check them himself to make sure they're legit, which is honestly a total Chad move. She takes him calling her trustworthy as a total love confession and starts completely freaking out. This dude is totally clueless and thinks she's mad at him, but she's actually over here planning their entire wedding. She flips the topic back to his insane power and says a good meal is the secret to leveling up, proving she's already the ultimate supportive waifu. He's just hyped for a good meal, totally clueless that he's actually in the middle of a disaster. Right as he's zoning out, a bunch of random thugs show up ready to start some serious trouble. These dudes look like total generic NPCs, just some low-level trash villains. They start running their mouths, but our boy just treats them like total nobodies. They're literally flexing these low-rank mercs who'll do anything for money, basically admitting they're just using them as disposable meat shields. And boom, they finally drop the name Lindworm, and now his old trash-tier guild is back to start some major drama. They're basically telling him to just die and take his grudge against Lindworm with him. They jumped him the second his dragon army wasn't there to protect him, making it the perfect ambush. But he just smirks because they fell right into his trap. He catches them off guard and starts powering up. He transforms instantly, and the massive shockwave alone knocks those losers right off their feet. He didn't even need a full second to absolutely wreck these weaklings. Just like that, it's all over. He powers down, and the girl is left standing there totally blown away. She's back to being a total fangirl, losing her mind over how fast he just crushed that entire fight. Time to finish this, and she warns them that since she's a princess, one word from her is enough to get them all executed. But she's not letting them off the hook, rocking that scary yandere smile and saying she'll never forgive them for trying to sacrifice her man. He can totally tell she's low-key fuming, and honestly, it's about time he finally caught on. Back in the room, she wants her assistant to drag them to the cops, but our boy has a way better plan. He tells them to wait a second because he's finally got a genius plan ready to go. He drags her off to some random spot, and she's got absolutely no clue where they ended up. They're standing right in front of the Lindworm Guild Hall, his old home base and the place where all his problems started. He's been putting up with their crap for a while, but they just went way too far by dragging her into the mess. It's time for some serious payback, and he's about to walk right in and end this whole guild's career. Sirill pulls up to the Lindworm Guild and just barges straight in without even knocking. He just kicks the door down like he owns the place and says, "Excuse me, but bro, you are definitely not excused." And guess who he finds? It's Louise, the total clown who sent those thugs after him, and he looks completely freaked out. Louis totally shocked to see Beb, but the guy is just there to collect. Sirill hits him with a look so cold it basically says, "You look guilty as hell, so we're talking right now." Before Louis can even start stuttering, the prince steps up like a total boss and asks Sir Sirill if it's finally time to tell the truth. She's not messing around anymore and tells him straight up that she's about to expose him to the whole world. Then she drops the biggest truth bomb yet, telling him he totally messed up because she's not just some random girl named Jan. She's actually the freaking princess. Louis' brain just completely shuts down because he can't believe the truth is actually real. The princess doubles down and says she's gonna expose every single thing she saw and heard with zero filter. This dude is sweating so hard he's basically a human waterfall right now. He's straight up begging. Wait, no, that's actually us, but it's way too late for that now. Sirill totally ignores him and asks the princess to head over to the government office with him to file the official report. She's 100% down for this, because her main goal is showing everyone what total fakes these guys are. Sirill gives the fool one final warning. Drag your boss out here right now, or we're exposing every single secret you've got. Louise is totally freaking out, screaming for anyone in charge to get their butt down there right now. He just panics and starts running away like a total mess. Suddenly, they're standing right in the middle of this super fancy meeting room. Suddenly, the deputy guildmaster Pascal shows up in his glasses, looking totally shocked to see them. The princess shuts him down instantly, asking if he seriously thinks he hasn't been disrespectful enough already. Get him, queen. He and the other dude start bowing like crazy and begging for mercy, looking absolutely pathetic. The deputy finally fesses up. Louise totally hired a bunch of thugs to jump Sirill. He's right in the middle of making a threat when Sirill pulls a total power move and shuts him up, telling him not to even bother. He doesn't even care that he got jumped by some hired goons, but he's totally losing it because the princess saw the whole thing go down. He's totally on fire right now, and he just called the princess up to repeat every single word those thugs said. She remembers them bragging about how she's a lucky find and even comes with a bonus. Yikes. Sirill goes totally beast mode because those creeps actually tried to lay a finger on the princess. The deputy tries to backtrack, stuttering that they didn't know who she was, but bro, that is seriously the worst excuse I've ever heard. The guy starts sweating bullets again as he realizes just how much trouble he's actually in. If the king catches wind of this, the whole Lindworm Guild is getting wiped off the map. He's totally freaking out, desperately asking everyone what they're supposed to do now. Zero gives them two choices. They can settle this assault case right now, or he's telling the whole world. The deputy is straight up begging for just a second. He walks back in carrying a tray literally overflowing with cash. He drops 100,000 reals to make the whole mess vanish and asks Sirill if that's finally enough. That's it. Our guy stays totally chill and just shrugs it off with a simple, all right. The deal is done and he's officially got the goods. While they're heading out, the princess notices Sirill acting weird and asks him what's up. Out of nowhere, she says she forgot something super important and has to bolt right now. Sirill tells her to go handle her princess business, and she's gone in a heartbeat. He watches her walk away and then dips out himself. While he's on his way, he catches sight of a shop packed with dragon gear. Fast forward, and Sirill is finally back at his place now that the construction is totally finished. He starts things off by calling his dragon girls to come back inside. Everyone is dying to know what kind of crazy project he's been working on. Everyone charges inside, super pumped to be the first ones to see the new setup. But they freeze instantly, feeling like something is totally different. But for real, the vibe in this place is just totally wrong. They can't really explain why, but it feels totally awesome. Then they finally figure out what's on the menu, and man, this soil feels incredible. Sirill finally drops his master plan and reveals he replaced the entire floor of the stable. Then one of the dragons totally loses it because he realizes it's actually super rare bluegrass. Emma's a total genius and she already knows exactly what's going down. She's totally losing it because he's using bluegrass for the whole stable, and that's literally the most expensive soil you can buy. He just casually mentions he spent 20,000 oils on literal dirt, and the dragons are absolutely freaking out. But hold on, it gets even better. Sirill didn't just fix the dirt, he actually dropped a ton of cash to make sure they were super comfy. He shows off this massive crystal that's literally just floating in midair. It's a styre, basically a magic AC that creates the perfect mana vibe for dragons. It literally recreates the air from the Age of Dragons, making it a massive level up. They're all asking him how much Diaz actually paid for that insanely broken item. First, he blasts M with 80,000 reals, blowing his entire Achilles settlement just to pimp out their stable. And honestly, we have to respect this legendary dragon simp. His dragon waifu is so hyped she's basically crying as she thanks her master. And guess who's spying on this sweet moment from afar? It's the princess, and she thinks he's way more impressive than the rumors said. Turns out she wasn't just there to watch from the sidelines. She actually brought a guest along, and Sirill is totally stunned to see a high-ranking noblewoman standing right there. Yo, this is getting way deeper than we thought, and Countess Jardar is basically the biggest deal around. Sirill goes through the whole super formal introduction routine. The princess flashes a smug grin and says she's the one who finally opened the countess's eyes. The countess reveals she's actually a massive VIP for the Lindworm Guild. But after the princess spilled the tea on how trashy they really are, she's totally having second thoughts. She's seriously thinking about ditching those clowns and taking her business away. Now she's just waiting to hear what kind of deal Sirill's got for her instead. Sirill is totally losing it because she's planning to snatch Lindworm's biggest payday and hand it right over to him. The princess is still totally fuming, and she's definitely not letting them off the hook, because this girl seriously knows how to hold a grudge. And just like that, everything finally clicks for Sirill. That urgent errand the princess had yesterday was actually a big brain move to totally wreck his old guild. He catches her smiling and it hits him. This girl is way more powerful than he ever imagined. Our boy finally realizes that this is the one girl you seriously don't want to mess with. Sirill is digging for the truth, asking this lady what kind of sketchy deals she's actually making with the Lindworm Guild. His girl pulls him in close and whispers that he seriously needs to keep his cool. She tells him to chill because she picked a total beast to handle those guys, but Sirill is sweating bullets, praying he isn't being overhyped. Sirill demands the Countess spill the tea right now, because let's be real, nobody can touch Lindworm's totally broken level of power. But then the old lady steps in and tells everyone to wait just a second. First, you've got to see my kid. But wait, she actually brought her child along? That's a bit weird, but let's just roll with it. They follow her over to the wagon, and Sirill is looking totally freaked out. Then boom, it's not a kid back there, it's a straight-up dragon just chilling in the back. Our guy instantly realizes this is a super rare leaden species, and man, it looks absolutely incredible. The Countess is actually impressed because this guy seriously knows his stuff. So the leaden species are total lightweights in a fight, but they're so insanely gorgeous that dragons basically treat them like top-tier waifus. But then Sirill spots something super sus. The poor thing is locked down with a massive shackle, and it looks totally messed up. She asks him what he thinks of her kid, and since he's already totally simping, he just tells her she's beautiful. Basically, these rich nobles keep dragons just to flex on everyone and show off how much power their family really has. Sirill's brain is racing, thinking about how much gold it must cost to keep this dragon looking so fresh and clean. Then the Countess drops the big mission, asking him to take over her maintenance since Lindworm is out of the picture, and Sirill is just like, "Say less, I'm all over it." He asks if he can touch the dragon, and the Countess is totally cool with it. He walks right up and introduces himself, saying, "Yo, I'm Sirill, and you are?" The dragon drops the most savage comeback ever, telling him a vase doesn't even have a name. Man, that's gotta sting. Sirill's heart honestly breaks for her because it's just so sad she's been treated like a literal object for way too long. The dragon is totally stunned that he can actually understand her, and she even calls him a top-tier human. Bro literally just got called a Chad by a dragon. She's totally stunned and asks if he's actually serious about looking after her, because even though Lindworm treated her well, this is on a whole different level. Sirill gets straight to the point and asks if she really wants to be trapped, but she's totally given up and says she's just a bird in a cage. She admits her whole species is total trash tier, so they literally can't survive unless they belong to someone. And on top of all that, these chains are supercharged with magic, and she says even a top-tier dragon couldn't snap them. Sirill can tell she's totally given up, and even though the chains are heavy, her spirit is already completely crushed. But Sirill isn't having any of it, so he just screams transform and changes right on the spot. He just rips that magic shackle right off with his bare demon hand, and man, what a total flex. The Countess and the waifu are totally freaking out in the back, like, "Wait, what are you even doing?" Sirill just grins at the dragon and tells it that it's finally free to go wild and do whatever it wants. Then she finally spreads her wings and just takes off, zooming and flying around like she's got a crazy sugar rush. Everyone watching is still losing their minds over that absolute boss move. She is straight up having the best time of her life. If she comes back huffing and puffing and just says, "Phew, that was a blast," she thanks him, and he just plays it totally cool, telling her it was no big deal. He turns to the Countess and asks, "Now this is beautiful. What do you think?" The Countess is totally stunned and can't even say a word. Watching that dragon fly free and look so epic is honestly the most beautiful thing ever. He drops a total truth bomb, saying dragons were never meant to be kept in chains and locked away. They belong right out in the open, looking totally epic. Just like that, he totally wins them over, and even the Countess is nodding along, completely agreeing with him. And yeah, she's totally down for it. She finally realizes this guy is the real deal and totally deserves the princess's trust. She thanks him and says she wants to keep this partnership going for a long time, and just like that, the deal is officially locked in. So the whole thing is finally being locked in. The Countess says she's dropping the cash for the deal by tomorrow. But Sirill stops them right there and asks for something else first. He doesn't even care about the money. He just wants to meet her dragon food supplier, proving he's the ultimate dragon dad. The Countess just cracks up and calls him a total weirdo. His girl asks why he's working so hard, and he just says he wants the rest to eat well since that one had such a nice coat. Honestly, this guy's heart is literally... He just wishes everyone treated dragons right as a rule, instead of it being some weird, rare thing. The very next morning, he gets called straight to the guild. The receptionist tells him a new job just came in, and it's meant specifically for Dragon First. First off, she didn't just contact the guild, she asked for him specifically, saying she's proud to be his personal receptionist, and he's definitely feeling himself after that. He asks what the mission is, and she tells him to hold on while she reads the list. He's totally lost, and that list is actually a massive stack of favors he's got to deal with. He's looking around in total shock, wondering just how many of these guys are actually there. She's literally counting every single one of them. The stats are totally wild. With a G97 collection and 46 extermination missions, this dude is basically buried in work. He stops right there, totally confused about what the heck is actually going on. Then another wild adventure pops off in the background, and it's like, seriously, how did you not see this coming? Word is spreading fast that Sirill's guild totally swiped the Countess's massive contract right from under Lindworm's nose. Everyone trusts him way more than the biggest guild in town, so now he's handpicking the best jobs because he's officially a superstar. The receptionist says most of these guys are just clout chasers trying to get in with the hyped-up new guild. Sirill doesn't even care about the cloud because he just wants to make sure his dragons don't push themselves too hard. Honestly, what a total king. He still asks to see the list anyway. She hands him the messy pile and he starts flipping through it right away. While he's scrolling through the list, he spots a bunch of quests that are honestly just trash. She asks what's going on, but he's already spotted something totally insane. They're on a mission to save a baby dragon stuck on a cliff, and the receptionist is totally shocked because she's used to saving kittens, not dragons. Sirill instantly claims the job, but she warns him that 5 reals is basically pocket change. But our guy is a total hero, and there's no way he's just gonna walk away when a baby dragon is in serious trouble. Honestly, that is just classic Sirill for you. Now we see a tiny dragon cub totally terrified and trapped on a huge cliff, but hang tight, little buddy, because the dragon chat is already on the way to save you. Our boy and his dragon waifu Louise are on the hunt, scouting the area to find the exact spot. He's checking the map, but she totally recognizes the place since it's right near where they saved that princess. And honestly, this guy collects damsels in distress like they're rare Pokemon cards. He asks if she's helping again, and she's like, obviously, since she's the only one who knows this garbage area, but he tells her he'll just handle it himself if things get too annoying. Louise is way more than just a side character, because once I transform, it's an easy win no matter what's going down. Then he spills the real reason he needs her and asks, by the way, what kind of kid are we even saving? The quest info says it's a Barrawool, so Louise is totally down to go save the little guy. They reach the edge of the cliff and finally lock eyes on their target. He looks down and spots a tiny fluffy dragon shaking like crazy, pointing it out as the one they're looking for. Louis checks the place out and says the ground is straight up garbage, so there's no way they can just walk in normally. Our MC decides to handle things himself, triggers his epic transformation, and gets ready for a total beatdown. He zooms down the cliffside like a straight-up superhero. He snatches up that tiny puffball so fast you'd totally miss it. Once they're back on the ground, Louise is totally blown away, saying he moved so fast she could barely even see him. She jumps straight into Big Sister mode, asking the kid if they're hurt anywhere. The little dragon looks up and goes, "Big sis, who are you anyway?" But then the kid looks right past her at RMC and suddenly goes dead silent. Louise's eyes suddenly pop as she realizes, hold on, this definitely isn't Barrawool. Plot twist. This little kid is actually a total purebred. Our MC is completely losing his mind because his luck is way too cracked to actually score a purebred like this. Louise drops a total bombshell, revealing that purebreds are the legendary OG dragons, not the weak clones the Dragon Knights ride, and they're super hard to find. This is insane, like 1 in 10,000 rare, and my boy just hit the ultimate jackpot without even trying. Even Louise has to admit she's never actually seen one of these things in person before. While they're busy geeking out, the kid is just locked onto our main guy. Then she drops a total bombshell and just says, "Daddy?" Our main guy is totally freaking out and swearing he's just a regular human, but the kid isn't buying it after seeing him look different earlier, And that's when Louise finally connects the dots. She finally realizes he's talking about his monster form, and once our guy catches the hint, he triggers his transformation again. And just like that, the kid totally loses it, jumping into his arms and screaming, "I knew it! You're my dad!" He powers down right away, totally wiped out from using up all his energy. They finally realize it's a total case of imprinting since his dragon form was the first thing she saw, so now he's officially her dad. Congrats on the sudden fatherhood. Louise is totally losing it because a purebred imprinting on a human is basically a legend, so they seriously hit the jackpot. Trying to be a solid dad, our guy asks where she was born so he can track down her real parents. He switches it up, asking where they were the very second they first became self-aware. The kid points and everything goes wild, but she vanishes in a blink, leaving him totally stunned by her insane speed. That's a massive understatement, guys, because this kid is straight up leaving everyone in the dust. Louise is already gasping for air and can barely keep up, asking how she's even moving that fast. Turns out purebreds are built for insane speed bursts, while their dragons were actually modified to handle long-distance travel. Purebreds are basically just sprinters, while these guys are like marathon runners who never run out of steam. They're losing her fast, so the MC tells Louise to step back and triggers his transformation again. Even with his crazy OP powers, he's barely hanging on and his stamina is straight up tanking. Luckily, she stops right there and yells, "Dad, over here!" He finds her right next to a massive, busted eggshell, and it turns out this is the exact spot where she first hatched. She said she got super freaked out when she couldn't find her dad and went looking for him, which is honestly just way too cute. That's when he notices something lying right there on the ground. He finds a piece of a claw that probably belonged to her real parent, but right as he grabs it, the kid asks where Louise is, and hearing she's resting makes the little guy feel totally guilty. Bigya breaks down and screams that she's sorry. He rushes back to save Louise, and right as he's transforming, he touches the pure bread claw fragment. Wait, this transformation feels totally different than before. He shifts a bit, looks down and realizes his foot has completely transformed. He just absorbed that claw and walked away with a totally free power-up. He finally takes his fresh new kicks for a spin to see what they can really do. And man, he's moving way faster than he ever was before. We're talking 10 times faster than a horse, making this kid a total speed demon. But wait, there's a massive catch. This energy drain is straight up crushing. He's totally wiped out and done for the rest of the day. But he's acting totally chill just to look cool for his new daughter. Right then, Louise finally catches up, totally out of breath and complaining about how fast he was moving. I mean, both of these guys are totally wiped out. Louise is totally wiped out and looks like she's about to drop any second. Since he's actually a solid master, he steps up and gives her a ride back. They get their camp all set up and finally take a second to just hang out. Once he's done eating, he realizes that since he absorbed that claw, he can probably do the same to anything else, and his potential to get stronger is now totally insane. The next day, he brings the kid back to their base, and she is seriously hyped to go. But first, she's gonna need a name. He makes up his mind and decides that her name is gonna be Lee. He zips across the room in a total blur, and just like that, the new family finally heads out on their big adventure. They get back to base and meet his old buddy Chris, a massive fire dragger who instantly spots the new addition and points out how rare it is to see a purebred. Lee is totally hyped as she introduces herself, telling everyone she's here with her dad. Chris can totally tell our MC has gotten way stronger, but he just plays it cool and says he'll explain everything later. He's got some massive plans cooking, so he asks Chris if he can snag that phoenix horn. This guy is actually trying to steal immortality right now, and his leveling speed is honestly just broken. Sirill is out here with his shirt off, ready to go toe-to-toe with his dragon waifus for a crazy training session. His main dragon maid Louise is looking super nervous, basically asking if he's actually ready for all this smoke. But our guy is just standing there looking like a total boss with his arms crossed, telling Louise to hit him with everything she's got because he knows it won't even leave a... This guy is so full of himself he says her attack won't even tickle, but he's about to get a massive reality check. Louise just sighs like, all right, bet, and starts cranking her power up to the max. Right as she's about to blast him, a random girl on a horse suddenly shows up looking totally lost. She's screaming her head off, and seriously, Bobby, what are you even doing? Then she just pops out of nowhere and whacks him with a stick, totally wrecking poor Sirill. He's bleeding out from everywhere, but he just grunts and triggers his geo-transform. Once the smoke clears, we find out that whole crazy fight was actually just a massive test. Then he explains that he absorbed a phoenix horn to unlock his insane immortal dragon form, which is exactly what they were trying to test out. He shows M where he got hit, but there's not even a mark because he healed in a flash. This guy is straight up OP. He's basically invincible as a human now, and his dragon maid gets pretty bummed out, asking if he even needs her help anymore. But hold on, there's a massive catch because this new form burns through his power 10 times faster than before, which is a total nightmare. He still needs Louise's sleep healing for the small stuff to save his mana, so she's definitely still in the game. He's super hyped that he finally has the power to protect everyone, which is honestly such a classic main character move. Then the new girl Jen jumps in, saying that's exactly why she showed up today. She was busy grinding in the castle archives and stumbled onto some crazy info about a legendary item. She whips out a book about something called rainbow salt, or canchiel, if you want to be all fancy about it. It looks like totally normal salt, but once you sprinkle it on your food, the flavor actually starts changing the longer it sits there. It's basically RNG seasoning, and since the flavor is a total gamble, nobody even touches it. Sirill is totally sick of the same old flavors, so this is a massive game changer, and he's beyond hyped that Jen found him the perfect match. He doesn't waste a single second and asks exactly where they can score this stuff. She explains it's a super rare drop you have to farm yourself or request from the guild, especially since none of the pro chefs even use it. Then she hits him with that classic line, asking if he's busy. He asks her to go on a date quest with him tomorrow, and he's totally hyped to get started. Our boy is still down bad as ever, so he says yes without even thinking twice. The next morning rolls around and they're finally hitting the road. He even brought another dragon named Colette just to carry his gear and snacks, then told her to spawn some fruit for him. She's basically a walking inventory packed with snacks, and honestly, she's a total lifesaver. But the second he takes a bite, Jen starts totally freaking out. She's totally losing it because the banana touched Colette's lips first, which counts as an indirect kiss, but come on, she's a dragon and needs to chill. She just tells him to forget the whole thing, leaving our guy standing there totally clueless. Jan quickly changes the subject, pointing out how wild it is that he can just eat food from a dragon's stomach pouch without even thinking twice. She says most people would be totally grossed out, but he's just standing there looking half confused and half chill. Right on cue, Colette asks if he wants seconds, and he totally loses his cool. Out of nowhere, he catches a super creepy sound coming from far away. Everyone freezes in place as Jan warns them that he hears something nearby. She thinks it's just the wind, but our guy knows the truth. That's definitely a monster's roar. He takes off running and screams for them to wait up because this is the real deal. He bolts forward to see what's going down. He looks over and sees a giant golem throwing hands with a girl who looks like a total dragon knight. Jen is totally losing it, but Sirill just locks in like a main character and tells him he's got this covered. He triggers his ultimate move right away and goes through a massive transformation. He switches to his dragonkin form, speeds right at the golem, and deletes him in one hit. It's a total wipeout. The Dragon Knight girl is totally losing her mind. Sirill powers down, admitting that move was a total energy killer, so he had to end it fast while the girl just stands there completely stunned. Time for some intros. The girl he saved is Rosalie Lane, but the second he says his name is Jan, she totally loses it. She stops him like, "Wait, you're really from Dragon First?" Because it turns out she's a total fangirl. She starts totally geeking out, screaming that they're the hottest guild around and that even their horse is legendary. She's totally losing it because Jan's princess horse isn't even flinching at the dragons, and apparently that's a massive deal. Rosalie is totally obsessed with that old school vibe since you barely ever see a legit dragon knight anymore. Most guilds are expanding like crazy these days, so solo riders are basically going extinct. Our guy just lets out a sigh since he's totally not used to everyone hyping him up like this. Rosalie explains that her easy monster hunt went totally sideways when a golem suddenly ambushed her. She gives him one last thanks and then she's out of there. As she speeds away, Jan is left totally stunned by what an absolute pro Rosalie is as a dragon knight. Sirill's got a totally different vibe, Aya. He thinks Rosalie is awesome, but her dragon is way too creepy for him, and Jan is 100. His dragon hears this and gets totally triggered, acting like he's way too legendary to be compared to some loser like EA. This guy starts backpedaling instantly, telling Colette he wasn't talking about her and that he actually meant the wyvern he rented earlier. Yeah, that was a pretty weak save. He's desperately trying to explain that the whole thing was just a massive misunderstanding. Colette is still death staring him, but she's got the whole situation totally wrong. He's breaking out in a cold sweat because he knows he just totally blew it. They show up right at the last second, and now we finally get to see it. And bam! Right in the middle of the clearing is this insane glowing tree covered in shiny crystals, the legendary Arkansas gathering site. They finally made it. It's Garrett. The squad finally pulls up to Lake Garrett, and they're totally blown away by the view of rainbow crystals scattered all over a glowing, multicolored lake. He's just standing there, totally soaking up all those epic, sparkly fantasy vibes. The princess explains that these aren't just basic rocks, they're actually Arkansas crystals that pop up when the water levels go wild. Colette the dragon waifu is totally chill about it, saying she mines this stuff all the time and offers to go grab some for the group. Sirill's ready for a taste test, so he tells the princess they're heading out to hunt. You know, for science. Out of nowhere, the bushes start shaking, and it's clear that something is lurking right there. A wild boar pops out, and our guy is already seeing a massive feast, so he's not letting this meal get away. He doesn't even hesitate, firing a massive blast of energy that lights that pig up like a neon sign. But this boar is built different, smashing right through the attack and charging straight for them. Sirill doesn't even hesitate, going full Chad as he tackles the monster head-on. The girls are totally losing it because Sir Sirill is suddenly acting like a whole different person, and they can't even believe what they're seeing. The princess is shocked by how much stronger he's gotten, especially since he didn't even have to use his transformation skill. The MC finally catches on and realizes that taking down a wild boar with his bare hands is actually a massive flex. They toss that thing over the open flames, and the whole crew starts stuffing their faces. He takes a bite, and his eyes go wide because this isn't some basic pork chop. It's straight up next level. He's yapping about everyone getting sweeter and spicier, and those Arc and CL crystals are basically just massive cheat codes. He gives Colette a massive shout-out for being a total legend and snagging all the loot. A bit later, he's checking out his new stats and realizes his raw strength has definitely hit a whole new level. Snagging a power-up that doesn't even drain your energy is a massive W. Sirill says it's way more complicated than that, and he can't just keep spamming his dragon form. He actually tried to absorb parts from other dragons to change his form, but the skill totally glitched out, and he got absolutely nothing. He's starting to realize his power only works on dead things because it's tied to the soul, especially since the phoenix horn came from an immortal, and the other item was literally from a corpse. The princess realizes right then that her own powers aren't going to do a thing either, but then she remembers, wait, she's actually got a massive stash of relics from the DEA dragons. She totally flexes her royal status, bragging that her vault is literally overflowing with them. Right in front of them, she pulls out this totally epic pendant. That's a Mizukai scale, a crazy rare drop from a phantom dragon that makes shield barriers, and people actually used them for Emin carriages back in the day. She tells him how this exact scale actually saved her life when a massive landslide totally wrecked her ride. And just like that, she holds it out and offers it right to him. Our guy tries to act all noble and tells Jan she's the one who actually needs that protection. But then she drops the ultimate comeback, telling Sir Sirill she's always by his side as a perfect leaf now, and man, he totally got played and he knows it. But he actually reaches out and snatches the pendant. He balls up his fist and swears he's going to protect her, no matter what it takes. The scale in his hand starts glowing like crazy as massive power surges through it. But then he stops and asks what's wrong. Out of nowhere, the smell of their food just disappears, and Sirill transforms instantly because he senses danger. The ground literally explodes around them, stopping a massive attack that nobody can even see. He instantly powers down, totally wiped out and gasping for air as he wonders what just went down. The princess says the scale just kicked in by itself, popping a shield that blocked the hit and proving the Mizuchi scale's power is the real deal. Sirill's super hyped because if he masters this, he'll be the ultimate tank for his squad. Back at the base, they need some targets to hit, so Colette just casually spits out 3 perfect human figures like it's nothing. He's just standing there like, how are you even supposed to handle something that insane? She straight up says she swallowed some dirt and crushed it into a solid rock inside her stomach, which is honestly such a wild power. Sirill's mind is totally blown that his dragon waifu is basically a walking clay factory. Alright, let's give this a test run and see what happens. He tells his super cute pony daughter Lee to get somewhere safe. She gets an idea and just zooms off with a huge smile on her face. But man, Colette is looking seriously jealous right now. She's legit pouting because she didn't get any head pats, so she starts a massive fight with the Phoenix Dragoon Creus just because she's salty. Sirill has to step in like a totally fed-up dad and tell them to save the games for later. Chris gets into position, ready to absolutely wreck those dirt dummies with a massive blast. 4! Sirill screams, transform, and throws up the barrier. He shifts into his dragon form right as Chris blasts him with a massive wave of fire. Huge flames swallow the whole place, but Sirill doesn't even flinch as he tanks the entire blast. It worked. He actually pulled it off. Somehow, the barrier actually held strong against Chris's insane OP flames. Everyone's jaw drops, but Sirill admits he used dirt clones because he didn't want to turn his actual friends into human barbecue. Definitely a smart call. He can pull off the move, but there's a huge catch. He only lasts 3 seconds, and he's going to need at least 30 to actually stand a chance in a real fight. Chris, the massive Phoenix, jumps in and says he's actually got a way to fix this. And just like that, our boy is totally locked in and begging for the details. And the way they're gonna fix this is, choice number 1 is to literally eat a dragon. Sirill is totally losing his mind because he's actually supposed to eat a dragon. First off, Chris explains that eating a dragon's soul is basically the ultimate cheat code to get crazy strong fast. Our boy stares him down and just says Chris, in a voice that makes it clear he's about to absolutely wreck him. The Phoenix just starts cracking up, shouting that he was only kidding and what a massive troll he is. Sirill is not having it, and honestly, that kind of talk would totally set me off too. But Louise is totally confused and asks, wait, option 1? Since when were there other choices? Right then, he figures out he was totally played, and that there are way better options that don't involve eating people. So he straight up asks what the real plan actually is. Chris finally drops the ultimate truth about a dragon orb that's going to fix this entire mess. Wait, what's that glowing thing over there? That massive dragon just casually dropped a dragon orb like it's no big deal. The entire squad is completely stumped and has no idea what's going on. Even though he's got a literal harem of dragons, not a single one of them can explain it, which is honestly a massive fail. The massive dragon boss is totally done talking and is ready to just go all out. Our guy thinks he's scoring an easy power-up, and the dragon is totally down to make it happen right then and there. But wait, there's a huge catch. Someone actually has to cook this dragon orb thing. So Colette is officially out of the count, and while the other dragon girl is getting super salty, the big guy just laughs and tells her she's not built for this. Man, she's still totally stressed, but the giant dragon drops a major clue. Pop quiz. Who here eats like a tiny bird? It turns out being a foodie is a total deal breaker for this job, so he tells her straight up that she's benched for this play. She's totally ghosting him now, but our guy finally uses his last 2 brain cells to realize that if Mushesu types eat a ton, then Lee must be one of them. He's just about to bench the weak dragon, but she suddenly pops up out of nowhere, shouting that she's ready to go and carry the team. Our MC finally gets it. Someone has to step up and eat. So they pick Louise the maid dragon since she's a plant eater who can seriously pack it away. Emma the fire lizard is tapping out because her metabolism is so insane she literally burns calories just by standing there. He turns to the MVP Louise to see if she's ready, and she's like, say less, it's time for an all-you-can-eat dragon buffet. Colette tries to share some fancy human snacks, but Louise rejects them to stay slim, and surprisingly, our MC actually uses his brain for once to remember that dragons have a totally different diet. The crew starts fighting over what dragons like to eat. One guy says he can just unhinge his jaw to swallow anything, and the other is complaining about his mouth tingling. Man, dragon problems. Our guy is just nodding along like he totally gets it, acting like that's some top-tier logic right there. Pro tip, never give your dragon wasabi, because Louise is straight up devouring the entire forest right now. He asks Emma if she wants her steak raw, and she's like, duh, only peasants actually cook their food. Louise is totally maxed out and can't eat another bite, so props to her. But now it's finally time for the main event. The big boss dragon starts a massive brain dump, beaming the secret recipe for a dragon orb straight into Louise's head like a piece of DLC. Magic is surging everywhere and sparks are flying like a total light show. Louise is completely shook, her brain basically exploding from all that crazy news. He asks if she's following, and even though her brain is still totally buffering, she manages to squeeze out a yeah. She turns to her master asking to chow down on the lem cook, and he's totally down for it. She powers up those glowing magic circles, and you just know things are about to get wild. Boom! She pulls it off and creates a glowing energy pearl, and just like that, she's finally got the dragon orb. Our guy is gripping this thing like he just scored a legendary gotcha pull, and with it glowing this much, you just know something crazy is about to happen. The dragon tells him he can chew it if he wants, but it's way better to just swallow it whole, so now our guy is actually about to eat a magic battery. He tosses it in his mouth and instantly regrets it as his stomach starts going wild, and he's just like, what is even happening right now? He says it feels like dried seaweed blowing up inside his stomach, like he literally just swallowed a magic space-saving sponge. The dragon is losing its mind laughing because that's pure energy right there, and even though chewing it would have been a nightmare, our MC has zero chill and is already planning to munch on it next time. A dragon orb is basically a massive energy boost for dragons, but for a regular human, it's like chugging a literal nuclear reactor. It finally clicks. He can use his dragon harem like a walking power bank, so if he's ever low on energy, he just gets them to feed him a snack. Total genius. More dragons mean a way faster recharge, which is basically a cheat code, but there's a huge catch. But get this, you can't actually stockpile these because they're fresh made only, so forget about hoarding a massive stack of energy potions. But the massive dragon is just laughing his head off because that wasn't even a real nerf, and he's still way too overpowered. He's super hyped because this means way more dragons will want to join his harem, and since more dragons means more power, it's a total win-win for him. It's time for a test run, so Chris goes full demon dragon just to see how massive his new energy bar actually is. I'm not even kidding. He looks absolutely insane right now, like he just went full beast mode. It only lasts 5 seconds, which sounds like total trash, but it's actually a massive upgrade and he's already cooking up some crazy new plays. That huge dragon is completely hooked like he's watching a peak anime, and he's basically warning them that they better not let this arc get boring. Next thing I know, we're dropped right into a rocky valley and it's time for a side quest. A pack of wolves suddenly surrounds him, and our guy doesn't waste a second before popping his ultimate move. This isn't just a small pack, it's a massive swarm of over 100 wolves, and it's the perfect time to start farming some serious XP. He jumps straight into the action and starts totally wrecking these weak little monsters. But his 10-second timer hits 0 right in the middle of his combo, turning him back into a weak human. Talk about awkward. He's about to get jumped, so he screams for backup. Lois! She comes through big time with a new dragon orb, giving him an instant power boost just before he becomes a snack for those wolves. Turns out these aren't your average wolves. They're actually elite mobs, and Jen definitely wasn't capping when she said this quest was gonna be insane. He's completely out of energy again right as a fresh pack of wolves blindsides them, and man, his luck is just the absolute worst. These wolves are actually playing it smart, and are moving in from the sides to trap him. Luckily, Emma the fire lizard jumps in to have his back and asks if he's doing all right. He levels up again and is hyped for round 3, so no more messing around. It's time to end this right now. Boom. Mission accomplished. And now they're back at the office to hand over all the loot they found. And when I say items, I mean a straight-up mountain of wolf heads. It's totally savage. The poor receptionist is literally shaking in fear, so she signs off on the quest super fast just to get those things away from her. Sirill confirms the mission is finally complete and gives the squad some major props. Our boy asks Colette if she wants the leftovers even though they look sketchy, but she's totally down because she refuses to let good food go to waste. But Sirill stops him right there because she's actually got a message from Princess Jan. Talk about a total plot twist. Our guy is totally confused why the princess is using official channels instead of just sliding into his DMs. So the government actually has to double-check his total body count and deal with all that annoying paperwork first. She brings up Dragon Knight titles, and get this, they're strictly for solo players, not guilds. She's basically telling him he's getting a massive promotion, but our MC is so clueless he's just like, wait, titles matter? Honestly, bro, you need to read the patch notes. She breaks it all down for him. Once the government confirms he clapped all those wolves, he's officially becoming a 1-star Dragon Knight. Talk about a massive rank up. Back at the base, he finds the little beast girl Chanel and warns her she's got to stay under the radar. She's got major FOMO watching everyone else go on quests, so he finally lets her help out as long as she stays with Jui, who can use a disguise spell to keep her hidden. Jui officially asks to bring that little gremlin along for their next big mission. Now Lee's jumping into the fight too, and the whole lolly squad is finally showing up. So their big scary mission is literally just picking flowers, El Mayo. But since they're medicinal, this fetch quest is actually a huge deal. The little squad is working like crazy to grab all those super rare herbs. They scored big time. Just look at all those baskets. They totally wiped the whole place clean. They start bickering over who actually won their little bet, then decide to head back to town to get paid. Turns out Lee is a total beast at foraging, and she absolutely crushed the competition like a straight-up legend. They head back home to check in with their dad, and even though he was super worried, they totally crushed the mission like absolute pros. Everything went super smooth, and now they're all rocking flower crowns, which is honestly just the cutest thing ever. Sirill is totally blown away when he finds out his Dragon Knight skills only earned him a 1-star title, and he's just standing there like, wait, are you serious? Rose just gives me a huge grin and says, taking down a whole pack of Tony Binwolves solo? That's a total S-tier move. Sirill's still trying to wrap his head around this star system, which is basically just a gamer tag for Dragon Knights. Rose gives him the lowdown. The government hands out these stars like trophies for knights who pull off insane stunts. You get 1 star for being a pro, 2 for being an all-rounder or training a rookie, and 3 for doing something totally legendary that's never been seen before. And even, Rose says this is how normal people can spot the real legends, and he's gotta admit, she's totally right. She tells him the official results drop in a few days, so he just needs to stay cool for now. Our guy finally realizes Jan set this whole thing up just to get him some hype, and man, she's the ultimate wing woman. 3 days later, Sirill finally gets the letter making him a legit 1-star Dragon Knight. But the second he walks into the government office, he can tell the whole vibe is totally off. A butler leads him to a waiting room and tells him to just chill for a bit. This isn't some basic waiting room. It's totally decked out with massive chandeliers and super fancy velvet chairs. He takes one look around and realizes this is definitely not their usual spot. Right then, a maid wheels in a massive tea setup. She pours him a drink, and the second he takes a sip, his brain just completely glitches out. He's totally shocked by how expensive this tastes, wondering why he's suddenly getting the full VIP treatment. There's another knock at the door and he's totally freaking out. And it's Rose, looking way too proud of herself with that smug look. Sirill is still totally confused by the glow-up, asking why everything looks so crazy expensive now. She just smirks and says that's exactly how you're supposed to treat a 1-star Dragon Knight. The light bulb finally clicked and Sirill realized exactly what was going on. He's completely blown away that 1 tiny star actually makes such a massive difference. He's chilling with his fancy tea, realizing that being a 1-star is actually a massive headache, but he's still out here grinding. He tells her he's just there to pick up a mission like usual, but man, he really needs to check the vibe. But Rose hits him with a total bombshell. Personal requests are completely off the table. Turns out his new rank totally spooked the low-level clients, and they all bailed on their requests because a 1-star knight is way too big time for them now. She tells him straight up that a real client needs to stay in their lane. She asks if he'd really become the royal supplier for just 1 slice of bread, and before he can even say no, he's officially got the job. It finally clicked for him, and from here on out, he's only taking on the most hardcore missions. But his dragons are in the back, totally losing it, screaming that they're done working. Sirill has to chill everyone out and explain that this is actually a huge win, because people are finally respecting strength, which is exactly what he's wanted since that trash guild kicked him to the curb. He tells his dragon waifu to go scope out the people in town. And get this, every single eye in the place is locked right on him. A few kids rush over, totally freaking out, and ask him if he's actually the real Sirill. They're acting like total fanboys and are all dying to shake his hand. Finally, they tell him they're gonna be epic dragon knights just like him one day. He's got the biggest smile ever because he's finally getting the respect he's been grinding for. He sees this as a massive W because that title gives him the clout he needs to lead the next generation. He drops some total main character wisdom on the kids, telling them to just take care of their dragon. That's because a dragon is your ride-or-die partner, not just some tool you can replace. He tells them that if they really value their partners, they're definitely gonna be legendary knights, and the kids are totally hyped. They bolted away, shouting back that they'd take the best care of their future dragons. Sirill is feeling totally unstoppable, realizing this is officially the happiest moment of his entire life. He knows those stubborn old-timers are a nightmare to deal with, but the younger kids are a totally different story. If he can get these kids hyped, his Dragon Fist way of life is going to blow up everywhere. Even his dragon can tell that all this fame hasn't changed him one bit. Later on, he heads over to the Jigo Trading Company for a big business meeting. This dude is busy eyeing up his dragon tier incense. He says the quality is insane, but he's gonna need a massive supply ace at P. Sirill has to slow things down and explain that they can't ruin the quality by rushing, even if the hype is totally through the roof. Colette says they can't just pump these out because they're seriously low on dragons. The client isn't joking about the hype, especially since a rich widow used it to see her dead husband's face, making this incense a total legal trip. The nobles are totally losing their minds over it because the quality is just straight up broken. Sirill nods and says he'll keep their demand on his radar for now. This client actually has a whole new mission that's got nothing to do with the incense hustle. He asks Sirill if he's ever even heard of a master dragon. He spills some wild dragon secrets, revealing that most are female and can lay eggs without a mate, but those babies are born sterile. And that's the reason why almost every dragon you'll see is actually a girl. Right before they die, they can have one last baby, a special female dragon who has the power to become a master and have her own kids. Obviously, a master dragon like this is worth a literal fortune. Sirill gets this crazy sense of déjà vu, like he's definitely heard this before, but his brain just isn't clicking. The client breaks down the mission. A master dragon just laid a brand new egg. The mission is to guard that egg until it finally pops open, making this the most epic egg-sitting quest ever. They need a total beast they can actually trust, so they're going after the guy who soloed the Tony Benn Wolves. Sirill is totally blown away that his one-star reputation has already spread this far. The pay is a massive 3 million reals, and he jumps on it without a second thought. He doesn't even hesitate and takes the job right on the spot. Even his dragon is totally shocked by how much cash they just scored. Sirill sees this as a total win because he's about to get paid and make his name even more legendary. But Colette looks super worried right now. She points out that the egg left behind at the end of a dragon's story sounds way too much like Lee. Suddenly, it all clicks for Sierra as he finally remembers the one person he forgot. It was Lee. He thinks back to the day he found baby Lee, sitting in her broken eggshells and holding onto her dead mom's claw. Everyone's jaw just hit the floor because that tiny fluffball they've been raising was actually a legendary master dragon the whole time. Our boy finally connects the dots and drops the big reveal. Lee is actually a master dragon. He's doing the math and it actually adds up. Turns out dragons are way more pure than us trashy humans. The purer your blood is, the more you just follow your instincts to make sure your OP family line never dies out. Colette the dragon girl sees our MC looking super stressed and asks what's up, telling him he looks like he just totally failed a massive gotcha pull. Sirill's jaw hits the floor seeing a super rare master dragon just chilling right next to his house, and he's seriously wondering if things are about to get dangerous. Then Colette totally loses her mind, and trust me, she's doing way more than just screaming. She's literally tripping over her own claws while trying to act like everything is fine. But it's more like she's a total disaster. She's out here thinking about Lee having kids, and our boy is just standing there like, wait, what? Fast forward 2 days and the squad is finally back at their home base. Leah jumps out in a total flash to see her dad, and their reunion is honestly the most wholesome thing ever. They're having a total moment, but Colette is giving him major side-eye because he actually thinks he can walk with all those heavy bags. Leah's all fired up and challenges him to a race right then and there, but our guy is totally out of gas. She starts pouting like a total toddler who didn't get their way. But right then, Sirill cooks up a plan that is honestly genius. 8-bit, Lee, show me just how fast you really are. And this little speedster is totally losing her mind with excitement. She blasts off like a total rocket, leaving a massive explosion of dust in her wake. Sirill is totally blown away because she's gotten so fast that even his boosted dragon form wouldn't be able to keep up with her. Colette jumps in, saying it'd take her 10 whole seconds just to get close, and she'd be totally out of energy by then. Our boy just sighs, knowing he's definitely got to work on that. Colette starts flexing hard, bragging that she could totally pull 5 dragon orbs from a single monster and telling everyone to get on her level. Lee suddenly slides to a dead stop, screaming for her dad at the top of her lungs. A random carriage pulls up and boom, the princess steps right out. Sirill's wondering what's going on, and it turns out some big-shot merchant with royal ties is demanding to meet him. The princess is ready to kick the guy to the curb, but Sirill actually wants to see what he's got for sale. The guy was being totally mysterious and just kept saying it was some major business deal. Sirill decides to hear him out, but the princess stays close just in case things get sketchy. This old merchant guy Pierre starts with the small talk, but Sirill isn't having it and tells him to just get to the point already. Pierre cuts straight to the chase, asking all about Lee, that tiny dragon he saw Sirill playing with earlier. He asks if he can see her just one last time. Sirill isn't picking up any bad vibes at all since the guy just looks like a regular old dude, so he figures everything is totally fine. He leans out the window and shouts for Lee. She zips right over and asks, "Hey Dad, did you call for me?" So Sirill just pulls her inside for a quick second. The merchant asks to see it up close, and our guy is just like, "Yeah, sure, go for it." The old guy whips out a magnifying glass, takes one look, and totally freaks out because he's staring at a legendary master dragon from a brand new species. Sirill's totally confused, but it turns out the merchant actually got some inside info about the dragon. First, some random dude overheard Sirill talking in a shop and totally snitched on him. Our guy finally realizes he totally messed up because he just couldn't keep his big mouth shut. Then the merchant gets straight to the point and asks if he's actually down to give her up. He offers a cool $1,000,000, but Sirill doesn't even blink before shutting him down. This guy doubles it and jumps straight to 5 million. Sirill still isn't budging and gives them a straight-up no. This merchant actually pulls the "Do you know who I am" card, and man, he messed up big time. Sirill flips the script right back and asks if he even knows what the MI Guild is actually called. The merchant starts sweating bullets and begging for mercy, but our MC isn't having any of it, asking if he's actually insane for trying to buy a dragon from Dragon First with just some cash. This guy is straight up melting while he tries to make a run for it, but Sirill isn't finished yet, and you better believe he's just getting started. "If you even touch a hair on her head, you're the first one I'm coming for. Talk about absolute Chad energy." The princess steps in to back him up, reminding that guy exactly where he stands. Sirill goes totally dark, promising to hunt everyone down starting with this guy's house if even one thing goes wrong. The merchant is totally freaked out and scrambles to get the heck out of there. Once he's out of there, the princess says sorry, but Lee just shrugs and calls him a total weirdo. Sirill just shrugs it off and says everything is totally fine. The princess is still totally stressed, swearing that her deal was technically a legit business offer. She asks him why he's crazy enough to threaten a powerful big shot like that. But then Sirill pulls a total big brain move, explaining that since everyone knows about Lee now, he's basically turned that merchant into a wall. If that guy finds out anyone else is messing with Lee, he'll take them down himself just to stay out of Sirill's way, and honestly, that's a total pro-gamer move. The princess is totally blown away by what she's seeing. Lee has zero clue what just went down, but she's still looking at her dad like he's the coolest hero ever. Oh man, looks like it's time for a big group hug. Sirill promises her right then and there that he'll always keep her safe. Then he turns to his other dragon, Chris, and tells him to be Lee's bodyguard while he's busy with the egg mission. Chris is his ultimate secret weapon, the only guy he trusts 100%. Chris is totally wiped out and asks why they didn't just leave the threat hanging, but Sirill says this is the best way to scare everyone off for good. He knows there are geniuses out there, but the real wild cards are the idiots who do random stuff, so he's got a plan for that total chaos. Another dragon starts whining about the noise, but Chris just roars in his face to shut him up. He's just stoked his buddy actually made the right choice. Even if the merchant plays nice, some random idiot could still snap and go totally rogue. He swears that as long as I'm around, that little kid is going to be totally safe. With the base finally locked down, Sirill takes a moment to show some major appreciation. The next day, he and Colette head straight for the dragon capital to get their mission started. It was just the two of them, but they were a total power duo. She asks why he chose her, and he gives her the first reason. She's basically a walking factory for dragon orbs. And the second reason is way funnier. If things go wrong, she can just swallow the egg whole, which is honestly a total pro move. She's totally down for the plan, so just leave it to me. I've got this. Man, this guy is a total legend. He triggers his stay travel ability. Sirill starts thinking back on everything, and after that crazy merchant drama, he finally realizes just how insane a muster dragon's value really is. He knows that on this quest, literally anything could go down at any second. He's just hoping he's leveled up enough to handle whatever crazy stuff the world throws at him next. So the squad is rolling through a pit-stop town on their way to the dragon capital, all because of Simon. Sirill's noticing how smooth the roads are, and it makes total sense since this whole place was built for dragon riders. He finds an inn packed with dragon knights and decides it's the perfect place to crash. He tells his dragon waifu to stay put while he goes to scope out the area. He steps into the tavern and tells the owner he needs a room for 1.5, just him and his Mushu Su-Teep dragon. The innkeeper lists the prices, and when our guy asks about the dragon parking fee, he finds out the stable is actually free. What a steal! Sirill picks the room with the view because he's got taste. Then he drops his name and his guild, Dragon First, which is honestly way too extra. A few random guys at the bar hear the guild's name and suddenly they're all ears. Sirill is just trying to mind his own business, but then he sees this and is like, wait, what is even happening right now? The NPCs start whispering like crazy, wondering if he's actually that legend from the famous Dragon First Guild. Of course, these drunk guys start talking trash, claiming he only got famous because of some girl and calling him a pretty boy just to get him to snap. They're straight up calling him the princess's boy toy because they're all just super salty and jealous. Now they're roasting the princess for being a clueless girl who's easy to trick, but they have no idea they just messed with the wrong person. The whole table is losing it, just straight up roasting our boy and having a blast. Sirill finally speaks up, and the main loudmouth just gets in his face and asks, "What's up, pretty boy?" Sirill stands up for herself, but before he can even make a move, his dragon waifu, who was clearly listening the whole time, decides it's go time, transforms, and she is definitely not happy. She literally grabs the loudmouth right by the face, and he never even saw it coming. She's seriously going full beast mode just because of some trash talk in a bar, and man, she is definitely top-tier waifu material. They're already face down on the ground, totally one-shotted without a single punch even being thrown, because honestly, these guys are just weak, low-level mobs. The innkeeper doesn't even blink. You do your thing, and Sirill just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. The innkeeper probably just slides him the key like it's no big deal. Sirill's actually caught off guard, but the guy just shrugs it off since crazy stuff like this happens every single day at the tavern. He drops a major reality check. Talk trash and you're getting wrecked, because that's just how the RNG rolls in this world. Plus, the innkeeper has major respect for a guy who sticks up for his girl, because real Chads always recognize each other. Sirill snatches the key and bolts upstairs, looking totally awkward after everything that just went down. A bit later, he's just chilling in his room, totally bored to death. He's shaking his head because his dragon waifu wasted 1/4 of her power just to flex on those losers, and even though he wants to go back down, he knows it'll just bring more haters his way. Right as he's finally getting ready to head to bed, someone suddenly knocks on his door. He thinks the drunk squad is back for another fight, but it's actually a girl's voice that catches him off guard. He opens the door to a total baddie who instantly smells a dragon, and man, her senses are seriously OP. She knows he's a dragon knight and straight up asks him for a drink, making our boy instantly suspicious. He lets her in thinking she's not the type to jump him, but man, those are some famous last words. He asks for her name, but she just calls his question boring like a total savage. She tells him her name is Liza and fills his glass right up. They toast to meeting by total luck, but come on, we all know nothing is ever actually a coincidence in these stories. Liza downs her drink in one go, but Sirill just glares at his cup looking totally sus. He tells her he stays sober when things feel sketchy, which is a total pro move to keep from getting nerfed. She admits she caught the whole fight earlier and knew he had to be the legendary Sirill, so she was basically just scouting him. She admits she's only there because she's into strong guys, and Sirill is totally caught off guard by how blunt she is. He's getting a major vibe that she's only after one thing, and it's definitely not his personality. Out of nowhere, they hear a massive scene breaking out on the street right below them. They look out the window and see this massive, flashy parade, and it looks like some super rich noble just rolled into town. The crowd downstairs is totally losing it because seeing a high-class noble in a dumpy inn like this is basically impossible. Lisa completely loses it because she knows exactly who these guys are. Sirill realizes they're heading straight for his room and starts freaking out, thinking, "Oh man, what did I do this time?" Some guy in a suit shows up asking for Lord La Rosa, and just like that, our boy is officially getting a massive title upgrade. They're asking to come inside, and Sirill is just standing there looking totally clueless. This fancy-looking guy introduces himself as Charles Sibair, and he totally gives off major quest giver vibes. Liza is totally stunned because she knows this guy is a massive deal. Get this, Charles is actually the heir to the St. Simon family, the big bosses who rule the entire dragon capital. They finally made it to the place they were looking for, and things are about to get way more intense. Everything finally clicks for Sirill, and he realizes exactly what's going on. And get this, it turns out Charles is actually the secret client who hired him for that massive job. Charles confirms the quest is all about the Master Dragon and says he's personally escorting our boy, which is some serious VIP treatment. He even says sorry for making Sirill stay at this cheap inn, acting like the guy was sleeping in a literal dumpster. Sirill acts like everything is chill, but he's definitely getting major red flags from this 5-star escort service. He asks the big boss why he's showing up in person instead of just sending one of his goons. Charles starts hyping him up like crazy, telling everyone they better show some respect for his skills, while Sirill is just standing there totally lost since he's still just a low-rank noob. Dude, Charles hits him with that classic every legend starts somewhere line, and man, Thud's charisma stats are straight up maxed out. Sirill sees right through the act, but he's low-key impressed because Charles is a total pro, not just some spoiled noble. They offer him a massive hotel upgrade, and Sirill's just like, "Aight bet." Then it hits him. He's definitely not alone. Liza realizes she's been a total third wheel this whole time and tries to sneak away super awkwardly. She looks at Sirill and realizes this guy is way more of a big deal than she ever imagined. Our boy just scratches his head, still trying to figure out how he became a total VIP out of nowhere. Just as our boy is finally having his big moment, Charles slides in and totally wrecks the vibe. He asks Mr. Rose to tag along, and while the MC tries to wait until morning, Charles says they're good to go since his dragon waifu is already fast asleep anyway. Then he reveals he's got a ride ready for Colette, and LaRose is just standing there totally confused like his brain is stuck on a loading screen. Charles tells him to look outside, but he just sees a super basic cart and can't believe this is actually it. He's sweating like crazy thinking you're about to wreck my massive dragon Lee, while Charles is just standing there with a huge smirk on his face. Bro is totally losing his mind, but get this, she's actually a dragon. Charles totally saves the vibe by saying they know how much Colette matters, and they just want to show her some real respect. This guy is seriously smooth. Just like that, Leiros is totally sold, realizing this guy is the real deal and telling him he'll be ready to go in a heartbeat. He bails from the inn while apologizing for the rush, but the owner is super chill and tells him it's all good. Our boy is still feeling pretty down, but the owner is being super chill about the whole thing. He whips around and, surprise, his dragon waifu Colette is already wide awake. She's like, "What's with all the noise?" before realizing they're actually leaving, and man, that's just straight up sad. He points at the cart and tells her it's her new ride, and Colette's reaction is honestly priceless as she's like, "Are you serious, X? You really expect me to fit in that tiny thing?" She's giving it a major side-eye, saying it's totally creeping her out and asking if he's up to something shady. Talk about trust issues. The MC just laughs it off like it's no big deal. He goes full main character mode and tells her not to worry because he'll protect her no matter what. And she's totally blushing at how sweet he's being. Charles's boy tells LaRose to hop in the carriage, but it looks totally janky, like they just slapped it together in 5 minutes just for them. He's low-key losing it, wondering why this big shot is letting Emmy go first and who he even is anymore. Just like that, they've already arrived, and LaRose is starting to think Charles is a seriously big deal. They pull up to this massive palace of an inn, and our boy is totally floored because he had no idea a place this bougie even existed in a town like this. Then Charles pulls the ultimate flex and reveals he rented out the entire building just for them. And man, this guy is seriously loaded. Our MC's brain is basically short-circuiting while he tries to figure out the massive bill for renting a whole place meant for nobles. He snaps out of it and asks where to park his dragon, since a fancy place like this definitely wouldn't have a dragon stable. But Charles is already 5 steps ahead, pointing out a massive new wing they built just for the dragons. LaRose is totally shocked and asks if they really fixed the whole place up just for them, but Charles just smirks like it's no big deal. Even Colette thinks this place is way too extra to sleep in, and LaRose is just staring at Charles, thinking this rich dude is seriously weird. Charles takes the lead and brings him right inside. Then boom! A whole squad of maids surrounds him, bowing and calling him Lord LaRose, and he's totally losing his mind. He finally realizes they aren't bowing to the rich guy, they're bowing to him, and it's like a massive chain reaction of respect. For the first time ever, our guy finally feels like the main character instead of just some random background NPC. Charles tries to see what's up, but LaRose is acting totally chill. He finally gets the hint. All this VIP treatment is just a bribe to make him go beast mode on the next mission. And honestly, that's a pretty smart move by the rich kid. The next morning, the whole squad hits the road, and Colette's even got her own private carriage. Talk about a major glow-up. While they're chilling in their luxury ride, Charles drops a total curveball and asks if he's ever seen a dragon egg hatch. He says no way, so Charles explains that dragon eggs are a total gamble since you never know when they're actually gonna hatch. He says some hatch in minutes while others take a whole year, so it's basically a total dice roll. LaRose starts thinking about that claw near Lee's shell, realizing that if the parent totally rotted away, Lee must have been one of those long-haul cases stuck there for ages. Charles gets all deep, saying the parent must have really loved their kid even though they couldn't stay to see it hatch, which is honestly such a sad backstory. He breaks it down for them, explaining that waiting too long just invites total chaos, like friends turning on them or someone snatching the egg, so they've got to be ready for absolutely anything. So everyone's putting their faith in him, and he's totally down to help right as they finally reach the spot. They finally rolled up to the dragon capital after leaving Simon, and this place is straight up massive, looking like a city for giants that's just as big as the royal capital. He's totally stunned by how massive this place is, and even though cities grew once dragons showed up, St. Simon is just on a whole different level. Charlie explains that this is where the world's biggest ballers and master dragons chill, the absolute top 1% of the 1%. With 70% of all master dragons just hanging out in this one city, it totally explains why the whole place looks so high-tech and insane. This city is supposed to be thriving, but it's basically a ghost town, and the massive scale just makes the whole place feel super creepy. Charles points straight ahead, letting us know our stop is right there. And of course, it's another giant fortress with massive walls sitting right in the middle of the city. The guards rush out instantly to cut off the carriage. Charles's kid just pokes his head out and says, "It's me," and they immediately back off, proving the security here is totally insane. The guards just wave them right on through. The second she gets inside, Colette is totally ready to finally get moving. She just face plants right there, yelling that she's done with that machine and would way rather just walk. Honestly, same. Charles brushes off all that dragon drama and tells LaRose it's finally time to go see the person they're guarding. He follows behind, looking totally spooked as they walk through this giant, scary hallway. They walk into this massive room and it's totally packed with elite S-tier adventurers and legendary knights. The room is super tense, and LaRose can feel everyone's killer vibes, making him want to bail immediately, until he spots his old trash-tier squad. And there it is, the ultimate prize of this whole mission, a massive dragon egg they have to protect at all costs. The crew pulls up to the secret mission and our boy is just staring at the goal like, wait, we're actually supposed to guard this thing? So get this, the VIP is actually a freaking egg, but it's the Master Dragon's egg, making it a massive target, and when Laro asks for a peek, the closer our boy gets, the more he feels the pressure, especially since those guards are giving off some major "you're dead" vibes. Even though the boss said it's fine, these elite knights are still on edge and staring him down like they're ready to fight. The whole squad is just standing around and man, the energy is getting seriously awkward. LaRose finally gets right up in its face and thinks, wait, this thing just looks like a totally normal egg. Meanwhile, his dragon girl Colette is totally not feeling the vibe and starts sweating buckets, asking if she can just wait outside, and he's such a legend that he just tells her to go for Bao. He definitely feels it, because the insane bloodlust coming off these elite guards is actually terrifying. No cap. It feels like he's being dropped into a boiling bath, and he's ready to bail because the energy is straight up terrifying. Suddenly, he hears a dragon and a human talking inside his head, and he's totally thrown off, wondering what just happened. He's looking all over the place and completely losing his mind. He looks back at the egg and it finally clicks. Wait, what is up with that egg? That voice pops up again, asking the human if they can understand it, and wait, the EGG is actually talking. LaRose is totally losing it, asking if they're really talking to the person trapped inside the egg. An egg? This thing is totally hyped up. Yo, you actually understand me. The little guy starts complaining because everyone's giving off a nasty vibe, and he wants them all kicked out since he's too freaked out to hatch with all those guards staring him. LaRose is totally shocked. Like, wait, you're actually hatching already? The egg admits it's been ready to pop for ages, but the vibes are just way too scary, and our guy finally realizes that's exactly why it hasn't hatched yet. LaRose turns to Charles, And when Charles asks if something's up, LaRose just tells him to kick all the guards out of the room for a second. The second he says it, the egg actually lets out a tiny squeak. He drops a total bombshell, saying the egg will hatch if they all just leave right now, but Charles looks at him like he's lost his mind and asks why. Of course, he's demanding some major proof before he believes a single word. LaRose drops some total big brain logic, pointing out that the guy didn't interrupt him or Colette even once during the whole trip. He says it's the same deal, calling Charles out for being too polite because this unhatched dragon is actually way more sensitive than they thought. And get this, Charles totally falls for it, tells LaRose he trusts him, and orders everyone to clear out of the room. The second that door shuts, the egg starts cracking open, and Charles is totally losing his mind because he can't believe it's actually happening. LaRose tells him to just head in alone, insisting that everything is totally safe now. Charles is straight up crying happy tears because the little guy finally hatched, and he's thanking Mr. LaRose like crazy. A bit later, the whole squad is just hanging out in the reception room. Colette points out it was born before they even started guarding it, and LaRose admits he's totally shocked it happened that fast. The baby dragon says it heard everyone talking, so it just busted out of its shell, and get this, it could hear every single word while it was still inside the egg. The little guy says if he knew a creep was out here, he would have stayed hidden in his shell just like the other egg. LaRose finally figures it out. These dragons are just super stressed, and since he's the only one who can actually talk to them, nobody realized that's why they weren't hatching. It's not about luck, it's just a total vibe check. Right then, Charles strolls in with a massive grin on his face. He's totally hyped that the baby dragon is doing great, and he knows it's all thanks to LaRose. Then he drops the big question. Monsieur LaRose, can you actually talk to dragons? The secret is finally out, and LaRose just spills everything, saying the hatchling was way too terrified of the guards to even show its face. Our guy is totally shook that Charles just goes along with it like it's no big deal. Charles just shrugs it off, saying it's totally normal for a pro knight to have a special power since that's literally what makes them elite. He says he's totally sold on everything LaRose just explained. Charles straight up admits that this whole situation was giving him the major creeps. He realizes that without LaRose, they would have just kept adding more guards and scaring the poor dragon way too much to ever hatch. They barely escaped that disaster, and Charles knows for a fact that hiring our boy was the best move he ever made. And now for the absolute best part, it's finally time to get paid. Charles hands over the cash and LaRose is totally blown away. 6 million rials? Now that is some serious bank. He thought he was only getting 3 million, but Charles forced a bonus on him for fixing everything, so our guy just doubled his money. Let's go. They promise to team up again the second things start going south. LaRose knows the money is just a bonus because the real win is getting in good with a beast like Charles. This guy is definitely playing the long game. After some super emotional goodbyes, the crew finally hits the road. Colette asks if it was actually okay for them to just bail. Charles actually offered to walk them all the way home, but LaRose totally shut him down. Our guy just wants to explore St. Simon and see what the city's all about. Plus, he says getting pampered like that just makes his stomach turn. Colette's totally on board because she's done being lugged around like some spoiled VIP. He starts teasing her, asking if this isn't special treatment. Then what kind of attention is she actually looking for? Colette gets all shy, but she decides to finally shoot her shot since they just got paid. Her big request was actually pretty wild. She wanted a whole separate room just for eating. She explains that when things get too loud, her food ends up in the wrong stomach. Wait, the double wrong stomach? Just how many does this girl actually have? She can basically barf it back up and send it to the right spot, but it's a total nightmare because dragon biology is just straight up wild. LaRose is just standing there, trying to wrap her head around everything. Being the ultimate dragon dad, he's totally down to build it for her the second they get home, and even wishes she'd asked him way sooner. It's super obvious she's just not used to anyone actually caring about what she wants. She actually stops to give him a quick thank you. He kept it real and told them that since they actually get each other, they should always just talk it out. While they're walking through town, they realize the entire city is basically overflowing with dragon gear shops. Basically 70% of the shops here are for dragons, making it a total paradise, so they decide to head inside one. They start hunting for the perfect place to make their move. Colette points out this tiny, rundown shop that looks super old. Without wasting a single second, LaRose tells everyone it's time to head inside. She's totally lost since there are way flashier shops everywhere, but he just shrugs and says he's got a gut feeling. His main character senses are going crazy as he gets pulled toward this spot, and you already know things are about to get wild. Seriously, guys, that feeling is hitting for real again. So our guy and his dragon waifu just storm into this new shop, skipping the knock and straight up booting the door down. Colette starts complaining right away about how gross and dusty the place is. She's totally right. This place is a complete disaster that hasn't been cleaned in forever, and then some random old guy just pops out of nowhere to say welcome. He's looking around totally confused, while Colette starts roasting him, asking if he's seriously open for business looking like such a mess. He starts poking around and finds ancient tools scattered in a total mess, but he's definitely got a gut feeling about this place. Colette gives him a total whatever look, but our guy's gut is screaming that there's definitely something fishy going on. He walks right up to the old shopkeeper and asks if he's the boss, telling him he's looking for some dragon gear. The old man just waves him off like it's nothing, telling the kid to go find it himself since it's all just lying around somewhere. And just like that, our MC is finally kicking off the hunt for the treasure. But out of nowhere, his leg starts freaking out and he realizes something is totally wrong because it's throbbing like crazy. Wait, hold on. It's not just a throb. He says it feels like an invisible claw is actually poking him. And just like that, the truth finally hits him. Is that the OP barrow wool claw he absorbed back when he went into that total dragonkin mode? Man, his built-in loot radar is going absolutely wild. He tracks the signal through all that junk, knowing for a fact that something is hiding right there. And just like that, he finds it, a straight-up dragon saddle. The shopkeeper is totally impressed and tells him he's got a seriously sharp nose. Turns out this isn't just a normal saddle. It's a legendary piece of dragon gear built for one specific species. Colette's ears snap up as she realizes, wait, is that for the Mushusu? Is it for her? She's totally losing it. Our guy straight up asks what kind of crazy special effect this thing is packing. The old man breaks down the stats. This gear lets her stuff anything into her stomach without her belly growing at all, so she stays super cute while acting like a literal human storage bag. Colette is losing her mind over this item, literally screaming that she has to have it. Our boy notices she's totally fired up and ready to go. She explains her kind has a second stomach just for storage, but she hates how it totally ruins her look. Our guy asks how much it costs, and the old man just casually says 5 million reals like it's pocket change. Both of them completely lose it because that price tag is absolutely insane. The host looks straight at Colette and just asks, "You want this, right?" This absolute Chad doesn't even wait for an answer before announcing he's definitely buying it. Just look at Colette blushing. This guy seriously knows the secret to winning over a dragon. The shopkeeper's jaw drops, asking if he's seriously gonna buy it without even testing it first. But our guy's instincts are just built different, and he knows for a fact this is the real deal. He drops the ultimate main character line about the item calling to him, and the old man is so blown away, he cuts the price in half to 2.5 million. He's like, "I love those eyes of yours, man. You actually found real treasure in this pile of junk." The deal is officially locked in, and the stacks of cash are sitting right there on the table. Colette puts it on and she's totally glowing, plus it's so light she can barely even tell she's wearing it. She is seriously loving every second of using her brand new gear. Then the old guy starts dropping some major lore, explaining that unique gear is basically what a craftsman spends their whole life trying to create. He's pretty good at making stuff, but this is on a whole different level. He breaks down the crafting system, where you basically feed dragon claws and bones into a dragon vector to get brand new gear. Our guy's brain is working overtime. Is he actually going to feed the dragon vector? The old man explains that while it's not a legendary divine tool like a phoenix horn, it still works the exact same way. Dragons are loaded with insane power, and if you craft their parts right, you get some seriously epic gear. Our guy is totally blown away when the dude says they're even using the eggshells. So get this. The shells protecting those baby dragons are actually loaded with some crazy energy. Right then, it finally clicks for our guy, and he realizes something totally massive. They give the old man a quick thanks and bolt right out of the shop. The shopkeeper tells him he's welcome anytime, and our guy promises he'll definitely be back. As they're heading out of the city, Colette asks what's going on. Then he drops a massive bombshell. He just realized Lee's eggshell is still sitting way back on the mountain where she first hatched. Plus, the actual master species barrow wolf egg is probably right there, and that's SSS tier crafting loot just sitting around for the taking. He knows that thing is a huge deal, so he tells them they've got to head back and snag it right now. A few days later, they're right back in the mountains, desperately searching for that same spot. He points right at Mount Hymir, the exact spot where their big adventure with the princess and Leah first began. Colette realizes they've actually got some pretty deep history with this spot. He remembers exactly where this path leads and knows he's got to hang a right just up ahead. But as they get closer, he suddenly feels it. Something is definitely lurking right there. He tells Colette to hang back since things might get ugly, and even though she wants to jump in, he's not taking any chances. He gives her a quick pat on the shoulder, letting her know he's totally got this under control. He sneaks closer and spots the shell, but then he sees this totally weird little rabbit kangaroo creature standing right next to it. Check it out. The little guy is already busy munching on a piece of the shell. Then it finally happens. The creature starts munching on the dragon egg shell, and this insane dark energy just explodes out of its body. Boom! This massive wave of power just explodes in every direction. Colette screams her head off when she sees it munching on a piece of a dragon. That tiny bunny suddenly morphs into a massive pitch-black dragon monster. Everything finally clicks for our guy, and he realizes this is the dragon vector the old man was talking about. Yo, hold on, what is this edgy shadow demon that just showed up? This dude is literally staring down a dragon vector, whatever that's supposed to be. Sirill is really starting to feel the heat, and you can see him totally cringing under all that pressure. That shadow beast is just staring him down, trying to totally psych him out. His dragon waifu Colette is totally losing it in the back, just like Sirill, and when she asks if he's okay, he hits her with the classic, "I'm fine," even though he's clearly not. Sirill realizes his base form is getting totally wrecked by this monster, and since he can't keep taking these hits forever, he's finally ready to transform and go all out. He powers up into his insane dragon-human hybrid form, looking like a total raid boss. Wait, that shadow beast just zooms right past him. Sirill realizes this thing is moving way faster than he expected, and he knows they aren't ready for this kind of smoke. He's yapping about how his stats are totally broken in this form, but you just know there's a massive catch coming. And just like that, our boy is already running on empty, and he straight up admits he can't keep this up for much longer. He's already shaking and can barely even keep himself from falling over. Right as he's about to get wrecked, Colette pulls off a massive save and chucks a dragon orb straight at him. That's the massive power-up he needed, and he says it's a total game-changer as he gets his second wind. He swears he can take another hit, but he gets absolutely smoked the very next second. Whoa, that shadow beast just ripped a massive chunk out of him, and now Ivy's been bitten? Like, yeah, obviously, dude. Colette takes one look at the mess and knows they need to bail, and for once, the MC actually agrees it's time to run. That dragon orb boost is running out super fast, and he knows he's only got one shot left to make it count. Suddenly, a massive idea hits him out of nowhere. He knows this place. It's the same cliff where he saved the princess, and he's already cooking up a wild plan. He looks straight at Colette, and man, he is not joking around. "Run and don't look back!" he screams, putting his life on the line for one final stand. She's clearly not having any of it, calling him a total idiot and asking what he's gonna do, but he just tells her to get moving. Now that she's gone, he's the only target left, and he knows it's officially do or die. Sirill steps up to face the shadow demon all on his own. He just starts screaming and charges straight at me like a total Chad. He hits that transformation one more time, and man, he is finally ready to go all out. This is it. The ultimate showdown finally kicks off. That shadow beast is still dodging every single hit like it's nothing, basically clowning him for having such basic moves. But he's no idiot, and since he knows he's toast on the ground, he takes the whole fight straight into the sky. He rockets into the sky and lets loose a massive energy blast, totally nuking that shadow beast from way up there. As the smoke fades, Sirill is just standing there with a cocky grin, and even though I definitely went too hard, there's no such thing as overdoing it when you're fighting a demon from the shadow realm. Sirill asks if he's doing okay, and the MC says he's chillin', but even though Sirill is acting all smug, she hits him with that classic tsundere denial. Our guy jokes that he's not carrying her because he doesn't want blood on his fresh fit, but she hits back saying she can just transform anyway. Suddenly, they spot something moving right in the middle of all that dust from the blast. Check it out, he's got 4 pairs of brand new kicks ready to go. Both of them are absolutely losing it and are totally caught off guard. Our guy picks it up and realizes he just hit the jackpot because this isn't just random loot, it's legit dragon gear. Sirill confirms Leah's eggshell turned into a drag vector, which basically makes this kid's shell a 3D printer for insanely overpowered gear. Check these out, these tiny ones are definitely for the kid. Now that they've got their fresh new gear, the crew decides it's time to head back to the hideout. They finally roll up right to the front of the Partholon base. Check it out. The little bean spots them and starts sprinting over at full speed, screaming for his dad. He scoops her up in a massive hug, and as she welcomes him home, our boy's like, "I'm back, and guess what? I got you a present." He hands over the new gear and tells Colette and Leah that they're actually shoes. Lee is totally lost on how to put them on, and NRMC has a total brain fart when he remembers that dragons don't even wear shoes. He helps her slide them onto her front paws, and get this, they fit perfectly since they're a total custom job. Lee is literally glowing with hype because this is officially the best day of his life. He snaps the back ones on too. "Are we finished yet?" she asks, totally ready to get moving. He tells her to take off running just to see if he can keep up. She's gone in a flash, leaving a massive explosion of dust behind as she rockets away at Mach 5. He's totally sweating because he thought those shoes would just give her a tiny boost, not turn her into the literal Flash. She zooms back in, totally hyped, screaming that these shoes are absolutely broken since she's not even breaking a sweat. Our MC is totally blown away that this guy isn't even out of breath after sprinting at full speed. Oh, so it's a stamina boost and not speed? Sirius jumps in and realizes it's basically the same as his own power. She can crush an entire buffet without gaining a single pound, which basically gives her a cheat code for infinite stamina. He's just happy she's having the time of her life, so let her zoom around like a tiny fluff ball on a massive sugar rush. But then, out of nowhere, this wild shed dragon just pops up. It's Chris, his best friend who just pops up out of nowhere, and he's totally hyped that our guy scored 2 epic tools in just one trip. He starts yapping about how you can't put a price on treasure, but the MC shuts him down by pointing out Colette literally bought hers with cash. Straight savage. Chris takes a quick sniff of the new kicks and realizes they're definitely made from that eggshell material. He gets this super serious look on his face and says, "Now this is getting interesting." Then he drops the big question. "You haven't actually made a deal with that little guy yet, right?" Chris points out that Leah is actually rocking some super powerful gear made from her Obu-Yun eggshell. Meanwhile, his other best friend Sirill has actually fused her parents' clans right into her human body. He flashes this totally evil smirk and says, "All right, now then. Just imagine what would go down if you tried to make a contract while you're in this state." Our MC is actually pretty sharp and he's putting it all together, knowing Chris isn't just dropping all this lore for nothing. There's definitely a catch. Our guy calls over Leah, the super cute little kid he's basically adopted as his own. She zooms right over and calls him Dad, and for real, it's the most wholesome thing ever. He wastes no time and asks her to sign a contract so she can finally join the main squad for real. He looks over at his OG dragon partner Chris, asking for a quick breakdown on how this whole contract thing actually works. He slams a magic circle onto the ground and shows off the hand signs needed to seal a blood pact. She's a total natural and nails it on her very first try like a complete genius. A quick pop and a boom, and just like that, the contract is officially locked in. He's totally fired up and dying to see what's coming next. Then, this insane wave of magic just explodes and blasts the whole area away. Once the dust clears, his whole squad is just straight up gone, vanished into thin air. The announcer is just standing there looking around like he's totally lost. The wild wind suddenly cuts out, leaving him trapped all alone right in the middle of a glowing magic circle. He's totally losing his mind and screaming about what's happening, but bro, you literally just did a creepy ancient ritual. Did you really think you'd just get a phone notification? Then get this, someone actually starts appearing right out of that circle. Our guy is totally losing his mind the second he realizes who's actually standing there. It's 100% him. An exact twin with that same emo hair who looks like a straight-up clone. He's staring down his own evil twin, probably thinking this has to be some kind of messed-up joke. They don't waste a single second screaming transform and going full Power Ranger mode as the fight kicks off instantly. They're throwing hands and neither one can get the upper hand. But I mean, duh. He's literally fighting himself. So did you really think his own clone would just get folded that? He feels like they've been fighting for an eternity. But it's probably just this crazy dimension messing with his head. Sneak attacks are useless, pure strength isn't enough, and now they're stuck in a total dead end. But then the clone pulls a total big brain move, realizing our MC transformed first, so his timer is going to hit 0 way sooner. Now it's just a game of who can outlast the other. Our guy is getting pushed back and finally realizes his clone is just playing it smart to wear him down. He thinks it's game over because he stopped paying attention. And now he's about to get wrecked since he's in a total mess. Suddenly, everything clicks. and he hears a voice that shows him exactly how to push past his limits and break the whole game. He starts pumping out a crazy amount of power, trying to blast a whole second's worth of energy in just a split second. Talk about overclocking your system. He goes all out and drops his ultimate move, the Hunger and Explosion Impact. That clone gets totally wrecked by the power of 100 dragon fists, and it's a total knockout. He's suddenly back in the real world, and Chris is hyped that he finally broke out of his shell. Our MC is still totally out of it and asking if he's finally back to normal, while everyone else just stares at him like he's completely lost his mind. He finally realizes that the whole crazy fight was just a test to see if he could break past his own limits. The first thing he does is hit up Colette for a dragon orb like he's just rolling for a gotcha pull. He pops the orb and transforms again, but this time it's totally different because that contract with Leia just triggered a massive level up. He reveals he's rocking a double buff, and first up is a brand new technique. This ultimate move burns through a ton of energy to create after images that all strike at once, basically acting like a one-shot nuke he only saves for emergencies. And for the second buff, his energy drain is way lower now, basically giving him a massive efficiency upgrade. He's back to his old self but kept that insane speed, and with 0 drawbacks left, he's officially a broken character with the perfect build. He gives Leia a massive head pat to thank her, since she's the real reason this whole glow-up even happened. Chris is basically acting like a proud dad, saying he didn't just get stronger, he straight up evolved. Our guy gets all in his feelings, realizing he only got this strong because of his squad, and honestly, that friendship power is just built different. Now that he's unlocked this absolute beast mode, he vows to use his insane power to keep every single dragon safe. Sirill goes to check on his galleon plants, and man, these things are looking absolutely massive. He's looking at them like, yeah, it's almost time to harvest. He starts getting all emotional, thinking he's got to thank Jui for that broken camouflage skill, and telling himself the money isn't even a big deal. She hits him with the classic "I'm fine" line, and man, she is a total queen for that. She's totally down to just chill, but he's standing there like, wait, are you for real right now? Jill? Joey just totally flipped the script on him, but more importantly, what's your deal, Sirill? You're always looking out for us, bro, so is there anything you actually want for yourself? Our boy's brain totally glitches out because he realizes he's got no comeback, and they're actually exactly the same. He agrees for a second, but then his brain finally kicks in, and he realizes he's gonna need some serious cash to help other dragons later, since not everyone is in his squad. So he figures it's finally time to stop messing around and start making some serious bank. Jui pops up acting like a total business coach, and since the money is already rolling in on its own, he figures it's time to start a new side hustle. Sirill's brain is totally lagging. Like, is this seriously just cash to get a new business off the ground? He's launching a business that actually looks out for dragons, and man, what an absolute Chad. He stands on the roof looking all serious and tells her he'll think it over. This guy is just kicking back and thinking about the whole universe. Then it hits him like a truck. He's got to grab that gear and make the winning play. Right on time, Chris the Dragon drops in and wants to know what the deal is with the dragon gear. Sirill gets super hyped as he explains his research for a new business, and Chris is 100% down to make it happen. Zero drops the bad news. They need dragon vectors for the gear, but 3 massive guilds are hogging the whole supply, and since finding that wild one was just pure luck, making more is going to be a total nightmare. Chris isn't even bummed out. He actually thinks the whole thing is super interesting. Sirill's just staring at him like, bro, you're seriously supposed to be struggling right now. Chris is getting way too hyped and acting totally nuts, but honestly, it's actually pretty cool to watch. Sirill's brain starts racing as he wonders if he just stumbled onto something super rare. He asks Chris straight up if there are any wild OG dragon vectors out there just waiting to be snatched up. Chris totally loses it and starts cackling like a straight-up supervillain, laughing that he knew his best friend would figure it out because he's known the truth all along. Just as they're about to spill the tea, an alarm blares because an uninvited guest just showed up. Suddenly, the princess pulls up with a massive smile to say hi, while our boy Sirill tries his hardest to act all serious and formal. She even greets Sir Chris, who just grunts back because they're way too chill for any of that formal stuff. Sirill is completely shook that she can actually read Chris's vibes without needing a translator app to help her out. Chris is basically a god, so you better show some respect. And since Sirill introduced them, they're totally besties now. Then the princess asks Sir Sirill to transform, and he's totally down for it. Boom! Just like that, she's rocking a brand new outfit, thanks him for the fire drip, and asks how long he can hang out. She's actually free for once, and when she says she can hang out for 5 whole days, our guy is totally losing his mind. She's been super hyped for this because ditching her royal duties to vibe at the guild is a total rare drop, and even though she's living a double life, this is where her real... So homegirl rushes up to Sirill Holden with this massive egg, looking totally hyped and telling him he's got to see this. Sirill shows off an egg and confirms it's a dragon egg, the exact same kind as Emma's. She says Sincero was a total legend for letting her shut down the guild, and now she's starting from 0 to level up and get her own dragon, which is honestly some next-level dedication. She's definitely looking a little nervous, though. But our main guy is totally chill, acting like adding a massive dragon to the squad is just another normal day. She's totally relieved, but Sirill sets her straight. They're picky about humans, but that egg is just free EXP, so let's get moving. Then she totally loses it and drops a massive bomb, saying she actually heard the egg's voice just a second ago. Sirill just uses his OP Dragon Whisperer skills to casually drop that the beast can already hear and talk. She's totally stunned and compares it to rich people playing music for their babies before they're even born, while our guy just stands there looking like he failed a surprise test, asking, "Wait, is that actually a thing?" She totally freaks out and starts apologizing like she just leaked a massive government secret. Sirill just brushes it off like it's nothing, saying he learned something new today, and man, he is just way too smooth. He leans in close to talk to the baby lizard inside the egg, asking, "Yo, you in there? Can you hear me?" The egg just stays dead silent, giving him absolutely nothing. He starts screaming at the top of his lungs, begging for any kind of answer because he's totally desperate for a sign. Then boom, he gets totally zapped. Ow, okay, I guess the egg hates screaming, so he figures it's just not ready to hatch yet. He's totally lost, looking around like he has no clue what's going on. He catches her totally spacing out and realizes he was right, but she just shrugs it off and says she thought she heard a noise. Suddenly, a voice starts coming from inside the egg, and it's super clear. But wait, who the heck is talking? Sirill's eyes totally light up because he knows that's the kid's voice, and the girl thinks the little one is just confused hearing him for the first time. Our guy asks if it's staying inside, and the egg basically texts back saying it's not ready to hatch yet and he just needs to chill. Suddenly, another message pops up with a request, and Sirill's just like, "Wait, what do you want?" Inside that hut, the only thing they ever shout for is eggs. Sirill is totally lost right now, and honestly, he looks pretty fire being this confused. She explains that it just really hates the heat. She pulls the egg away from her body, and suddenly the whole vibe shifts. Now things are getting good. And just like that, she gets a genius idea. She finally wonders if keeping that thing glued to her side is a bad move, and honestly, it's about time she figured that out. Sirill decides to test his theory, leaning in close to threaten the egg and telling it that since it hates the heat, he's just gonna shove it back in his pocket. The egg starts freaking out and shaking like crazy, so our guy just smirks while pouring on that hot e-pate. It clearly hates the heat, and that's just science. So the new plan is just to hold on to it or shove it in a bag and boom, problem solved. She's feeling super guilty for almost turning her new pet into a snack, but Sirill is totally chill and tells her not to sweat it. Out of nowhere, the OG dragon swoops down and says, "Sorry for crashing, but what were you guys talking about?" "Heads up, Sirill's about to break it all down!" But the dragon shuts him down with a wild idea. Since the princess is on vacation, why don't they just go on a trip together? Man, our guy is totally clueless right now. Where is he even supposed to go? Where to? The dragon just flashes a massive, toothy grin and says they're headed to the Dragon Vector Origin, which honestly sounds like a crazy final boss dungeon from a DLC. Sirill mentions the Vector Origin, and Jan instantly stops him because that name sounds super familiar. She's got the inside scoop. 3 massive guilds hogged all the Dragon Vector stuff, and then literally deleted the source just to keep their prices sky high, which is honestly a total villain move. Our boy is losing his mind because he knew they were greedy, but completely deleting a market is straight up villain energy, and now Jen reveals she's been low-key spying on Royal. Sirill finally connects the dots. When a cute princess asks the questions, everyone just spills their guts, making it the easiest info hack ever. Chris the Dragon jumps in to say that info is worth a fortune, but our main guy is being way too slow to get it. Chris basically has to break it down for him. For these big-time merchants, info is their most valuable prize. The more power they have, the more their secrets are actually worth. Sirill finally gets a brain blast, but Jan is just standing there looking totally lost. She asks what they're whispering about, terrified she just said something super cringe, but Sirill keeps it totally chill. Back at school, Chris is ready to blab, but Sirill sends a telepathic warning to shut it so she doesn't get all self-conscious about them discussing her insane intel skills. Chris just starts cackling, saying she's only helping her best friend so she can get a pat on the back. Sirill straight up admits he's not built for these insane mind games, while Jan is still standing there like one big mystery. Chris decides to mess with her, reaching out a claw to give her hat a little poke. He's calling it a reward, but Sirill's like, "Bro, you seriously can't just go around poking a princess." Chris just laughs and says she's totally down bad for him, while Sirill's weak excuse is that he literally saved her life. Suddenly, the dragon pulls a total pro-gamer move and yanks the reins, sending Jan flying through the air. And boom, total anime moment, Sirill catches her midair in a perfect princess carry. He asks if she's doing okay, and she totally loses it, turning bright red and stuttering like crazy. Chris is totally vibing with the drama and calling it peak young love, but Sirill snaps back, telling him it's his fault she almost got hurt. That dragon just keeps on laughing like it's all a big joke. Sirill finally switches things up because he realizes they've been walking for ages without even knowing where they're going. If we figure out where they're headed, we can totally find a shortcut to beat them there. Chris finally cracks and tells them they're heading straight for Thunder Mountain in the Endurain region. Sirill and Jan have zero clue what rain even is, so it's definitely not part of the main quest. Chris isn't even shocked, admitting he hasn't even told Sirill the full story yet. Right after he came back to life, he actually went on a huge trip to link up with all the other dragons. The big catch is that humans renamed every place he knows, so now he's basically a boomer trying to get around with a totally ancient map. And just like that, Sirill finally gets what's going on. Jen says that place names are always changing, and even the capital has been called 3 different things. She's even rattling them off like a total history geek. Talk about a total 180 for his whole vibe. They figure everyone's memory is totally fried here, so nobody's gonna link these new names to the ancient ones Chris knows about. And get this, not a single other dragon had ever heard of Endurain or Thunder Mountain either. Chris is literally their only OP dragon tracker, so they've just gotta trust him and hope for the best. And just like that, the adventure keeps on rolling. After walking for a bit, they finally catch sight of a building right in front of them. Check it out, a tea house. Talk about the perfect spot to take a quick breather. They pull up to this super chill spot, finally ready to kick back and relax. Sirill spots an open table and they head right in. He tells Jan to grab a seat while he goes to order, but some loudmouth NPCs are already starting a massive scene at the counter. These losers are screaming for booze and meat like they actually own the place. Sirill wants zero part of the drama, so he just grabs a seat outside to stay in the clear. But Jan is giving those goons a look that says he's totally onto them. Sirill tries to cool things down, telling everyone that a fight just isn't worth the trouble. It's too late. Those bottom-tier losers are already strutting right up to their table. They start trashing Sirill right away, calling him a total coward and telling Jan she needs to find a real man because he really messed up. Sirill's first thought is to just turn around and bolt. Jan isn't putting up with any of that, and with a sharp look in her eyes, she whispers, "Transform, because it's officially go time." She just pulled a total magical girl transformation out of nowhere. He's going absolutely wild while rocking some seriously epic armor. Sirill's jaw hits the floor. Is that seriously a Valkyrie? The bad guys are just standing there like idiots, totally frozen as they watch him hit this insane power-up. She doesn't even blink before jumping straight into the action. Then boom, he just one-shots the whole squad with a single massive blast. And just like that, the whole mess was totally fixed. The waitress bolts outside, looking around like, "Yo, what was that?" Jean stays totally chill and just says she handled those guys for being annoying, showing off that absolute queen energy. The waitress is totally chill and says this happens all the time, proving this tea house has seen some seriously wild stuff. She even hooks them up with the best table in the place. Once they finally settle in, Sirill demands to know the secret behind that insane OP transformation. She giggles and says her dad, the king, let her grab some epic gear straight from the royal vault. She holds up a pendant and a ring for him to check out. Her pendant transforms into armor and her ring turns into a spear. Talk about some seriously legendary loot. The price for this thing is a massive 10 million reals. But then she drops a total bombshell. That gear is worth the country's entire yearly budget, and she's flexing on a whole different level. She admits she just wanted a transformation as cool as Sirill's and tells her she's actually a total beast. Nope. Then he starts flirting like crazy and calls her beautiful, showing everyone just how smooth he really is. Jan's brain totally fries and he just completely blanks out. She's turning bright red and can barely get her words out. Sirill-sama called him beautiful, so yeah, she is definitely down bad for our boy right now. Chris is absolutely losing it, laughing his head off while calling Sirill a total player. They pay the tab and head out, leaving that NPC passed out cold on the floor. The waitress hands them a contact card and mentions that Grandpa is actually a total beast, which feels like some major foreshadowing for later. But the second John sees that card, she completely loses it. Hold on, the dragon is coming out first? You've actually heard of this thing? Now that is a massive plot twist. After nearly 12 hours, they're finally back on the move. They finally make it to this massive, beautiful lake. Chris takes one look and confirms it. This is definitely the spot. This whole massive land is called Enderain. Sirill finally drops the big question and asks where the heck Thunder Mountain actually is. Chris doesn't even say a word and just nukes the lake with a massive fireball. Sirill's got to step up and shield John from that insane heat. The fire literally splits the water wide open like some kind of epic miracle. And right there at the very bottom of the lake, they find the entrance to a hidden cave. Sirill is totally losing it because that cave is actually Thunder Mountain, and it turns out the whole dungeon was hidden underwater this entire time. Then out of nowhere, a ton of gear just starts blasting out of Thunder Mountain. Sirill looks up and sees a massive swarm of origami dragons heading straight for him. Suddenly, a huge human-sized one pops out, and Chris the dragon shouts that it's a gatekeeper. Jan's totally confused and asks if it's a monster, but Chris sets him straight. It's actually just some sick dragon gear. Jan doesn't waste a single second and goes full magical girl mode, screaming transform, because if you're not a dragon, you're about to get clapped. The paper army swarms her from all sides, but Sirill jumps in and blasts them with a 9-finger flame shot. Now that's what I call a lit move. He rushes over to check on her, asks if she's okay, and luckily she's totally fine. She's totally simping and admits he's way stronger even in his base form, but he just hits her with some basic facts about fire-beating paper before roasting her for not being able to handle. Now that all that paper junk is finally cleared out, it looks like they're safe for the moment. Sirill's about to dive headfirst into the cave, and Jan's like, "No way, I'm coming too!" Sirill keeps it real and tells Krias he's way too big to squeeze in there, but the massive dragon just laughs it off like it's no big deal. Then, with a quick poof, the massive dragon pulls a total reverse Pokemon evolution. He turns into this tiny, super cute dragon, and Jan totally loses her mind because it's just way too adorable. The little dude puffs out his chest with total pride, and yep, that's officially my avatar. He introduces himself as Chibi Chris, and man, he is absolutely loving every second of this attention. Sirill is totally losing his mind, stuttering, "She be Chris," because my man is absolutely rattled. Chibi Chris asks what's wrong and reminds him that he's basically a baby phoenix dragon. Big Chris says this avatar only lasts an hour, but it's packed with everything he knows, basically making it a portable genius pet. Sirill's brain is totally lagging and Jan is just as confused. Chibi Chris is on a massive power trip demanding everyone worship him, but Sirill tells Jan to just ignore the guy while he laughs like a total loser. Feel the tiny dragon hops right onto Sirill's head, totally ready to lead the way. "I've got this totally under control. Wait, my bad." Big Chris drops one last pro tip. When that tiny form starts to fade, just set it on fire to keep the power-up going even longer. Now that the whole crew is finally together, they're ready to jump into action. They head straight into that pitch-black cave. Sirill is seriously regretting his life right now because it's pitch black and he totally forgot to bring a light. Chibi Chris is totally chill about it and just lets his head burst into flames. Sirill asks if he's doing okay, but the little guy just flexes and says that for him, making fire is as easy as breathing. Jan asks if Chris can snack on fire too, but Chris says no way since he's immortal and the flames can't hurt him, so he's basically a walking torch who doesn't. Suddenly, a whole mob of origami monsters jumps out, but Jan is totally ready for round 2 and tells everyone to leave it to him. She totally goes to work and slices through them all like it's nothing. Sirill thanks her and she turns bright red, acting all shy while saying she can handle small groups no problem. The whole squad is finally turning up the pressure. They run straight into a dead end, taking a massive L just like you'd expect in a dungeon crawl. But all they find is a single pot sitting right there on a pedestal. Chibi Chris explains that it's actually a barrier and tells Sirill he needs to do a contract ritual on it. The second he does it, the whole room starts shaking like crazy. And boom, the entire room just gets completely flooded out of nowhere. Jen starts freaking out that they're all gonna drown, but Sirill is just chilling like it's no big deal. He's walking around with that crazy main character energy like he knows he's literally invincible. He tells her Chris would never set a trap, and since Chibi Chris is acting totally chill, he says to just wait and see. He's betting everything on his dragon bro to pull this off. Exactly like he said, all that water gets sucked into the tiny pot like a total black hole. That pot is basically a magic water vacuum, so they're totally safe. Sirill started asking questions to get the full scoop on how this super weird trap actually works. Chibi Chris explains that the pot's limit is tied directly to Sirill's own power, acting like a safety lock from their contract. It's basically a total gear check to see if their equipment is actually strong enough. Normally, your soul or mana would be totally trashed, but since Chris is super OP, he knew he had way more than enough room to soak it all up. Now that the water's gone, a secret path finally opens up and the puzzle is totally solved. The squad is hyped to move out, and Jen is ready to absolutely wreck Chris. But out of nowhere, Chibi Chris totally flips out. Sirill gets a bad feeling and immediately knows that something is seriously wrong. And just like that, Chibi Chris poofs right off his head because the timer ran out way too early. Now Sirill is just standing there totally lost and having no clue what just happened. He whips around to find Jen, but she's totally vanished too. Out of nowhere, our boy is totally stranded in this super sketchy brick hallway. Everything here looks totally different now. The dungeon basically just played them. He realizes that even Chris was totally blindsided by what just happened. So now he's got to find his squad ASAP. He starts walking down this hallway that looks like it literally goes on forever. He gets past the door and hits a split in the path, but since it's a total maze, he wonders if he should just start smashing through the walls. He picks a direction and just keeps on pushing forward. He spots someone standing right in front of him. Wait, is that Jan? She whips around in a total panic, looking straight at Lord Sirill. She rushes over to him, totally relieved, and tells him she was so scared she'd actually lost him. But Sirill just stares her down with a totally blank face and asks, "Who even are you?" She's looking totally lost, so I'm like, "Hey, it's me, Jen, what's the deal?" Sirill isn't buying the act for a second, shouting that there's no way this guy is Jan as he goes full main character mode to demand the imposter show their true face because fake Jan just smirks and asks how he figured it out. But Sirill shuts her down by saying it was just a hunch. Man, his gut feeling is straight up S tier. This girl hits him with a super smug look, acting like his S tier energy isn't even a big deal. But our boy Sirill doesn't even blink. He's just standing there like it's nothing. The bad guy bolts right away, and he's just standing there like, wait, did he seriously just run off? Poor Jen is still trying to wrap her head around everything, especially since that fake version of me sounded exactly like a dragon. Sirill is straight up flexing his main character energy, saying it's way too easy since his dragon perk lets him sniff out a fake from a mile away. He touches the wall, sensing his luck is totally cooked, and figures it'll probably be back. Right on cue, two fakes of the girl suddenly appear, both of them screaming for Sirill to save them. Bro, this dungeon's AI is straight up trash for trying the same move twice, so Sirill just sizes them up and nukes them both with magic without even blinking. What an absolute legend. The fakes get totally vaporized, and he tries to call it a lucky guess, but we all know he's straight up hacking. He starts giving this whole speech, and normally you'd think he was the real deal, but my OP skill saw right through him. Like, okay dude, we get it, you're the main character. But the dungeon isn't over yet, and now two girls show up looking totally desperate and begging him for help. Sirill just one-shots the illusions again without even blinking, and the fake guy is totally losing it because he's been caught 3 times in a row. Jan is simping like crazy, but obviously Sirill is way too smart to be fooled, so these two seriously need to get a room. Now that they're finally back together, Sirill's like, alright, time to go find Chris. And just like that, the tiny dragon hops onto his head like a fuzzy hat. Whoa! Chris is acting super chill, saying he was right there the whole time, but the trial rules kept him invisible. He claims that warning the MC would have disqualified the whole trial, but honestly, that's just a trash excuse for doing absolutely nothing. He starts getting all emotional about how much he trusted his best friend, but Sirill just looks super salty about it. Sirill asks if the trial actually changes depending on how many people are in their group, and Chris is a total big shot now. If you're rolling solo, the dungeon hits you with a total nightmare where you have to choose which of your two favorite people gets to survive. It's a brutal, impossible choice that's literally meant to snap your mind. Chris just shrugs, telling him that's exactly why they call it a trial, man. He puts Sirill right in the hot seat and asks him to finally pick a side, him or John. It's the ultimate wife test, but our boy doesn't even flinch, and even when the system screams that it's against the rules, he just doubles down and says no way. Chris calls him greedy, but Jan is totally blushing because this guy's chat energy is just on another level. Sirill drops his big rule. If he can't pick between people, he's just going to choose both. He's choosing both, because if you decide you can only save one, you're already losing. And man, this guy's brain is just built different. He wonders if he would have totally messed up that answer if he was on his own. And honestly, it's super rare to see him this unsure of himself. Out of nowhere, Chris starts glowing and slams a claw right onto his chest. Alright, I'm gonna let that one slide for now. Hold on, Sirill is totally losing it and demands to know who this person even is. Turns out this whole conversation was actually another secret test, making it a total trial within a trial. The creature says that most people are just totally basic and give the same boring answers. It didn't want some fake, practiced speech. It wanted to see what was actually hiding in his heart. Since you were so fun to watch, it's dropping some loot, and I'm giving you my treasure as a reward. A massive blast of light swallows them up and yanks them right out of their heads. Boom! They're suddenly right back in the cave where everything started. Wait, is it finally over? Are we actually back? Jan's brain is still totally buffering as she tries to figure out what the heck is even going on. Sirill figures out it was all just a huge illusion and a total mind game. But hey, we got the W and cleared the stage, so everything's totally fine. And just like that, they finally hit the end of the line where this giant tree is glowing like crazy. Check it out, this is the real deal, the Dragon Vector origin. Check out this massive dragon tree looking totally insane and magical. Sirill is still hunting for the dungeon master, calling out the jerk who tried to play him, and man, bro is definitely holding a grudge now. Suddenly, he hears that same dragon's voice from before calling out to him again. Chris explains it's an artificial thought entity, which is basically just a creepy AI ghost guarding the whole place. The girls totally lose their minds right away, and it looks like we finally found the one thing Jan is actually scared of. Sirill's actually pretty bummed out that this thing isn't even a real dragon. The ghost just laughs, saying he's super curious since this guy can actually understand his voice. Now, about that treasure. Sirill definitely can't just lug a massive tree all the way out of the dungeon. The ghost tells him to just rip a piece of that bark right off. He rips off a chunk and boom, he just scored a new item called Dragon Tree Bark. His crafter brain goes into overdrive as he starts dreaming up all the insane dragon gear he can build. But suddenly, the bark starts melting right in his hand. It morphs right back into a totally sick dragon statue. Sirill is totally stunned because this guy just spawned an item with his mind, and he's officially way too broken. Now the ghost is demanding the statue he just finished making. That tiny figure is actually turning into a real body for the AI ghost to live in. Then it transforms into a massive epic dragon, and everyone's jaw just drops. This dragon just turned solid for the first time and has no clue what's going on. Wait, I actually have a body? It asks, while Chris is just losing his mind laughing at the whole thing. Then Chris drops a massive truth bomb, telling the Guardian that their disguise is totally falling apart. Actually, the new dragon gets totally flustered and starts freaking out. Even the announcer is just standing there with a huge grin while this wild twist goes down, and honestly, I have no clue what's even happening anymore. Our boy's new dragon girl Colette is finally waking up, but Louise is still totally passed out because that's just how she rolls. Sirill promised she could sleep 12 hours a day and even signed a contract for her nap time. What an absolute legend. He says Colette is exactly like Louise, another stray who didn't want a name, and calls their meeting total destiny. Colette isn't having any of it, scoffing at her destiny like it's total garbage because she's a 100% certified tsundere. She suddenly stops dead in her tracks, and Sirill's just like, wait, what's the deal? He catches her staring, and she totally flips out, screaming that she wasn't looking at anything and he's got it all wrong. Yeah, real smooth, but literally nobody is buying that. She totally flips the script, asks if work is that way, and then just books it. They're all yelling goodbye as she makes her quick exit. Sirill is just standing there looking totally lost, muttering, "Have a good day," while his brain is basically short-circuiting. Our boy's brain finally kicks in, and now he's wondering what she was looking at so hard. He looks over and spots a bakery full of amazing treats, and just like that, things get way more interesting. A bit later, Sirill tells Louise to stay put outside while he runs off to handle something real quick. Finally, he swings by the dragon shop and the owner is totally hyped to see him. Sirill gets straight to the point and asks them if his new dragon Colette has been around. The shopkeeper just smirks and pulls out a massive bag of cash, telling him she dropped it off just for him. Turns out that's actually the first payment for her own contract, so she's jobless on day one and already paying off debt. Talk about a go-getter. The shopkeeper is totally shocked that she's already this good after just one day, telling him he's not just a pro dragon knight, but a seriously awesome dude. He's super hyped to actually get paid on time, since most people usually just ghost him when it's time to pay up. Sirill is being a total boss, saying he just wants to stay on the shop's good side. Why? Because this shop actually treats dragons like real living things instead of just trashy tools. Honestly, you gotta respect that. The owner starts getting all choked up because he loves his stuff so much, and honestly, he's just way too wholesome. He cuts straight to the chase and asks if Sirill's place is getting way too crowded now that there are 2 dragons living there. He explains that in this town, you either get a tiny shack for 1 dragon or a massive mansion for 12, and there's literally no middle ground. This guy literally knows every single thing about real estate like he's a human database. He offers Sirill a crazy deal on a brand new house with a giant dragon head, but there's a catch. No dragon will go anywhere near the place, so it's basically a cursed property. Even the most pro dragon riders and their toughest dragons were way too scared to even set foot in there. The house looks totally normal, but the dragons are like, no way, and straight up refuse to move in. Since nobody else wants to rent or buy the place, Sirill snags it for a total steal. Our boy is a total dragon whisperer, and he's feeling hyped, thinking that since he speaks their language, he can totally handle this mission. They head over to the property, and the second they get close to the dragon shed, Louise and Colette start getting some seriously bad vibes. Sirill thinks everything is totally normal, but his dragons are straight up cringing at the sight. Both of them just straight up admit they're totally over this place. They tell him there's a nasty smell only dragons can pick up, and it's coming right from the floor. Or maybe the place is so gross they can't even handle being inside. Sirill's like, wait, what does that even smell like? Then we get this huge reveal. It smells like a dragon was killed right here, and the whole place is totally haunted by that murder. This isn't just a bad smell, it's a wave of pure terror, and it's no wonder every single dragon ran for their lives. Sirill's big brain finally starts working, and he's got a brand new plan. They're gonna swap out every last bit of dirt. He sends Colette on a mission for some good vibes dirt, and she literally just slurps it up to carry it in her stomach. He tells Louise she can help with the digging, but she insists on doing the whole thing herself so he can get some rest. Yep, she's definitely best girl. They spent the whole day grinding, digging up all that cursed dirt and hauling in the fresh stuff. Sirill's totally wiped after grinding all day, but he finally got it done. He turns to the dragons and asks them for their final answer. It's a total win, and they're so hyped that all their hard work finally paid off and killed the bad vibes. The whole problem was literally just a bunch of dirt. With the mystery finally solved, Sirill's like, all right, it's time to head in. Louise is freaking out all over again because their new place is massive and looks super fancy. Sirill gives Colette a massive shout-out for all her hard work, and she totally turns bright red. Then he catches her totally off guard and tells her he actually got her a gift. He pulls out a massive mountain of cakes and treats from the exact bakery she was eyeing earlier. Our guy remembered exactly what she was eyeing and had the bakery whip up a massive version just for her. This dude's riz is actually insane. Colette is totally losing her mind, and I'm just standing there stuttering like a total mess. Louise starts teasing her, and Colette totally loses it like a classic tsundere, shouting that there's no way a dragon would ever want to eat human sweets. She hits him with the ultimate excuse, saying she's only eating it to save money since they're broke. But sure, January, we totally believe you. A bit later, Sirill heads back to the guild and totally shocks the receptionist because he's barely been a freelancer for 5 minutes. Yet he's already taken down 2 dragons and is absolutely crushing. She straight up asks him if he's really gonna be a freelancer for the rest of his life. He's still figuring things out, but he knows one thing for sure. He is definitely not joining any of the guilds that are already out there. She's glad they're gone because they're total trash, and she tells him his old guild Lindworm was the absolute worst. But honestly, most dragonites are the same and just... Then she drops a total bombshell, asking if he's ever thought about starting his own Obuyan guild. The receptionist starts dropping some serious knowledge on him, explaining that guilds are basically just squads with the government's official stamp of approval. Dragons are the biggest thing right now, so the government is basically handing out massive rewards to anyone who can start a guild. Our main guy is totally stunned and asks what kind of rewards he's getting, so she drops the biggest one on him: tax breaks. He's totally floored that she's actually riding the dragons, and apparently, the more of them you own, the better the tax breaks get. But wait, it gets even more broken because your dragons get a massive stat boost based on your guild's level. And get this, if your guild hits S tier, you get a 10% buff that is straight up broken. It turns out there's this massive contract between the Supreme God and the Dragon King, but the lore is so deep that even she doesn't really get it. Our guy is totally down and asks how to start his own business, but first, he's got to find a massive sponsor. The receptionist volunteers right on the spot, making it look easy, but then she hits them with the second requirement: the deposit. That's a solid 10,000 reals, and bro is totally losing it because that is one massive pile of cash. Right as he's totally freaking out, his brain finally kicks into gear. He's thinking back to how just yesterday, his dragon waifu Colette stumbled onto some crazy rare ore. Man, talk about some insane main character luck. She thought it was just airdrop, but it's actually some crazy 4-color poly whatever. He takes it to get checked out, and the shop owner's jaw literally hits the floor. She instantly drops 10,000 reals on him right then and there, and just like that, LMAO's problem is totally solved. He sprints back to the counter, slams the cash down, and the receptionist is just like, "Bro, you are seriously lucky." She slides the application over, and he gets right to work. Now for the most legendary part of all, picking the guild name. He hands it right back, and she starts reading the whole thing out loud, starting with the dragons. It's a pretty basic name, but he's hyped because he thinks it shows who he really is, so he signs the paper and makes it official. The second he's done, a massive magic circle just spawns right on the desk. Then, right out of that bright light, this tiny little fairy girl pops out. The lady explains that this guild fairy is basically a living, breathing version of a guild ID card. He asks what he's even supposed to do with her, and she just tells him to chill because she's his problem now. She also hands him a box packed with some extra gear. Inside, they find collars and ankle bands that track dragon energy to help the guild level up. But our main guy is totally not vibing with this. He straight up tells her there's no way he's putting collars on his girls, proving he's an absolute legend. So he brings his dragon waifus to a tool shop to pick out some gear they'll actually want to rock. He lays out all the earrings and ribbons, telling them to grab whatever they want because he's paying for everything. With him around, the girls start daydreaming about what they actually want. Then Louise, being a total weirdo, asks for a sleeping bag like, "Bruh, are you for real?" The announcer calls it out, saying there's no way that thing is just an accessory. So she switches things up and goes with her backup plan, an eye mask. He's totally clueless, but he tells her if that's what she really wants, he'll get a custom one made just for her. He looks at you and then turns to Colette, who's actually way more chill. She gets all flustered and asks him for a ribbon. It's literally just a basic ribbon. Kuta actually pulled off the win, and man, she is falling for him way too hard. Our guy is low-key shocked. She's asking for something so girly, but he promises to hit up the store tomorrow. The next day, he's back at the shop making sure Louise's custom eye mask is the perfect fit. He even grabs a spare for a total of 100 reals, but hey, making his waifu happy is worth every cent. They've got those temporary collars on for now, but he's still totally stressing out about it. They don't even care, but he's still stuck feeling super guilty about it. Louise tells him he's totally overthinking things, because if she asked for that eye mask, it's obviously because she wanted it. She turns bright red while thanking her master, and then out of nowhere, boom! But suddenly something in his pocket starts glowing like crazy. He pulls out his guild card and it's literally glowing like a legendary item drop. Just like that, the level on the card clicks over from 1 to 2. He sprints back to the receptionist who's totally losing it, because she says it should take at least a month for a one-man guild with 2 dragons to reach level 2. She starts looking for any dirty tricks, thinking he might have just rented a high-level dragon to cheese the registration. Our boy is super wholesome, but he knows people are always looking for a sneaky way to cheat the system. Once she sees he's the real deal, she gives him props because Dragons First just officially hit level 2. She tells him to hand the new item to his guild fairy, and she starts drawing on it with magic right away. It transforms right into a super detailed map of the entire city. The receptionist tells him it's basically a GPS for his dragons, and he can see Louise Wright's dot right by the town hall. Talk about convenient. Colette is totally out of reach since she's way out in the middle of the mountains. Wait a sec. The map actually zooms out so he can see her dot too, and man, this feature is straight up broken. Higher guild levels mean the perks get totally broken, and while she's still shocked by his insane leveling speed, he's just out here vibing with his new gear. Once he gets back home, Colette is already waiting for him, and he's even got a surprise gift ready. He reaches down and whips out a bag. Then he pulls out this super cute ribbon he got just for her. Colette is so hyped she can barely even talk, just stuttering over and over about how cute it is. He tells her he just knew it would look totally awesome on her. He steps in and helps her put it on. She asks him how she looks, and he tells her she looks totally awesome. She's trying so hard to act all chill like Teachy, but she can't even hide how happy she is. What a total tsundere. She blushes and gives him a super shy thank you. And just like that, X's guild card starts glowing like crazy again. His level didn't go up this time, but with Colossal singing praises, it's totally obvious what's going on. This whole system runs on affection, so the more his dragon waifus fall for him, the more powerful their guild becomes. Sirill is just vibing with his dragon girl Louise when he spots Colette already going full beast mode on her training. Louis tells him she's totally obsessed, pointing out how she was giggling like a maniac last night just because he gave her a simple head pat. Sirill is a total beast, so he just told her nice job for making all that money and left it at that. But check this out. Our MC is a total big brain genius who checks his scouter and realizes that whenever he hypes up his dragon girls, their gear starts glowing, proving he basically just discovered. Louise is looking straight up fire in her new custom eye mask, and she is totally vibing with the new drip. Sirill's ready to get to work, so he heads straight to the guild hall to see what's on the quest board. Forget hunting goblins, because he just spotted a super fancy award on the wall for his old trash tier guild, Lindworm. So the kingdom is acting all high and mighty just because they think they killed it last year. Sirill realizes their bosses are a total mess, but they actually get results, so now he's dying to get someone like that for his own squad. Suddenly, this blonde pretty boy named Rui pops up and starts laughing at your new guild, telling you to get real because a solo player is never getting a royal award. This guy won't stop flexing about how even B-rank knights with 10 years of experience are lining up to join Lindworm just for that prize. He's like, "You should have just stayed with us, man," and Sirill is totally losing his cool. Our guy just walks away and doesn't look back, thinking there's no way he's ever returning to that nightmare job. Suddenly, things go crazy outside again, so Siri snatches some random guy to find out what's happening. So, a dragon broke loose from somewhere and now the entire town is freaking out. The NPC has no clue where it vanished, and Sirill's just like, a dragon escaping? That's some seriously rare RNG right there. He's dying to know more, but Louise looks like she's about to faint, so he decides to give her a break. He's heading to the town hall to report the mess, but then, boom! Something massive slams down right behind him. It's the escape dragon, and man, it looks like it just took a massive wipeout. The dragon looks up and, get this, it actually knows him, begging Sirill-san to please help it out. She's totally losing it, screaming that there's no way she can ever go back to her old guild. Without missing a beat, our guy goes total hero mode and tells Louise she can come with him, giving her a safe place right on the spot. The dragon is totally stunned that it actually remembers her. It's Emma. Sirill's got that absolute Chad memory, so he knows right away you're a Zime dragon from Lindworm since he literally remembers everyone. Turns out these Hime types are tiny but total powerhouses in a fight, so almost every guild keeps them on the team. He finally drops the big question and asks her why she decided to run away. Emma finally drops the truth. She was super sick, but her guild forced her to go out and work anyway. She totally failed the mission and almost got herself killed. And get this, the guildmaster straight up told her that if she messes up one more time, he'll work her to death or just throw her away like trash. Sirill is totally grossed out but not even shocked, especially when Emma admits she knew dragons could understand humans all along and was just waiting for the right moment to find him. She's begging him to let her stay, but Sirill's already over there figuring out how to file the transfer papers. Suddenly, footsteps echo nearby, and Emma starts to freak out thinking they're caught, but Sirill just gives her a head pat and tells her it's all good. Guess who's standing at the gate? It's that blonde clown Rui, but Siri looks him right in the eye and tells him she's keeping Emma and handling it herself. Roy starts losing it, screaming that he knows they have his dragon because witnesses saw her come right here. Sirill just gives them a blank stare and says, "Yeah, she's here and I'm keeping her." Then he drops a total bombshell, demanding that her contract gets moved to his guild right now. Roy's jaw literally drops because he can't believe his eyes. But yeah, this is 100% real. Rui tries to argue that the guildmaster is working her to death, but he accidentally leaks the truth about the abuse. Nice one, genius. Sirill shuts him down, refusing to hand a dragon over to a total monster when he knows something shady is definitely going on. Rui is totally stuck, so he flips the script and offers to make a deal. He tries to shove right past Sirill just to get his hands on Emma. He just made the biggest mistake of his life. Louise steps forward, her eyes glowing like crazy, and asks her master if this guy is an enemy. Sirill doesn't even get a chance to speak before she lunges at him screaming, "Die!" and he barely dodges while totally freaking out. Sirill just shrugs it off, because taking out tracers is basically just standard home security for him. Wright takes one look at the situation and realizes he's totally cooked. Sirill warns him to take this message back to his boss right now, or he's gonna get absolutely wrecked. And just like that, a brand new fighter steps into the ring. It's the big boss of the Lindworm Guild, Dikiraj, and he's showing up because he heard Sirill wants to adopt one of his dragons. Sirill refuses to back down, shouting that he won't just stand there while they work her to death. Rod just scoffs and calls Emma total trash while insulting Sirill too. Man, this guy is a real piece of work. He thinks Emma is totally worthless, but there's no way he's letting her walk away. She's still their property, and they aren't letting her go without a massive fight. Sirill asks for the price, but money is the last thing on anyone's mind right now. Raj is totally power tripping, and if you want anything from him, you better drop the attitude and start acting respectful. Then he does something totally wild and drops straight to his knees. He swallows his pride and begs, doing whatever it takes just for Emma's sake. The guildmaster just smirks, looking totally satisfied with himself. He calls him a total freak and tells him to do whatever he wants, and just like that, the tyrant walks away. Sirill gets back on his feet, knowing he finally finished the job. He heads back inside to find his dragon girls looking super worried. Colette is finally back, and everyone immediately starts asking if he's doing all right. He turns to Emma and drops the massive news. The deal is officially done and she's finally free. He asks what she's gonna do, and she doesn't even blink before telling him she's staying right there because she loves being with him. And just like that, Sirill's got a brand new dragon on the squad, telling Emma he's totally going to look after her from now on. The second those words leave his mouth, things get totally crazy. Suddenly, every single dragon starts glowing with a blinding light. Suddenly, Sirill feels this weird energy tugging right at him. Suddenly, this crazy buzzing sound starts ringing through the air. Then, out of nowhere, a freaking ring just pops up right on his hand. And everyone there is absolutely losing their minds. Wait, is this thing actually some kind of crazy artifact? He actually scored a legendary item drop just for being a total bro. So the dragon girls are finally breaking down the details on this new gear, and it turns out it's a secret dragon treasure that's basically insane S-tier loot. Get this. It only shows up for people dragons actually love, and since our MC is a total dragon waifu magnet, he's not even surprised that the OG Dragon King and the Supreme God Romancier teamed up to forge this insanely powerful weapon. Sirill's heard the rumors about the Dragon King, but he's still totally in the dark about the details. The dragon girl explains he was just the big boss back when dragons ruled the world, so we're basically getting a massive history lesson right now. This guy's voice is so broken that everyone is forced to their knees, and even the top god is basically his servant, leaving Sirill totally stunned because he thought this was just a myth, but it's actually real life. It turns out none of these guys have ever actually seen an artifact before, which is honestly insane. Sirill's like, wait, if you've never seen this before, how do you even know what it is? Since it looks like a basic ring to him, but the dragon just says it's a total dragon instinct vibe. He's finally catching on that this treasure is a total beast and a massive game changer. He tries to hand it over, telling them it's dragon treasure, and they should totally be the ones to keep it. Then he starts acting like a total jerk, asking if they're just gonna stuff it in Colette's stomach. Seriously, that's way too far. Colette is totally losing her mind, screaming that there's no way she's letting that thing inside her, and honestly, I don't blame her one bit. The dragons totally freak out and say they're way too scared to touch something that important, so they basically force him to keep it. Talk about failing your way to a win. Sirill slides the ring on, totally hyped to see if it gives him a massive stat boost or some insane new power. But nothing happens and he feels totally normal, a complete fail. Or is it? But now all the dragons are staring him down, demanding to know what's going on. Sirill looks up and realizes something is totally wrong with Colette. He asks if she's doing okay, and she just brushes it off like everything's totally fine. But his new dragon Louise calls her bluff, and since the ring lets him see status bars over everyone's heads, he's basically got a full-on video game UI now. He can see everyone's HP and MP bars now, which is a total cheat code for keeping his whole squad alive. He notices Colette's stats are hitting rock bottom, and realizes she's been grinding way too hard. So when she starts apologizing, he proves he's actually the best boss ever. So he tells her to just chill out and get some rest. He finally realizes the artifact isn't a power-up for him, but a tool to keep his dragon girls from burning out, proving the RNG gods just blessed him with the ultimate waifu care kit. Colette finally gives in and takes a breather since the entire squad just saw how low her HP really was. Sirill is losing his mind because this is the best thing he's ever owned, and now he can finally keep his dragons from burning out like a total boss. Later that night, Dad is just chilling when someone suddenly starts knocking on his door. It's the middle of the night and things are looking way too sus. This fancy-looking guy named Roland Flory shows up and asks if he's really Sirill LaRose. This dude needs a favor, and just like that, we've got ourselves a brand new side quest. Sirill's totally lost on why he's being singled out, but then Roland mentions Lady Morinir, that rich lady from earlier who actually had his back. So here's the deal. A whole guild of dragon knights went on a mission to stop a threat, but they got totally wrecked. These missions are super risky, but the payoff is huge, though failing sounds like a total nightmare. Sirill asks just how bad things really are. Then Roland drops a total bombshell. The entire Vanguard squad got completely wrecked, and not a single person made it out alive. It's been 5 whole years since a total squad wipe like this happened, and man, the difficulty just hit a whole new level. Their real mission isn't even to fight the beast, but to find the final letters left by the fallen knights in a super dark and creepy magical body recovery job. Sirill's terrified of walking into a total death trap, but Roland says the main guild isn't sending any more backup, so they should be safe. Mostly. The job pays 5,000 reals out in Danzig Valley, and our guy is totally down for it. But here's the best part. He gets to keep all the dead knight's gear for himself, so he's definitely taking that free loot. They start mapping out the trip, but Danzig Valley is a solid 3-day trek each way, so it's definitely going to be a long haul. The next day rolls around and Louise just casually drops the bomb about all the looting. Turns out those dragons heard every single word he said last night. This dude has zero privacy with these girls hearing every little thing, so he better watch his mouth from now on. Louise thinks battlefields are basically gold mines, since you can just loot the bodies for gear and sell it for cash. Colette is totally grossed out, but this is actually normal here, so welcome to the brutal reality of this world, fam. But it's super dangerous because one touch of a cursed item could leave you messed up for the rest of your life. Dragon Knight gear is top tier and worth way more than regular soldier loot, so getting it means a massive payday. Sirill feels a bit bad about robbing the dead, but he's definitely not turning down that sweet reward. And just like that, they finally headed out on their big adventure. After a super long hike, they finally make it to Danzig Valley. The whole place is a total bloodbath with bodies everywhere, and he counts at least 20 humans and 30 dragons in this insane massacre. The place is a total nightmare with bodies piled up like mountains, and it's way more intense than any normal guild mission. First up, he's got to check for enemies, so he has his dragon waifus scan the area, and luckily the coast is totally clear. He tells everyone to split up and start searching the bodies for those wills, because it's finally time to get to work. Colette is totally over this, so Sirill plays the cool boss and tells her she can just take the rest of the day off. She's totally down for the help, and they crush the mission, snagging a massive stack of those wills. And just like that, they totally nailed the mission. Colette is totally ready to bail, saying she won't stay in this creepy graveyard for another single second. But Sirill steps in and stops them right there because he's still got one last job to finish. He's making sure every single fallen knight and dragon gets a proper burial. He can't just leave them out in the open like that because it's way too sad. And honestly, what a total legend. Louise is totally shocked and asks if that includes the enemy dragons too. He's all about showing respect to the fallen, no matter whose side they were on. The dragons are just totally stunned into silence. They already thought he was a total weirdo, but this pretty much seals the deal. Sirill tries to apologize for being a total weirdo, but Louise shuts him down immediately. You're a total weirdo, but honestly, you're a really great person. Total legend move. He just earned some major points with his whole squad. Rose apologizes for the random call, but Sirill's just confused why she sent a whole letter instead of a quick text. She drops the bombshell that their guild already hit level 3, which usually takes at least 3 months, and as Sirill realizes he's basically speedrunning the game, everything finally clicks. Suddenly, the tiny guild fairy pops up with a massive smile, but Rose notices Dan is acting way too calm and asks him why he isn't hyped at all. He's acting like it's no big deal, but Rose isn't letting it slide because a solo player leveling this fast is straight up a world record. Sirill is totally stunned because he just smashed the world record, and after being treated like garbage for so long, this massive glow-up feels absolutely unreal. Rose is totally digging for dirt, asking Sue how he pulled that off and if it's some guild secret, because she's dying to figure out his cheat codes. Our boy reads the dragon sign first but has zero clue why it matters, and honestly, he's being so dense it's actually crazy. He's moving on, and hitting level 3 means a fresh perk just dropped. Guild storage is officially unlocked, so let's get that inventory expansion. Don't let this basic warehouse fool you, because it's actually locked down with insane magic security that only guild members and dragons can get past. And Sirill is already cooking up a mao. He's wondering if the word about his insanely strong guild has already spread to everyone. He heads for the stairs, and while some people are totally hyped, others are giving him major side-eye like he's a total cheater, and man, he is definitely not ready for all this attention. Suddenly, a fancy carriage rolls right up to his door. Someone shouts his name, and they are making a massive entrance in total style. And guess who walks out? It's the princess, the absolute top-tier waifu herself. She's grinning ear to ear as she tells Sirill it's awesome to meet him, saying she's heard he's crushing it while her own guy is totally falling behind. She tells him he's a total beast for grinding quests and hitting guild level 3 in record time, and now the entire kingdom can't stop talking about him. She's totally gushing over him, saying he's the most wanted dragon knight alive, but Sirill just stands there looking clueless. Man, just take the win for once. He's trying to stay low-key, so he tells the princess they should probably head inside. Definitely a big brain move by him. As soon as they sit down, he gets straight to the point and asks what the deal is and why they even showed up. She starts gassing him up as the legendary dragon knight Sirill, and even though he tries to act humble, she's not having it because she knows it's straight facts. Then she drops the real mission. He needs to handle a super special dragon, and Sirill is totally down for it. He knows this is a massive main story quest because you don't just say no to a princess, but since he finally unlocked his dragon speech skill, he thinks he can totally pull it off. She starts begging like her life depends on it, and he totally caves, saying, "Fine, I'll do it." She's super hyped, so he finally asks the big question. So, what kind of dragon are we even dealing with? Wait, what? She just dropped a total bombshell. It's a phoenix type. And just like that, Sirill's brain totally crashes. She mentions it's also called the Child of God, and our boy finally realizes this isn't just some lucky drop. It's a straight-up legendary item. He's like, wait a second, why me? Why bring a god-tier quest to a regular guy? And the princess just gets all flustered and looks away. He spots her face turning totally red and asks what she's so embarrassed about. She mumbles that she really just wanted to see him, and while riding the Child of God Elimeo, she's clearly down bad, but then she immediately tries to play it cool and deny everything. He finally catches on, so she panics and throws out a genius excuse to cover her tracks. Plus, since your dragon is still tiny, writing about a legendary phoenix would make you look like a... The guard gives him a quick thanks, and just like that, the quest is officially a go. Sirill's got his mind on his dragon Colette, and even though I've mentioned her before, this time things are going to be way different. The princess is riding Colette, and she's totally shook by how smooth the ride is thanks to your epic training. Colette's acting like she's the main character, but Sirill stays super chill and offers her the carriage anyway. Colette whispers that she totally caught him simping for the princess, but she'll make the ride super smooth for her, and he's just like, yeah, you got me. Sirill drops some wiki lore and asks the prince what's the deal, since the Child of God supposedly died forever ago without ever having any kids. She just casually admits it's true, leaving Sirill totally confused about what that's even supposed to mean. She explains that the Phoenix is a total one-of-a-kind mob, and there's literally only one of them in the entire world. Forget having kids. This monster literally just respawns every time it dies, and Sirill is totally losing his mind because he just realized this thing has the ultimate cheat code. Even the other dragons are jumping in on the lore dump, saying the Phoenix is on a whole different level and basically unkillable with those total boss stats. The crazy thing is, it's been hundreds of years, and the respawn timer still hasn't gone off, but the princess is betting on Sirill to fix the lag because she totally trusts him. Our boy is totally sketched out by them, and honestly, I get it. Is this thing even safe? After 2 days of hiking through the mountains, Sirill's still trying to wrap his head around the crazy news that a dragon can actually come back to life. They finally reach this insane temple on a mountain peak where carriages can't even go. Talk about a total VIP spot. The guards are already waiting there, telling the prince they've got some special royal treatment ready for him. The princess is ready to get down to business and asks to see the child of God, so the guard agrees and leads them straight to where he's still being kept. Sirill tells his dragon squad to hang back outside, and they're totally down with that. Then those massive doors slowly creak open, looking totally dramatic. We're talking massive, creepy doors that give off a total nightmare vibe. Sirill's staring at him like, wait, this kid is the child of God? And the princess tells him he's 100% right. He's just staring at a massive mountain of bones, and honestly, what a total letdown. The princess admits it's been nothing but bones for centuries, but the whole kingdom is still guarding this skeleton because they're all waiting for a legendary respawn. Inside, it's just a massive pile of dragon bones that look totally dead. She turns to the host they dragged all the way out here and asks if he's got any big ideas, putting him totally on the spot. Sirill pulls a total gamer move and starts wandering around, poking and touching everything just to see what happens. He walks up and gives the skeleton a little nudge, but just as he realizes it's totally still, a voice suddenly echoes out, "A human!" The voice keeps talking, saying it's been decades since a human last showed up, but Sirill just stands there looking totally bored. The skeleton starts sizing up the group, sensing the girl smells like royalty while the guy looks like a total nobody. And then Sirill finally asks the big question. Wait, are you actually talking? The skeleton zeroes in on him and asks, "Hey human, you talking to me?" Our guy barely manages to squeak out a yes. No way, the skeleton looks totally shocked. Wait, can you actually understand what I'm saying? Then the skeleton just starts laughing its head off, and Sirill's totally shocked because he didn't think a corpse could talk. But the skeleton just fires back. Bruh, I'm the one who should be saying that. The skeleton gets right to it and asks what their deal is and why they even showed up. Sirill just keeps it real and tells them straight up that he's there to bring them back to life because of some old legend he's checking out. The skeleton's like, "Bro, this isn't just a legend. I literally told you guys exactly how to do it. Did you seriously forget already?" Sirill's brain totally breaks again, and he's like, "Wait, what?" As he spins around to the princess for some real answers. She asks if he's got a plan, and he's like, "Yep." But then he asks if there are any old-school instructions on how to actually bring this thing back to life. She's totally clueless, right? I don't think she knows a thing, and the skeleton just starts cracking up again, laughing, "Gwaha," as he finally realizes what happened. The skeleton drops some serious truth, saying human memory sucks, and the people in charge love erasing history, but it calls Sirill special for actually being able to talk to him. The manual gives a crazy one-step plan to just set it on fire since it's a phoenix that'll obviously respawn, but Sirill is totally tripping over the idea of using actual fire. He's just standing there like his brain is lagging, even though he's literally supposed to be torching the national treasure. The princess points out a huge problem. That skeleton is actually a national treasure, so they definitely can't just set it on fire. Sirill's got total faith that dragons don't lie, telling the princess he's ready to burn everything down for the mission because he knows they've got this. He drops the bombshell that he's going to revive the child of God, and even though the princess is totally stunned, she tells him to go ahead and give it a shot. She's putting all her trust in him and says, "All right, I'm leaving everything to you." He pulls out a match and strikes it, ready to set this holy place on fire. He tosses the match and the princess absolutely loses it as those bones start to glow. Then out of nowhere, the entire skeleton just bursts into a massive pillar of fire. You can hear that skeleton laughing like a maniac right in the middle of the fire. What an absolute legend. Everyone's just standing there totally frozen, completely blown away by this insane light show. Like, what even is this? The fire transforms into a massive epic phoenix, and it's actually working. King lets out a massive roar as the newly reborn phoenix and tells him he definitely owes him one. The mission is over and our boy is totally speechless. Mission complete, baby. Number 8. And boom, the child of the dragon god is finally back and ready to throw down. Sirill actually pulled it off and brought this legendary beast straight back from the dead. Wait, why is he so tiny? He's definitely not the massive powerhouse they were expecting, and even the princess is standing there looking totally stunned. I know, right? She's basically asking what the princess's deal is, and honestly, she's just saying what we're all thinking. The dragon's basically like, oops, my bad, it's been a few hundred years and I totally forgot to nerf myself. Sirill's just chilling, thinking this god-tier beast is actually a total troublemaker. Then boom, a literal god gives him a head pat, and you just know he's living the ultimate isekai dream. The princess is watching the whole thing go down, thinking it's crazy how Sirill is already best friends with their super strong new teammate. Our main man finally drops his full name, and it's Sirill LaRose. He asks for the dragon's name and gets hit with the most legendary response ever. There's no such thing, because I'm the only one. Look, when you hear the phrase child of God, he's the only one that matters, period. Sirill isn't about to deal with that hassle, so he just asks if he can give them one instead. The dragon is totally stunned, asking if I'm really the one who's going to give him a name. Sirill just hits him with a totally blank, stone-cold yeah. And then the dragon just starts laughing like a total maniac. He lets out this insane, bone-shaking laugh that's so loud it actually triggers a massive landslide. The entire mountain starts shaking like crazy, and the princess is seconds away from getting totally flattened. Hold up. She's screaming for Sirill-sama at the top of her lungs, and honestly, this child of God is starting to look like a total public menace. Right then, the rest of the dragon squad pulls up to find the whole place literally crashing down around them. But don't worry, everyone actually made it out totally fine. Sirill tries to introduce the new guy, but the dragon is still totally hung up on the name drama and refuses to be ignored. Sirill finally asks the one thing we're all wondering. Wait, are you a guy or a girl? The dragon shuts him down by saying it has no gender and doesn't need to reproduce, making it a total non-binary icon we have to stan. Sirill just drops Chris's name to see if they're down, and since Chris makes the big bucks, he's totally the guy. He starts cracking up again, and Sirill has to jump in like, yo, you trying to start another landslide or what? The princess is totally losing her mind that they just gave a god a nickname, but Chris is chill with it, so I guess it's all good. The small talk is over and Chris gets right to the point, asking Sirill if he's still got any spots open. Chill out, he's not asking him on a date. He's actually trying to make a crazy contract with him. But Sirill, the guy who's supposed to be a dragon knight, is actually totally clueless. He asks the princess, but she's never even heard of it before. The rest of the dragons are just being jerks and they're honestly all totally useless. Chris is honestly pretty bummed that the human alliance totally fell apart in just a few hundred years. He skips the boring lecture and says showing is way better than talking, so he tells him to hand over a single drop of blood. Sirill starts bleeding, but Chris pulls off some slick magic to make that blood drop float right off his finger. The drop flies straight to Sirill's hand and poof, it's sucked right in. He's totally losing it and has no idea what he's even looking at. Chris explains that the contract lets him tap into the dragon's insane power, and honestly, it's a total cheat code. Then Chris, who has total control over fire, gives him the most hardcore first lesson ever. Just set yourself on fire. Fire erupts and my guy is just straight up swallowed by the flames. But he's just standing there like it's nothing, not even breaking a sweat. Yo, it's actually insane how much our guy just leveled up. He thanks Chris, who's totally cracking up, because this insane power is a unique skill only he can use. He's tossing him a little thank you gift for that sick new name, man. What a total bro. The princess has seen all she needs to know that this guy is definitely the real deal. She straight up asks to fund Sirill's guild just so she can become his official patron. He knows that having a princess in their corner is going to make the guild's reputation go through the roof. She's straight up begging him, but he's like, hold on, I'm the one who should be asking you. And obviously he's totally down, so let's go. Fast forward a bit, and the whole gang is finally back at base camp. Sirill explains that the other 3 dragons can also sign contracts, and Chris is so hyped he tells them to ask away because he's ready to spill everything. The other dragons used to whisper about how scary Chris was, but now they're totally down with his wild hero energy. Sirill realizes he can actually team up with every single dragon out there. But he's only got a few spots for his contracts, which are basically his party slots. He realizes he's down to his very last slot and asks if he can just upgrade his storage later. Chris just laughs and says, duh, pointing out that unlike him, Humans actually have the power to grow and get stronger instead of just staying the same. He's bragging about being the perfect, ultimate being, but another dragon just told him his attitude needs to grow up. Man, what a savage roast. Chris just locks eyes with Colette, giving her a massive death stare. Sirill's like, wait, what about me? But he's not even looking at Louise. He's actually talking straight to Colette. Chris just absolutely roasts her, telling her she's basically what humans call a tsundere. She's totally not having it and straight up chomps down on his face. Sirill's just watching the total chaos like, wow, you two really are a perfect match. The rest of the squad is just like, yeah, good luck actually hitting that. Sirill's ready to check his leftover slots, so Chris tells him to go grab a glass of water. Just focus on the water, shut your eyes, and picture it in your head. He tells him to just imagine being all alone in a totally empty room. It's just like a slime soaking up all that water. All of a sudden, the water starts bubbling like crazy and overflows just like a science fair volcano. Sirill gets totally drenched and looks completely clueless, while Chris is over there absolutely losing it laughing. He's cracking up, but he's actually super impressed, telling him it's the biggest opening he's seen in 1,000 years.